A Certain Justice by P.D. James. Read by Michael Jayston. Chapter 22. Desmond Ulrich usually worked late on Thursdays and saw no reason to vary his routine. The police had locked and sealed the murder room and had left, Dalgliesh taking with him a set of keys. Ulrich worked steadily until 7 and then put on his coat, pushed the papers he needed into his briefcase and left, setting the alarm and locking the door behind him. He lived alone in a charming small house in Markham Street, Chelsea. His parents had moved into it on his father's retirement from his job in Malaysia and Japan, and he had lived there with both his parents until their deaths 5 years earlier. Unlike most expatriates, they had brought nothing back with them as mementos of those alien years, except a few delicate watercolours. Few of these now remained. Lois had taken a fancy to the best of them. His niece had an almost regal skill in transferring to her ownership those items of value in Markham Street which caught her eye. His parents had furnished the house by taking his grandparents' few pieces from store and buying what else they needed from the cheaper London auction houses. He was caged in by heavy 19th-century mahogany, by bulbous armchairs, and cupboards so ornately carved and so heavy that it sometimes seemed that the delicate little house would collapse under their weight. Everything had been left as it was when the ambulance took his mother off to her last and final operation. He had neither the will nor the wish to change a ponderous legacy, which he no longer noticed, and indeed seldom saw, since most of his time was spent in his study on the top floor. Here was the desk he had had since his Oxford days, a high-backed wing chair which was one of his parents' happier acquisitions, and his library, meticulously catalogued and arranged on shelves, fitted from floor to ceiling and covering 3 walls. Nothing here was touched by Mrs. Jordan, who cleaned for him 3 days a week, but the rest of the house received from her a rigorous attention. She was a large, taciturn woman of ferocious energy. The furniture was waxed until the surfaces shone like mirrors, and the strong smell of the lavender polish she used met him whenever he opened his door, and permeated the whole house. Occasionally he wondered, but with little curiosity, whether his clothes smelt of it. Mrs. Jordan didn't cook for him. A woman who attacked mahogany as if physically to subdue it was unlikely to be a good cook, and she wasn't. That, too, didn't worry him. The district was well supplied with restaurants, and he dined out and alone most evenings, greeted at either of his 2 favourites with a deferential welcome, and shown to his usual secluded table. When Lois dined with him, and until the arrival of the twins it had been weekly, they would eat at a restaurant of her choice, usually at an inconvenient distance, and would return to the house for coffee, which she would make. Carrying the tray into the drawing-room, she would say, "That kitchen is antediluvian. I must say Mrs. Jordan keeps it clean, but honestly. And Dunks, darling, you really ought to do something about this room. Get rid of all this old stuff of Granny's. It could look really elegant with different wallpaper and curtains and the right furniture. I know just the designer for you. Or I'll write down some ideas and a colour scheme and come shopping with you if you like. We'd have fun." "No, thank you, Lois. I don't notice the room." "But, darling, you should notice it. You'd love it once I'd done it. I know you would." Thursday was one of Mrs. Jordan's days, and it seemed to him as though the hall smelt even more pungently than usual. There was a note on the hall table. "Mrs. Costello has rung 3 times. She says, please to ring her." Simon must have telephoned home or to her office with the news of the murder. Well, of course he had. He wouldn't have waited until he got home. Probably she'd been reluctant to ring Chambers in case the police were still there. He turned over the sheet of paper and, rummaging in his pocket for a pencil, wrote in his meticulous script, "Mrs. Jordan, thank you. My operation arranged for Saturday has been postponed, so I won't need you to come in on the extra days to feed Tibbles." He signed it with his initials, and began slowly making his way up the stairs to his study, grasping the banisters like an old man. On the top step of the first flight, Tibbles lay stretched out in her usual pose, back legs extended, her paws across her eyes as if to shield them from the light. She was a white, long-haired cat, inherited from his parents, and after some unsuccessful excursions in the neighbourhood, had condescended to remain with him. She opened her small pink mouth in a soundless mew, but did not move. Mrs. Jordan had fed her as usual at 5 o'clock, and no further demonstration of affection was necessary. Ulrich stepped over her and made his way up to the study. The telephone rang as soon as he got inside the door. He lifted the receiver and heard his niece's voice. "Dunks, I've been trying all day to get you. I didn't like to ring Chambers. I thought you'd be home early. Look, I haven't got long. Simon is with the twins, but he'll be down any minute. Dunks, I need to see you. I'd better come round. I'll make some excuse to get away." He said, "No, don't do that. I have work to do. I need to be on my own." The note of anxiety bordering on panic came clearly across to him. "But we have to see each other. Dunks, darling, I'm frightened. We have to talk." "No," he said again. "We don't have to talk. There's nothing either of us has to say. If you need to talk, talk to your husband. Talk to Simon." "But, Dunks, this is murder. I didn't want her murdered. And I think the police are going to come here. They're going to want to talk to me." Ulrich said, "Then talk to them. And, Lois, I am capable of much folly, but did you really think that I am capable of planning a murder, even for your convenience?" He put down the receiver, and then after a moment bent and pulled the plug from the wall. He said aloud, "Dunks." That was what she had called him from her childhood. Uncle Desmond, Dunks. Dunks, who could be relied upon for presents and meals and the odd cheque when needed, the cheque which Simon wasn't told about, and of course for other less tangible marks of his besottedness. He placed his battered and bulging briefcase on the desk, selected from the bookcase the small leather-bound volume of Marcus Aurelius he would read at dinner, and went down to the bathroom one flight below to wash his hands. 2 minutes later he locked the front door behind him and set out to walk the 50 yards or so to his Thursday restaurant and his solitary dinner. Chapter 23. It was now just after 10 o'clock. Dalgliesh, still at his desk in his office on the 7th floor of New Scotland Yard, closed the file he had been working on, and for a moment leaned back and closed his eyes. Piers and Kate would be with him shortly for their review of the day's progress. He had left them to attend the post-mortem at 8 o'clock, and Miles Kynaston had promised to fax through his report as soon as it was ready. He was aware for the first time of his tiredness. The day, like all days charged with a multiplicity of activity, physical and mental, seemed to have lasted for more than the 15 hours he had been working. He reflected that in defiance of popular opinion, time passes more quickly when the hours are filled with predictable routine. Today had been anything but predictable. The afternoon meeting between senior officers of the Yard and their counterparts in the Home Office to consider yet again the ramifications of the Security Services Act had not been acrimonious. Both sides had tiptoed with almost punctilious dexterity around the most dangerous ground. But it might have been easier if words, carefully unspoken, had actually been said. The cooperation had already proved its value in the recent success against the IRA. There was no wish on anyone's part to sabotage what was being painfully achieved. But like 2 regiments in the process of amalgamation, each brought with it more than its insignia. There was a history, a tradition, a different way of working, a different perception of the enemy, even a different language and professional argot. And always there was the complication of class and snobbery, present at every level of English society, the unspoken conviction that men could only work best with their own kind. The committee on which he served had, he thought, passed its interesting stage, and was now slowly battling through the hinterland of boredom. He had been glad to turn thought and energy again to the more straightforward rituals of a murder investigation, but even here he was becoming aware of unexpected complications. It should have been an easy enough case. A small community of people, the relatively secure building, an investigation not particularly difficult, since the field of suspects was necessarily limited. But even after the first day, he was beginning to suspect that it could turn into one of those cases which all detectives abhor, The inquiry where the murderer is known, but the evidence is never sufficient in the eyes of the DPP to justify prosecution. And the police team was, after all, dealing with lawyers. They would know better than most that what condemned a man was the inability to keep his mouth shut. The office in which he waited was uncluttered, functional, a room which only a perceptive visitor might have found revealing of character, if only because of its occupant's obvious intention that it should be nothing of the kind. There was the minimum furniture prescribed by the Met as appropriate for a commander, the large desk and chair, the two comfortable but upright chairs for visitors, the small conference table seating 6, the bookcase. The shelves, in addition to the usual reference books, held volumes on police and criminal law, manuals, histories, a miscellany of recent Home Office publications, recent Acts of Parliament, and green and white papers. A working library, which proclaimed the job and defined its seniority. 3 walls were bare. The 4th held a series of prints of policing in 18th century London. They had been a happy find in a second-hand book and print shop off the Charing Cross Road, discovered by Dalgliesh when he was a detective sergeant, bought after anxious calculation of their affordability, and now worth 10 times what he had paid. He still liked them, but not as much as when he had first bought them. Some of his colleagues imposed on their offices an ostentatious celebration of masculine camaraderie, adorning their walls with badges from foreign forces, pennants, group photographs, cartoons, and their cupboards with cups and sporting trophies. For Dalgliesh, the effect was depressingly contrived, as if a film designer with a less than keen perception of his brief had gone over the top. To him, the office wasn't a substitute for a private life, a home, an identity. It was not the first office in the yard he had occupied. Probably it wouldn't be the last. It wasn't required to minister to any need except those of the job. And the job, for all its variety, its stimulus and its fascination, was that and no more. There was a world elsewhere. For Dalgliesh there always had been. He moved over to the window and looked down over London. This was his city, and he had loved it since he had first been brought here as a birthday treat, to spend a day's sightseeing with his father. London had laid its spell on him then, and though his love affair with the city, as with all loves, had had its moments of disillusion, disappointment, and threatened infidelity, the spell had remained. Through all the accretions of time and change, there remained at its core, solid as the London clay, the weight of history and tradition, which gave authority even to its meanest streets. The panorama beneath him never failed to enchant. He saw it always as an artifact, sometimes a coloured lithograph in the delicate shades of a spring morning, sometimes a pen and ink drawing, every spire, every tower, every tree lovingly delineated, sometimes an oil, strong and vigorous. Tonight it was a psychedelic watercolour, splashes of scarlet and grey layering the blue-black of the night sky, the streets running with molten red and green as the traffic lights changed, the buildings with their squares of white windows pasted like coloured cutouts against the backcloths of the night. He wondered what was keeping Kate and Piers. The day wasn't yet over for them, but both were young. They were buoyed along on a rush of adrenaline. A 15-hour day, with food eaten on their feet when it could be grabbed, was what they expected when an investigation was underway. It was also, he suspected, what they enjoyed. But he was worried about Kate. Since Daniel Aaron had left the force and Piers had taken his place in the squad, he had seen a change in her, a small alienation of confidence, as if she was no longer sure why she was there or what she was supposed to be doing. He tried not to exaggerate the difference. Occasionally he could believe that it wasn't there, that she was still the old, confident, opinionated Kate, who had combined the eager, almost naive enthusiasm of a new recruit with the experience and tolerance which came with years of hands-on policing. Thinking that she might welcome time off from the job, he had suggested a few months earlier that she should apply for one of the university entrance schemes and read for a degree. But she had stood for a moment without speaking, and had then said, "Do you think it would make me a better police officer, sir?" That wasn't what I had in mind. I thought that 3 years at university might be an experience you'd enjoy. And give me a better chance of promotion. That, too, although it wasn't my first thought. A degree does help. She had said, I've policed too many student demonstrations. If I wanted to cope with screaming kids, I'd apply to the Juvenile Bureau. Students seem to enjoy shouting down anyone they don't agree with. If a university isn't for free speech, what's the point of it? She had spoken, as she always did, without apparent resentment, but there had been something close to it in her voice, and he had detected a note of suppressed anger which surprised him. The suggestion had been more than unwelcome. It had been resented. He had wondered at the time whether her reaction was really to do with free speech and the spasmodic barbarism of the overprivileged, or was grounded in some more subtle, less easily articulated objection. Her present slight draining of enthusiasm might, he thought, be due to the loss of Daniel. She had been fond of him. How fond, he had never thought it his business to inquire. Perhaps she resented the newcomer, and, being honest and knowing the resentment to be unworthy, was trying to cope with it in her own way. He would watch the situation, more for the good of the squad than for hers. But he cared about her. He wanted her to be happy. It was as he turned away from the window that they came in together. Piers was wearing his raincoat. It was swinging open. A bottle of wine was lodged in the inner pocket. Tugging it out, he placed it with some ceremony on Dalglish's desk. "Part of my birthday present from a perceptive uncle. I thought we deserved it, sir." Dalglish looked at the label. "Hardly a wine for casual tippling, is it? Save it for a meal which will do it justice. But we'll have coffee. Judy's left the things next door. See to it, will you, Piers?" Piers gave Kate a rueful glance, pocketed the wine without comment, and went out. Kate said, "I'm sorry we're late, sir. Doc Kynaston was running late at the mortuary, but he should be reporting any minute." "Any surprises?" "None, sir." They didn't speak again until Piers had come back with a cafetiere, milk and 3 cups, and set the tray down on the conference table. It was then that the facts chattered into life, and they moved together over to the machine. Miles Kynaston had been true to his promise. The report began with the usual preliminaries: the time and place of the post-mortem, the officers present, including members of the investigating team, photographer, scene of crime officer, laboratory liaison officer, and forensic scientists and mortuary technicians. Under the instruction of the pathologist, the external clothing was removed and the wig, suitably protected, handed to the exhibit officer. The lab would later confirm what they already knew, that the blood was Desmond Ulrich's. Then came the part of the report for which they were waiting. The body was that of a well-nourished, middle-aged Caucasian female. Rigor mortis, fully developed when the body was first examined at 10 that morning, had passed off in all muscle groups. The fingernails were of medium length, clean and unbroken. The natural head hair was short and dark brown. There was a single small puncture wound over the anterior chest wall, 5 centimeters to the left of the midline. This injury lay approximately horizontally and measured 1.2 centimeters in length. Dissection showed the track penetrated directly backward into the chest cavity, between the 7th and 8th ribs, entering the pericardial sac and penetrating into the anterior wall of the left ventricle, where it caused a 0.7 centimeter injury. The track of the wound penetrated through the septum of the heart to a depth of approximately 1.5 centimeters. The injury itself and the pericardial sac showed minimal hemorrhage. It is my opinion that the injury was caused by the steel paper knife, labelled Exhibit A. There were no other external injuries except for a small bruise approximately 2 centimeters square on the back of the skull. There were no defensive injuries to the hands or arms. The bruise is consistent with the deceased being pushed back against the wall or door with some force when the knife was inserted. Then followed a long catalogue of Venetia Aldridge's organs: central nervous system, respiratory system, cardiovascular system, stomach and esophagus, intestines. The words came up one after the other, always with the comment that the organs were normal. The report on the internal organs was followed by the list of samples handed to the exhibit officer, including swabs and samples of blood. Then followed the weights of the organs. It was hardly relevant to the inquiry that Venetia Aldridge's brain weighed 1,350 grams, her heart 270 grams, and her right kidney 200 grams. But the figures, baldly stated, were superimposed in Dalglish's mind upon the picture of Miles Kynaston's assistant, with his gloved and bloody hands, carrying the organs to the scales like a butcher weighing offal. Then came the conclusions. The deceased was a well-nourished woman with no evidence of natural disease that could have caused or contributed to death. The injury to the chest is consistent with a deep, penetrating injury from a thin-bladed weapon, which resulted in injury to the septum of the heart. The absence of bleeding along the wound track indicates that death occurred very rapidly following infliction of this injury. No defensive injuries were present. I give the cause of death as a stab wound to the heart. Dalglish asked, "Did Doc Kynaston give any closer estimate of the time of death?" It was Kate who replied. "Confirmed it, sir. Between 7:30 and 8:30 would be a working hypothesis. I don't think he'll be any more precise in court, but privately he thinks she was dead by 8 or very soon afterwards." Estimating the time of death was always tricky, but Kynaston had never in Dalglish's experience been proved wrong. Whether by instinct or experience, or a mixture of both, he seemed able to smell out the moment of death. They moved across to the table, and Piers poured the coffee. Dalglish didn't intend to keep them long. There was no point in making an investigation into an endurance test, but it was important to review progress. He asked, "So what have we got?" Kate. Kate wasted no time on preliminaries, but got straight to the murder. Venetia Aldridge was last seen alive by the senior clerk, Harry Norton, just before 6:30, when he took up a brief received by a messenger and a copy of the Evening Standard. She was alive at 7:45 when our housekeeper, Mrs. Buckley, spoke to her to complain that Octavia Cummins had demanded that a vegetarian meal should be cooked for her. So she died after 7:45, probably at about 8 or soon after. When Mrs. Buckley spoke to her, Aldrich had someone with her. Obviously that person could be the killer. If so, it was either someone from Chambers or a man or woman Miss Aldrich had herself let in and had no reason to fear. No one from Chambers admits to being with her at 7:45. Everyone claims to have left by then. Desmond Ulrich was the last out. He says just after 7:15. Piers spread out the map of the temple on the table. He said, "If she died at 8 or thereabouts, the murderer must have been in the temple before then. All the unmanned gates are closed at 8, so either Aldrich let him or her in, or he or she was already in the temple when the gates were locked. The Tudor Street entrance has a boom barrier and is manned 24 hours a day. No one got in there after 8. The Strand entrance through the Wren Gate into Middle Temple Lane is temporarily closed for reconstruction. That still leaves 5 possible gates, the most likely being the one from Devereux Court through the Judge's Gate, which most members of Chambers use. But we've checked that they're all secure by 8 o'clock. He or she would have needed a key. I refuse to go on saying he or she. What are we going to call this murderer? I suggest Moab, murderer of Aldrich, barrister." Dalglish said, "How do we see the actual murder?" Kate went on. "The murderer forced Aldrich back against the wall, bruising the back of her head, and stuck in the knife straight to the heart. Either he was lucky or he knew his anatomy. Afterwards he dragged the body across the carpet, there are heel marks in the pile, and put her in the chair. Her cardigan must have been unbuttoned when the knife went in. He buttoned it up, concealing the slit in her shirt, almost as if he was trying to make her look comfortably tidy. I find that odd, sir. He couldn't have hoped to make this look a natural death. He wrapped the knife in the coloured section of the Evening Standard, then probably took it down to the basement washroom to wash it, tearing up the paper and flushing the pieces down the lavatory. Before leaving, he put the knife in the bottom drawer of Valerie Caldwell's filing cabinet. At some time, he or someone else took the full-bottomed wig from the tin in the clerk's office and the pouch of blood from Mr. Ulrich's refrigerator and decorated the body. If that was done by the killer, then we have a restricted list of suspects. The murderer knew where to find the knife, the wig, and the blood was only put in the refrigerator on Monday morning. Pierce said impatiently, "Look, it's obvious, surely, that the killer and the prankster are the same person. Why bother otherwise to drag the body and put it in the chair? Why not just let it drop to the ground and lie there? After all, the office was empty. She wasn't going to be found till next morning. There was no point in making it look as if you were sitting alive in the chair. He did it specifically so he could decorate her with the wig and the blood. He was making a statement. Moab killed Aldridge because of her job. The quarrel wasn't with the woman, it was with the lawyer. That ought to give us a lead on motive." Dalgliesh said, "Unless that's precisely what we're intended to believe. Why was she killed near the door?" "She could have been replacing a file in the cabinet to the left of the door, or showing the visitor out. On impulse, he seizes the knife and lunges at her as she turns round. If so, it wasn't a member of Chambers. She wouldn't be showing out a colleague." Kate objected. "Well, she might in certain circumstances. They quarrel, she yells, 'Get out of my room,' and flings open the door. Okay, that kind of dramatic outburst doesn't tie in with what we're told about her, but it's perfectly possible. After all, she'd been in an odd mood recently." "So, who are our main suspects, assuming that the killer and the prankster are one and the same?" Kate referred to her notebook. "There are 20 remaining members of Chambers. The city have done most of the alibi checking for us. All, of course, have keys to Chambers, but it looks as if 16 are in the clear. We've got the names and addresses here. 3 are on circuit, 4 work out of London at the Salisbury Annex, the 2 international lawyers are in Brussels, 5 work from home and can account for their time from 6:30 onwards, 1 is ill in St. Thomas's Hospital, and 1 is in Canada visiting his daughter, who's given birth to his first grandchild. We'll have to do some further checking on 3 of them to see if the alibis will hold. One of the pupils, Rupert Price Maskell, has just got engaged, and was at a dinner to celebrate from 7:30, the Connaught. As 2 of the guests were High Court judges and 1 a member of the Bar Council, we can take it Price Maskell's in the clear. Another pupil, Jonathan Scollard, is on circuit with his pupil master. I haven't been able to see the 3rd, Catherine Beddington. She's down with some bug or other. Oh, and the 2 assistant clerks are in the clear. One of the clerks at Lord Collingford's chambers had his stag night yesterday at a pub in the Earls Court Road. They were with him by 7:30, and the party didn't break up until 11. Dalgliesh said, "So, if we're thinking at present of those people who had keys to Chambers, were there on Wednesday, and knew where to lay hands on the wig and the blood, it brings us down to the senior clerk, Harold Norton, the cleaner, Janet Carpenter, and 4 of the barristers, the head of Chambers, Hubert St. John Langton, Drysdale Lord, Simon Costello, and Desmond Ulrich. Your priority tomorrow is to check more closely on their movements after 7:30. And you'd better check what time the Savoy has its interval, how long it lasts, and whether Drysdale Lord could get to Chambers, kill Aldridge, and be back in his seat before the play started again. Find out if he had a seat at the end of a row, and if possible who was next to him. Ulrich says he went home first to dump his briefcase, and was at Rule's for dinner by 8:15. Check that with the restaurant, and ask whether they remember if he had a briefcase with him, either at the table or checked in. And you need to see Catherine Beddington, if she's well enough to be interviewed." Kate asked, "What about Mark Ralston, sir?" "At present we've no factual evidence to link him to the murder. I think we can take it he was at the house by 8:15. He'd hardly persuade 4 constituents to lie for him, and he wouldn't have given us their names if he wasn't confident they'd confirm his story. But have a word with the policeman on the gate at the members' entrance. He'll probably remember whether Ralston came by cab or was walking, and if so, from which direction. There's not much they miss." And there's something else you might fit in tomorrow, if there's time. I had another look at Miss Aldrich's blue books before I left Chambers. Her notes on the Ash case were instructive. It's extraordinary what trouble she took to know as much as possible about the defendant. Obviously, she held the eccentric view for a lawyer that most cases are lost because of inadequacies in the defense. It makes a pleasant change. I'm not surprised that she was appalled by the engagement between Ash and her daughter. She knew too much about that young man for any mother's peace of mind. And I was looking at her last case. GBH, Brian Cartwright. Apparently Miss Aldridge was in an odd mood when she returned from the Bailey to Chambers on Monday. It seems unlikely that Ash and her daughter actually turned up at the Bailey to inform her of their engagement, so it's possible that something else happened. It's a long shot, but it's worth seeing Cartwright to find out if anything happened at the end of the case. His address is in the Blue Book. And I'd like to know more about Janet Carpenter. The domestic agency may be able to help. We need to interview Miss Elkington anyway. After all, she and her cleaning women have keys to Chambers. And try Harry Norton again. A night's sleep may have cleared his mind. It would be helpful if he could produce someone, anyone who saw him on that journey home. Kate said, I've been thinking of the dagger. Why put it in that filing drawer? Hardly hidden, was it? If we hadn't found it pretty quickly, Valerie Caldwell would. Dalgliesh said, he dropped it in the most convenient place on his way out. He had a choice, leave it in Chambers or take it away. If he left it, he'd have had to wipe it clean of prints. If he took it away, perhaps with the idea of dropping it in the Thames, we'd still know that it was the weapon. There was no point in trying to conceal it effectively. That would take time, and he didn't have time. Mrs. Carpenter was expected at 8:30. So you think he knew when Mrs. Carpenter would arrive? Oh, yes, said Dalgliesh. I think Piers's Moab knew that. Piers hadn't spoken for some minutes. Now he said, Harry Norton's the prime suspect for me, sir. He knew about the blood. He knew where to find the wig. He admits that no one saw him leave Chambers or arrive at his home station. And then there's his extraordinary behaviour this morning. He's done that journey from Buckhurst Hill for, how long? Nearly 40 years. And he's always walked straight down Chancery Lane and into Chambers. So why does he suddenly find it necessary to go walkabout? He said he had personal matters to think about. Now come off it, Kate. He'd have the whole journey from Buckhurst Hill to do his thinking. Isn't it possible that he just couldn't face going into Chambers? He knew damned well what was waiting for him. His behaviour this morning was totally irrational. Kate said that people don't always behave rationally. And why pick on him? Are you saying that you can't believe a senior barrister would be guilty of murder? Of course not, Kate. That's bloody silly. Dalgliesh said, I think we'll call it a day. I shan't be in London for the first part of tomorrow. I'm going down to Dorset to see Venetia Aldridge's ex-husband and his wife. Aldridge seems to have called on Drysdale Lord for help about her daughter's engagement, without success. Perhaps she tried Luke Cummins. In any case, they have to be seen. Piers said, an agreeable part of the country, and it looks as if you're going to have a pleasant day for it, sir. I believe there's an interesting little chapel of ease at Wareham, which you could probably find time to visit, and of course you could take in Salisbury Cathedral. He glanced smilingly at Kate, his good humour apparently restored. Dalgliesh said, you could take in Westminster Cathedral on the way to Miss Elkington's agency. What a pity you'll be too busy to find time for a quick prayer. What should I be praying for, sir? Humility, Piers. Humility. Well, shall we call it a day? Chapter 24. It was just after midnight. Time for Kate's invariable last ritual of the day. She tugged on the warmer of her 2 dressing gowns, poured herself a modest whisky, and unlocked the door to the balcony overlooking the Thames. Below her the river was empty of traffic, a heaving black waste of water, quicksilvered with light. She had 2 views from her flat, one from the balcony which overlooked the huge shining pencil of Canary Wharf, and the glittering glass and concrete city of Docklands. And this, her favourite, the river view. This was a moment she normally savoured, standing glass in hand, her head resting against the gritty brickwork, smelling the sea freshness brought up with the tide, stargazing on clear nights, feeling at one with the throb of the never-sleeping city, and yet lifted up and apart from it, a privileged spectator, secure in her own inviolate world. But tonight was different. Tonight there was no sense of contentment. Something she knew was wrong, and she had to set it right, since it threatened both her private world and her job. It wasn't the job itself. That still held its fascination, still compelled her loyalty and her dedication. She had experienced the worst and the best of policing in London, and was still able to feel something of her initial idealism, could still be convinced the job was worth doing. So why this unrest? The striving hadn't ceased. She was still ambitious for promotion when the opportunity came. So much had been achieved. Senior rank, a prestigious job with a boss she liked and admired, this flat, her car, more money than she'd ever before earned. It was as if she had reached some staging post in which she could relax and look at the journey travelled, taking pleasure in the difficulties surmounted, and finding strength for the challenges to come. Instead there was this nagging unrest, this sense of something which in the hard years she had been able to put out of her mind, which now must be faced and come to terms with. She was missing Daniel, of course. He hadn't been in touch since he had left the Met, and she had no idea where he was and what he was doing. Piers Tarrant had taken his place. Burdened with her resentment, a resentment which wasn't any easier to cope with because she knew it was unjust. She had asked, "Why theology? Were you training to be a priest?" "Good God, no. Me, a priest? If you're not intending to go into the church, what's the point of it? Do you find it useful?" "Well, I didn't read it to find it useful. Actually, it's a very good training for a police officer. You cease to be surprised by the unbelievable. Theology isn't so very different from criminal law. Both rest on a complicated system of philosophical thought, which hasn't much to do with reality. I read it because it was an easier way of getting into Oxford than choosing history or PPE, which were my other options." She didn't ask what he meant by PPE, but she resented it, that he obviously thought she knew. She wondered whether she was jealous of Piers. Not sexually jealous, which would be demeaning and ridiculous, but jealous of that unstressed camaraderie, which he had with Dalgliesh, and from which she felt that she, as a woman, was subtly excluded. Both men were perfectly correct towards her, and towards each other. There wasn't anything definite to which she could point the finger, but the whole sense of being a team had gone. And she suspected that, for Piers, nothing was of overwhelming importance. Nothing could be taken seriously, because for him life was a private joke, one presumably shared between him and his God. She suspected that he found something risible, even slightly ridiculous, in the traditions, the conventions, the hierarchy of policing. She sensed, too, that this was a view which A.D., with part of his mind, understood, even if he didn't share it. But she couldn't live her life like that, couldn't be light-hearted about her career. She had worked too hard, sacrificed too much for it, used it to climb out of that old life as an illegitimate motherless child in an inner-city high-rise flat. Was that at the heart of her present discontent? Was she beginning for the first time to feel disadvantaged, educationally and socially? But she put that resolutely out of her mind. She had never given way to that insidious and destructive contagion of envy and resentment. She still lived by that old quotation, remembered but never identified. What matters it what went before or after? Now with myself I will begin and end. But 3 days earlier, before the Aldridge case broke, she had gone back to the estate, to Ellis and Fairweather buildings, and, rejecting the lift, had climbed the concrete flights of stairs to the 7th floor, as she so often had in childhood, when the vandalized lift had been out of use, doggedly mounting behind her complaining grandmother, listening to the old woman's laboured wheezings, laden with their shopping. The door of number 78 was pale blue now, not the green she had remembered. She didn't knock. She had no wish to see inside, even if the present owners were willing to admit her. Instead, after a moment's thought, she rang the bell at number 79. The Cleghorns would be at home. With George's emphysema, they rarely risked finding the lift wouldn't work. It was Enid who had opened the door, her broad face showing neither welcome nor surprise. She said, "So you've come back." "George, it's Kate Miskin." And then, ungrudgingly, since hospitality must be offered, "I'll put on the kettle." The flat was smaller than she remembered, but then it would be. She was used to her double sitting room above the Thames, and it was more cluttered. The television set was the largest she had seen. The shelf to the left of the fireplace was heavy with videos. There was a modern sound system. The sofa and 2 chairs were obviously new. George and Enid were managing nicely on their 2 pensions and her carer's allowance. It wasn't lack of money which made their lives hell. Over the tea, Enid said, "You know who controls this estate, don't you?" "Yes, the children." "The kids, the bloody kids. Complain to the police or the council, you get a brick through your window. Tell them off, and like as not you get an earful of foul language and burning rags through the letterbox next day. What are your lot doing about it?" "It's difficult, Enid. You can't bring people to law without evidence." "Law? Don't talk to me about law. What has the law ever done for us? 30 million or so spent trying to nail that Kevin Maxwell, and the lawyers getting fat on it. And that last murder case you got mixed up in must have cost plenty." Kate said, "It would be exactly the same if someone was murdered on the estate. Murder gets priority." "So you're waiting for someone to get murdered? You won't have to wait long the way things are going." "Haven't you a community policeman on the estate? There used to be one." "Poor sod. He does his best, but the kids laugh at him. What you want here is some dads on the estate who'll do a bit of clipping round the ears and bring out the strap now and again to keep the boys in order." "But there aren't any dads. Poke the girl, breed the kid, and be off. That's young men today. Not that the girls want them around, and who's to blame them? Better be on the welfare than get a bloody nose every Saturday when the old man's team doesn't win." "Have you put in for a transfer?" "Don't be daft. Every decent family on this estate has put in for a transfer, and there are decent families." "I know. I lived here with Gran, remember? We were one of them." "But you got away, didn't you? And stayed away. Monday's dustbin day, so they're out early kicking over the bins and strewing the muck up the stairway. Half of them don't know what a lavatory's for, or don't care. Have you smelled the lift?" "It always smelt." "Yes, but it was pee, not the other thing. And if they catch the little bastards and take them to youth court, what happens? Bloody nothing. They come home laughing. They're in gangs now by the time they're 8.
Of course they are, thought Kate. How else can they survive?
Enid said, "But they leave us alone now. I found a way. I whisper to them that I'm a witch. Upset me or George and you're as good as dead." "Does that frighten them?" Kate found it difficult to believe that it could. "It bloody well does. Them and their mums. It started with Bobby O'Brien, a kid in this block with leukemia. When they took him off in the ambulance, I knew he wouldn't be back. You don't get to my age without knowing death when you look it in the face. He was the worst of the kids till he got ill. So I chalked a white cross on his door and told the kids I'd put a curse on him and he'd die. He was gone quicker than I thought, within 3 days. I've had no trouble since. I tell 'em, any bother from you and you get a cross on your door too. I keep my eyes open. There's always a bit of trouble I can see coming, and I'm ready with the chalk." Kate sat for a moment in impotent silence, afraid that the disgust she felt at the exploitation of a child's pain, a child's death, must show in her face. Perhaps it did. Enid looked at her closely but said nothing. What was there to say? Like everyone else on the estate, Enid and George did what they needed to do to survive. The visit hadn't done any good.
Why had she ever thought that it would? You couldn't exorcise the past either by returning to it or by running away. You couldn't resolve to put it out of your mind and memory, because it was part of mind and memory. You couldn't reject it because it had made you what you were. It had to be remembered, thought about, accepted, perhaps even given thanks for, since it had taught her how to survive. Kate closed the door on the river and the night, and suddenly there came into her mind a picture of Venetia Aldridge, of the hands falling with graceful abandon over the arms of her chair, of that one dead open eye, and she wondered what luggage Venetia Aldridge had brought from her privileged past to that successful life, to that lonely death. Book 3. A Letter from the Dead. Chapter 25. The office of Miss Elkington's domestic agency, in a short street of neat, early 19th-century townhouses off Vincent Square, was so unexpected in its location and appearance that if it hadn't been for the neat brass nameplate above the 2 bell pushes, Kate would have wondered whether they had been given the right address. She and Piers had walked the half-mile from New Scotland Yard, cutting through the noisy busyness of the Strutton Ground street market. The rails of gaudy-coloured cotton shirts and dresses, and the clear, bright gleam of the piled fruit and vegetables, the smell of food and coffee, and the raucous camaraderie of one of London's villages going about its daily business, seemed further to raise Piers' spirits. He was singing softly under his breath, a complicated but half-recognised tune. She said, "What's that? Last Saturday at Covent Garden?" "No, this morning on Classic FM." He sang on, then said, "I'm rather looking forward to this interview. I have high hopes of Miss Elkington. It's surprising that she actually exists, for one thing. You'd expect to find that the original Miss Elkington died in 1890, and Elkington's is now just the usual boring domestic agency, which has kept on the name. You know the sort of thing. Glass-fronted premises, unsalubrious street, depressed receptionist battered into submission by dissatisfied householders, the occasional sinister housekeeper looking for a rich widower with no relations. Your imagination's wasted on the police. You should be a novelist." The top bell said house, the lower office. Piers pressed it, and the door was opened almost immediately. A cheerful-faced young woman, crop-haired and wearing a multi-striped jersey and a short black skirt, danced a small jig of welcome at the door, and almost threw herself into Piers' arms as she ushered them in. "Don't bother to show your warrant cards. Policemen always do, don't they? It must get very boring. We know who you are. Miss Elkington's expecting you. She'll have heard the bell, she always does, and she'll be down as soon as she feels like it. Have a seat. Do you want coffee, tea? We've got Darjeeling, Earl Grey and herbal. Nothing? Oh, well, I'll just get on with these letters. No good grilling me, by the way. I'm only the temp. Been here just 2 weeks. A funny place. But Miss Elkington's all right if you make allowances. Oh, sorry, I forgot. My name's Eager. Alice Eager. Eager by name, eager by nature." Miss Eager, as if to justify the name, settled herself at her typewriter and began tapping the keys with a confident energy, which suggested that she was at least good at part of her job. The office, the walls painted a clear green, was obviously once the front sitting room of the house. The cornice and ceiling rows looked original. There were fitted bookcases each side of an elegant fireplace, where flames of gas licked the simulated coals. The floor was of oak, covered with 2 faded rugs. The room was sparsely furnished. To the right of the door were 2 4-drawer metal filing cabinets. Apart from Miss Elkington's desk and chair, and the smaller, more functional desk of the typist, the only other pieces of furniture were 2 armchairs and a sofa against the wall. Here Kate and Piers seated themselves. The most incongruous objects were the pictures, framed and apparently original seaside posters from the 1930s, an exuberant fisherman in cap and sea boots, bouncing across the beach at bracing Skegness, hikers in shorts and with rucksacks pointing their walking sticks at views of the Cornish cliffs, steam trains puffing through an idealized landscape of patchwork fields. Kate couldn't remember the last time she had seen such posters, but they were vaguely familiar. Perhaps, she thought, it had been on a school visit to an exhibition of life and art of the 30s. Looking at them, She felt drawn into an age remote, unknown and unknowable, but curiously comforting and nostalgic. They had been waiting for precisely 5 minutes when the door opened, and Miss Elkington stepped briskly into the room. They stood up as she entered, and waited while she inspected their warrant cards, then looked keenly into each of their faces, as if to satisfy herself by personal inspection that neither was an impostor. Then she motioned them back to the sofa, and took her own chair behind the desk. Her appearance was as subtly out of time as was the room itself. She was tall and thin, with a suggestion of gawkiness, and was dressed as if deliberately to accentuate her height. The fawn skirt in fine wool was narrow and almost ankle length, topped by a matching silky cardigan over a high-necked blouse. Her shoes, with barred straps, were highly polished, narrow, long and slightly pointed. But it was her hairstyle which reinforced the impression of a woman dressed to personify and perhaps celebrate a less thrusting era. Above a face which was an almost perfect oval with wide-spaced grey eyes, her hair was parted in the middle with a tight plait, wound in an intricate whirl round each ear. Alice Eager, busily dissociating herself from the business in hand, kept her eyes on the typewriter. Miss Elkington took an envelope from her right-hand drawer, and holding it out, said, "Miss Eager, would you be good enough to collect the new writing paper from John Lewis? They telephoned yesterday to say that the order is ready. You can walk to Victoria and take the Jubilee line to Oxford Circus, but you'll need a taxi to come back. The parcel will be heavy. Take £10 from petty cash. Don't forget to ask for a receipt." Miss Eager departed with many enthusiastic bobbings and thanks. No doubt the prospect of an hour out of the office compensated for missing what could be an interesting conversation. Miss Elkington got down to business with admirable promptness. "You said on the telephone that you were interested in the keys to chambers and in the cleaning arrangements. Since the latter concerns 2 of my employees, Mrs. Carpenter and Mrs. Watson, I telephoned them early this morning to get their permission to give you any information you require about their arrangements with me. You must speak to them personally for anything you require to know about their private lives." Kate said, "We have already spoken to Mrs. Carpenter. I believe that you hold a spare set of keys to chambers." "Yes, to the front door of chambers and to the Devereux Court entrance. I have keys to 10 of the offices we clean. It's useful in case one of the women unexpectedly can't do her hours, and I need a replacement. Some officers are happy to provide a spare key for this purpose, others are not. I keep all the keys in my safe. None is named, as you will see. I can assure you that none has left my possession in the last month." She walked over to the bookshelves to the right of the fireplace, and bending down, touched some knob under the lower shelf. The row of books, obviously false, swung open, and behind was a small modern safe. Kate thought that the false books would hardly deceive even an inexperienced burglar, but the safe was a kind she recognized. It was one not easily forced. Miss Elkington fiddled with the knob, opened the door, and brought out a metal box. She said, "There are 10 sets of keys in here. This set belongs to Mr. Langton's chambers. No one has access to these keys but myself. As you will see, they are numbered but not named. I keep the code in my bag." Pierce said, "Most of your cleaning ladies work in the Inns of Court, then?" "The majority do. My father was a lawyer, and it is a world of which I have some knowledge. What I provide is a service which is reliable, efficient, and discreet. It is quite extraordinary how careless people are over their cleaning arrangements. Men and women who would never dream of lending their office keys even to their closest friends are quite happy to hand them over to their cleaning woman. That is why each of my employees is guaranteed to be honest and reliable. I take up and check all references." Kate said, "As you did with Mrs. Carpenter, could you tell us how she came to be employed?" Miss Elkington went over to the nearby filing cabinet and took a file from the bottom drawer. She returned to her desk and opened it in front of her. She said, "Mrs. Janet Carpenter came to me over 2.5 years ago on the 7th of February, 1994. She telephoned the office and asked for an appointment. When she arrived, she explained that she had recently come to live in central London from Hereford, was a widow, and required a few hours domestic work each week. She thought she would like the Inns of Court because she and her husband used to go regularly to hear morning service in the Temple Church. Apparently she called at Mr. Langton's chambers and inquired whether they had a vacancy, and someone, I imagine the receptionist, referred her to me. There was no vacancy in those chambers, but I was able to find her a place in the chambers of Sir Roderick Matthews. She was there for about 6 months, but when I had a vacancy for her in Mr. Langton's chambers, she asked to be transferred. Kate asked, "Did she give any reason for preferring that set?" "None, except that she had been kindly received there when she inquired, and apparently liked the look of the place. She was greatly valued by Sir Roderick's chambers, and they were sorry to see her go. She has been working with Mrs. Watson in her present chambers for over 2 years. Both women work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8:30 to 10. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, Mrs. Watson carries out a less thorough cleaning on her own, and I understand that Mrs. Carpenter occasionally helps out at Pelham Place when Miss Aldridge's housekeeper is away or needs an extra pair of hands. But that is a private arrangement and does not go through my books." Pierce said, "And the references?" Miss Elkington turned over some pages. "I had 3, one from her bank manager, one from her parish priest, and one from a local magistrate. They gave no personal details, but each wrote very highly of her honesty, probity, reliability, and discretion. I asked her about her cleaning skills, but she pointed out that any woman who has effectively cleaned her own home and is house-proud is perfectly capable of cleaning an office. And this, of course, is true. I always ask the employer whether he is satisfied after a month, and both sets of chambers have spoken most highly of her. She has told me that she wishes to give up working for the next month or 2, but I am hoping that she will return. No doubt the murder was a shock, but I am a little surprised that a woman of her character and intelligence has allowed herself to be so upset by it." Kate asked, "Isn't she a rather unusual person to be doing domestic work? I thought when we interviewed her that she was the sort of woman who would have looked for an office job." "Did you indeed? I should have thought that as a senior police officer you would have been wary of making that kind of judgment. There aren't many advantages in office work for a mature woman. She has to compete with much younger women, and not all of us are enamoured of modern technology. The advantage of domestic work is that a woman can choose her hours, be particular about the firm she cares to work for, and is unsupervised. It seems to me a perfectly natural choice of Mrs. Carpenter. And now, unless you have any other specific questions, I think I must get on with my own work." It was a statement, and now there was no offer of coffee or tea. Kate and Piers walked almost in silence until they reached Horseferry Road. Then he said, "Doesn't it strike you that that place is a little too good to be true?" "How do you mean?" "It's hardly real. That woman, her office, the archaic gentility of the whole setup. We could have been back in the 1930s. Pure Agatha Christie. I don't suppose you've ever read Christie. And what do you know of the 30s? You don't have to read Christie to know her world, and actually I'm rather interested in the 30s. Their painters are undervalued, for one thing. But she isn't really 30s, is she? The clothes, I suppose, are closer to the 1910s. Whatever world she's living in, it isn't ours. She hasn't even a word processor. Miss Eager was using what must be one of the earliest electric typewriters. And think of the logistics of the exercise. How in the hell does she break even, let alone make a profit?" Kate said, "Well, it depends how many women she has on the books. When she opened the filing drawer, it looked pretty full to me. Only because some of the files are bulky. She seems to keep an eye on every detail. Who the hell running a domestic agency goes to that trouble? What's the point of it?" Useful for us that she did. He was silent, obviously calculating. Then he said, "Suppose she has 30 women on her books, and they work an average of 20 hours each week. That's 600 hours. They get paid £6, which is high, and if she takes 50 pence per hour, that's a total of £300 a week. Out of that she has to keep up the office and pay her assistant. It's just not viable." It's all surmise, Piers. You don't know how many women she's got on the books, and you don't know what commission she takes. But okay, suppose she only clears 300. So what? I'm wondering if it isn't a cover of some kind. It could be a nice little racket, couldn't it? A group of respectable women, all carefully vetted, placed in strategic offices, feeding back valuable information. I like it. I mean, I like the theory. Kate said, "If you're thinking of blackmail, that doesn't seem likely. What are they going to pick up in legal offices?" "Oh, I don't know. Depends what Miss Elkington is looking for. Some people would pay a great deal of money for copies of legal documents. Counsel's opinion, for example. Now, that's a possibility. And suppose Venetia Aldridge discovered the racket. Now, there's a motive for murder." It was impossible to know whether he was being serious. Probably not. But glancing at his lively, amused face, she could believe that he was even now concocting some ingenious plot for his private entertainment, working out how he would organize the racket to maximize the gains and minimize the risk. She said, "It's all too far-fetched. But perhaps we should have asked a few more questions. After all, she does have a key. We didn't even ask for her alibi. I'm not sure that AD will think we've made much of a job of it. We asked questions about Janet Carpenter, but not about Miss Elkington. We certainly ought to have asked where she was on Wednesday night." "So we go back?" "I think so. No good leaving the job half done. Do you want to do the talking?" "It's my turn." "You're not proposing to ask her outright, I suppose, whether the Elkington agency is a cover for blackmail, extortion, and murder?" "If I did, she'd take it in her stride." This time it was Miss Elkington who opened the door. She seemed unsurprised to see them, and showed them into the office without speaking, then seated herself at her desk. Piers and Kate remained standing. Piers said, "We're sorry to bother you again, but there's something we forgot. The reason we overlooked it is because it's only a formality. We should have remembered to ask where you were on Wednesday night. You're asking me for an alibi?" "You could certainly put it like that." "I can't think of any other way to put it. Are you suggesting that I took my key, then went over to Mr. Langton's chambers on the off chance that I might happen to find Miss Aldrich in her room, and alone, in which case I could, of course, conveniently murder her before Mrs. Carpenter arrived?" "We're not suggesting anything, Miss Elkington. We're only asking a simple question, one which we have to ask of anyone who has a key to chambers." Miss Elkington said, "As it happens, I do have an alibi for most of Wednesday night. Whether or not you find it satisfactory is, of course, for you to say. Like most alibis, it depends on the confirmation of another person. I was with a friend, Carl Oliphant, the conductor. He arrived at 7:30 for dinner, which I cooked, and he left in the early hours. Since you haven't told me the approximate time of death, I don't know whether that is helpful. I shall, of course, get in touch with him, and if he agrees, I shall give you his number." She looked at Piers. "And that's all you came back for? My alibi?" If she had hoped to intimidate Piers, she didn't succeed. He said, without a trace of embarrassment, "That's the reason why we came back, but there is something else I'd like to know. It's really only vulgar curiosity, I'm afraid." Miss Elkington said, "Life must be difficult for you, Inspector, when you're anxious to know something, but haven't any real justification for asking. I suppose with the frightened, the unimportant, or the ignorant, you just ask away, and chalk it up to their future disadvantage, if they tell you to mind your own business. Well, ask away." "I was wondering how you managed to run a successful business by such eccentric methods." "And is that relevant to your inquiry, Inspector?" "It could be. Anything could be. At the moment it doesn't seem likely." "Well, at least you've given a reason for asking which I find convincing. Vulgar curiosity is more honest than routine police procedure. This business was left to me some 10 years ago by a maiden aunt of the same name. It has been in the family since the 1920s. I keep it going, partly from family piety, but principally because I enjoy it. It brings me into touch with interesting people, although no doubt Inspector Miskin would find that surprising, since most of them are content to do housework. I earn enough to supplement a small private income, and enable me to employ one assistant. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Give my compliments to Commander Dalgliesh. He should come on some of these routine inquiries himself occasionally. Had he done so, I would have had a question about one of the poems in his last volume. I hope he isn't falling into the fashionable error of incomprehensibility. And you can reassure him that I did not murder Venetia Aldridge. She was not on my list of people who, for the greater good of humanity, would be better dead. Kate and Piers walked towards Horseferry Road in silence. She saw that he was smiling. Then he said, "Extraordinary woman. I don't suppose we'll have any excuse for going back to her. That's one of the frustrations of this job. You meet people, question them, get intrigued by them, eliminate them from inquiries, and never see them again. Most of them I'm only too happy not to see again, and that includes Miss Elkington. Yes, you didn't like each other much, did you? But didn't she interest you? As a woman, not as a prospective suspect or a provider of useful information. She intrigued me. All right, she was playing a part, but who isn't? It would be interesting to know why that particular part, but it isn't important. If she wants to live in the 1930s, if that's what she's doing, then that's her concern. I'm more interested in what she told us about Janet Carpenter. She was pretty determined, wasn't she, to work in those particular chambers? She was doing perfectly well with Sir Roderick Matthews. Why change? Why Pawlet Court? I don't find that suspicious. She happened to call there, liked the clerk, liked the place, thought it might be an agreeable chambers to work in. Then, when the opportunity came, she got a transfer. After all, if she'd set her heart on Langton's chambers because she wanted an opportunity to kill Venetia Aldridge, why wait over 2 years? You're not telling me that Wednesday night was the only time Mrs. Watson wasn't able to turn up at work? Kate said, and then she was apparently happy to work privately for Miss Aldridge when Mrs. Buckley needed an extra pair of hands. It looks as if Janet Carpenter was using every means to get close to Aldridge. Why? The answer could lie in her past. In Hereford? Could be. I think someone should do a little nosing round. It's a small town. If there's anything to smell out, it shouldn't take long. Piers said, City, not town. It's got a cathedral. I wouldn't mind a day in the country. But I suppose it had better be a sergeant and a woman DC from City Police. Do you want to wait until AD rings in? No, we'll set it up at once. I've a feeling this could be important. You see to it, and I'll take Robbins to interview the conveniently sick Catherine Beddington. Chapter 26. Catherine Beddington lived in a narrow street of identical terraced houses, tucked away behind Shepherd's Bush Green. Originally, the street must have housed the respectable Victorian working class, but it had obviously now been colonised by young professionals, attracted by its nearness to the Central Line, and for some in the media, no doubt, to the BBC's television studios and headquarters. The painted doors and windows glistened. Window boxes made their cheerful statement, and the cars were so closely parked that Kate and Robbins had to circle for 10 minutes before they could find a space. The door of number 19 was opened by a fat young woman wearing trousers and a voluminous blue shirt. Her frizzled hair, dark brown and parted in the middle, sprang like twin bushes each side of an amiable face. A pair of very bright eyes behind horn-rimmed spectacles summed up the visitors in a couple of quick glances. Before Kate could complete the introductions, she said, "All right, I don't need to see your warrant cards or whatever it is you flourish. I can recognize the police when I see them." Kate said mildly, "Especially when they've telephoned in advance. Is Miss Beddington well enough to see us?" "She says she is. I'm Trudy Manning, by the way. I'm halfway through my training contract, and I'm Cathy's friend. I suppose you've no objection if I sit in on the interview?" Kate said, "None at all, if that's what Miss Beddington wants. It's what I want. Anyway, you need me, I'm her alibi, and she's mine. I expect it's an alibi you've come for. We all know what the police mean when they talk about helping with inquiries. She's in here." The house was warm, and more accommodating than Trudy Manning's words. She led the way to a room to the left of the hall, and stood aside while they entered. It ran the whole length of the house and was filled with light. A conservatory fitted with white shelves had been built onto the rear, and Kate could glimpse a small walled garden beyond the pots of geraniums, variegated ivies and lilies. A gas fire of simulated coals burnt in the period grate, the flames eclipsed by the strength of the sun. The room gave an immediate impression of comfort, warmth, and security. It was, Kate thought, an appropriate setting for the young woman who rose from her low chair before the fire to greet them. Here was a true blonde. The hair, drawn back tightly from the forehead and tied with a pink chiffon scarf, was flaxen. The eyes were a violet blue under curved brows, the features small and regular. For Kate, sensitive to beauty in either sex, there was something missing, that spark of eccentric individuality, a more positive charge of sexuality. The face was too faultless. It was perhaps the type of feminine beauty which fades quickly into prettiness, and in old age into conventional nonentity. But now even anxiety and the dulling hand of recent illness couldn't destroy her serene loveliness. Kate said, "I'm sorry you've been unwell. Are you sure you want to see us now? We could come back." "No, please, I'd much rather you stayed. I'm all right. It was just a bad bilious attack. Something I ate or one of those 24-hour bugs. I want to know what happened. She was stabbed, wasn't she? Mr. Langton did ring me Thursday afternoon with the news. And of course it's in the paper this morning. They don't really tell us anything. Please, do sit down, I'm sorry. The sofa's comfortable." Kate said, "There isn't much to tell at present. Miss Aldridge was stabbed in the heart sometime after 7:45 on Wednesday evening, probably with her steel paper knife. Do you remember seeing it?" "The dagger? It was more like a dagger than a paper knife. She kept it in the top right-hand drawer and used it to open her post. It was terribly sharp." She paused and whispered, "Murder. I suppose there's no doubt. I mean, it couldn't have been an accident. She couldn't have done it herself." Their silence was answer enough. After a pause, she went on, her voice little more than a whisper. "Poor Harry. It must have been an appalling shock, finding her like that. Mr. Langton told me that it was Harry who found her. But it's worse for him, for Mr. Langton, I mean, and coming so near the end of his time. His grandfather was head of chambers before him. 8 Pawlet Court has been his whole life." The violet eyes brimmed with tears. She said, "This will kill him." Perhaps to lighten the mood, or for some reason best known to himself, Robin said, "I like this room, Miss Beddington. It's difficult to believe that you're only a few miles from Marble Arch. Do you own the house?" It was a question Kate herself had wanted to ask, but had been aware that there was little excuse for doing so. Miss Beddington's living arrangements were hardly the concern of the police. But it came better from Robin's, who might, she sometimes thought, have been recruited for the sole purpose of reassuring the timid or cynical that the Met was staffed by every mother's favourite son. He was a stalwart of his local Methodist church, a non-drinker and non-smoker, and a part-time lay preacher. He was also one of the most sceptical officers Kate had ever worked with. His presumed optimism about the redeemability of human nature was combined with an apparent ability to expect the worst, and to accept it with non-judgmental but uncompromising calm. Very few questions asked by Robbins were resented. Very few lying answers went undetected. Trudy Manning, who had seated herself opposite her friend, obviously in the capacity of watchdog, looked as if she were about to protest, and then thought better of it, perhaps feeling that it might be advisable to save her protests for the more objectionable questions which could be in store. Miss Beddington said, "Actually, it's Daddy's. He bought it for me when I started at university. I share it with Trudy and 2 other friends. We each have a bed-sitter, and we share the basement kitchen and dining room. Mummy and I chose it because it's convenient for the central line. I can get off at Chancery Lane and walk to Chambers. Trudy said, "No point in giving your life history, Cathy. Don't you tell your clients that the less they say to the police, the better?" "Oh, Trudy, don't be so stuffy. What does it matter if they know who owns the house?" So I'm right, thought Kate. It was, after all, a common arrangement where students had a rich father, or private means. The house increased in value, Daddy made a profit on resale, the student avoided the machinations, financial or sexual, of landlords, and sharing the house covered the heating and maintenance costs, and ensured that Daddy's girl lived with young people of her own kind. It was a sensible arrangement, if you were lucky, and Catherine Beddington was one of the lucky ones. But Kate had known that as soon as she had entered the house. The furniture might be older pieces which could be spared from home, but they were carefully chosen, right for the proportions of the room, and the sofa, which was obviously new, hadn't been cheap. The polished oak floor was liberally covered with rugs. The family photographs on a side table were in silver frames. The divan set against the wall and covered with cream linen was plump with embroidered cushions. Kate noticed that one of the photographs was of a young man in a cassock, with Catherine Beddington standing beside him. A brother, she wondered, or a fiancé? She had noticed that Catherine Beddington was wearing an engagement ring, a cluster of garnets set in a small circle of diamonds in an old setting. But it was time to get on with their business. Kate said, "Could you tell us where you were, what you were doing from 7:30 on Wednesday? These are questions we have to ask everyone who has a key to Chambers." "I was in court at Snaresbrook with Miss Aldridge and her junior. We rose earlier than expected, because the judge didn't want to begin his summing up until the next morning. Miss Aldridge drove back to London, and I caught the central line at Snaresbrook Station and got off at Chancery Lane. Daddy doesn't like me to drive in London, so I haven't a car." "Why didn't you drive back with Miss Aldridge? Wouldn't that have been the normal thing?" Catherine flushed. She looked at Trudy Manning and said, "I suppose it would. Actually, she did take it for granted that I'd drive with her, but I thought she would rather be on her own, so I said I was thinking of meeting a friend at Liverpool Street Station, and would go by train." "And were you?" "No, I'm afraid it was a fib. I just felt I'd be more comfortable on my own." "Did anything happen that day in court to upset you or Miss Aldridge?" "Not really. At least, not anything worse than usual." Again she flushed. Trudy broke in. "You may as well know the truth of it. Venetia Aldridge was Cathy's sponsor. She is, well, was, a very fine lawyer. Everyone will tell you that. I never met her, so I'm not competent to say, but I know her reputation. It didn't mean that she was good with people, particularly the young. She had no patience, a scathing tongue, and she expected a ridiculously high standard." Catherine Beddington turned to her and said, "That's not quite fair, Trudy. She could be a wonderful teacher, but not to me. I was too frightened of her. And the more she scared me, the more mistakes I made. It was my fault, really, not hers. Because she was my sponsor, I think she believed she ought to take an interest in me, although Mr. Costello is my pupil master. QCs don't have pupils. Everyone said how lucky I was to have her as sponsor. She'd have been fine with someone who was clever and could stand up to her." Trudy said, "Preferably male. She didn't like women. And you are clever. You got a 2-1, didn't you? Why the hell do women always underrate themselves?" Catherine turned on her friend. "Trudy, that isn't fair. I mean, about her not liking women. She didn't much like me, but that doesn't mean she was anti-women. She was just as fierce to the men. She didn't exactly support her own sex, did she? She thought we ought to compete on equal terms." "Oh, yeah. And since when have women enjoyed equal terms? Come off it, Cathy. We've had this argument before. She would have done everything she could to stop you getting a tenancy." "But, Trudy, she was right. I'm not as bright as the other two." "You're as bright. You're just not as confident." "Well, that counts, doesn't it? What's the good of a lawyer who isn't confident?" Kate turned to Trudy Manning. "You're one of the organisers of Redress, aren't you?" If she had expected Trudy to be disconcerted by the question, she was disappointed. The girl laughed. "Oh, that. I expect you found a copy of our newsletter in Venetia Aldridge's desk. Yes, that's me. I set it up with 3 friends, one of whom lets us use her house as an address. It's been quite a success, much more than we expected. Well, the country's practically run by vociferous pressure groups, isn't it? And this happens to be one I believe in. Not that women are a minority. That's what makes it all so irritating. What we're trying to do is to encourage employers to give women a fair crack of the whip, and to suggest to women who've made it that they have a responsibility to support their own sex. After all, men do. We write to firms occasionally. Instead of replying that they have perfectly fair promotion procedures, and will we please mind our own business, they send back long reports, explaining exactly what they're doing in the cause of equal opportunities. But they won't forget that we've written. I mean, next time a promotion comes up, they'll probably think twice about rejecting a perfectly suitable woman in favour of a man." Kate said, "You mentioned Venetia Aldridge by name in the newsletter. How did she respond to that?" Again, Trudy laughed. "She didn't much like it. She had a word with Catherine. She knows that we're friends, and talked darkly about libel. We weren't worried. She was much too intelligent to go down that road. It would be demeaning for one thing. But mentioning her by name in a newsletter was a mistake. We've stopped that now. It's dangerous and counterproductive. It's much more effective to send personal letters to people." Kate said to Catherine, "Could we get back to Wednesday evening? You took the train from Snaresbrook Station." "That's right. The station's very convenient for the Crown Court. I was back in chambers by about 4:30. Then I worked in the library until just before 6 when Trudy called for me. She'd brought my oboe from home, and we both went to the rehearsal in Temple Church. I'm a member of the Temple Players. It's an orchestra, mostly of people from the Temple. The rehearsal was called from 6 till 8, but actually we finished just before 8. I suppose it was about 5 past by the time we left the Temple." Kate asked, "What gate did you leave by?" "The usual. The judge's gate at Devereux Court." "And you were both in the church for the whole of the rehearsal?" Trudy said, "Yes, we were. I'm not a member of the orchestra, of course. I went because it's always entertaining to watch Malcolm Beeston rehearse. He sees himself as Thomas Beecham with a touch of the flamboyance of Malcolm Sargent, and they were playing the kind of music I can cope with." Catherine Beddington said, "We're not bad, really, but we are amateurs. This time it was all English. Delius on Hearing the First Cuckoo in Spring, Elgar's Serenade for Strings, and Vaughan Williams' Folk Song Suite." Trudy said, "I sat well at the back so as not to be intrusive. I suppose I could have slipped out unnoticed, dashed through Pump Court and across Middle Temple Lane and into Pawlet Court, stabbed Venetia, and then sneaked back into the church. But I didn't." Catherine broke in, "You were sitting quite close to Mr. Langton, though, weren't you? He can probably confirm that you were there, at least for the first part of the rehearsal." Kate asked, "So Mr. Langton was at the rehearsal, was he? Did that surprise you?" "Well, it did a little. I mean, he's never attended a rehearsal before. He usually comes to the performance, but perhaps he won't be able to make it this year, so he caught the rehearsal. Actually, he didn't stay very long. When I looked up after about an hour, maybe a bit less, he'd gone." Kate turned to Trudy. "Did he speak to you?" "No. I hardly know him except by sight. Actually, he looked pretty preoccupied. I don't know whether it was the music. At one time I thought he'd fallen asleep. Anyway, after about an hour he got up and left." Robbins asked, "And after the rehearsal you went to supper?" "That was the idea, but it didn't happen. Cathy had been feeling queasy during the whole evening. We'd planned to eat at the Carvery in the Strand Palace Hotel, but when we got there she couldn't face a full meal. Cathy said she'd just have soup to keep me company, but the whole point of the Carvery is to stock up on protein for the next week. It's daft to pay a fixed price and eat nothing. The sensible thing was to get home, so that's what we did. As it counted as an emergency, and we'd saved the cost of the meal, we took a taxi. The traffic was pretty heavy, but we got back here in time to catch the 9 o'clock news. At least, I caught it. Cathy just about made it. She was violently sick and went straight to bed. I cooked myself some scrambled eggs and spent the rest of the night holding her head and bringing hot water bottles. Robbins asked, "In what order were the pieces rehearsed?" "The Delius, the Vaughan Williams, and last the Elgar. Why?" "I'm wondering why you didn't leave early if you were feeling unwell. There is no woodwind in the Elgar. You wouldn't be wanted for the last part of the rehearsal." Kate, surprised, half expected the question to provoke either embarrassment or an angry retort from Trudy. But to her surprise, the two girls looked at each other and smiled. Catherine said, "It's obvious you haven't seen Malcolm Beeston rehearse. When he calls a rehearsal, he calls a rehearsal. You never know when he's going to switch pieces." She turned to Trudy. "Do you remember poor Solly, who sneaked out for a quick beer when he thought the percussion wouldn't be called?" She imitated a masculine voice, a high, petulant falsetto. "When I call a rehearsal, Mr. Solly, I expect all players to do me the courtesy of being present for the whole of the time. One more act of insubordination, and you'll never play under my baton again." Kate then asked Catherine about the wig and the blood. She admitted that she knew about both. She had been present in the hall when Mr. Ulrich had told Miss Caldwell that he had stored blood in his refrigerator. The girls were obviously surprised at the questions, but neither made any comment. Kate had thought hard before asking them. The police, as well as the barristers of Pawlet Court, had no wish for the spectacular desecration of the body to be made public. On the other hand, it was important to ascertain whether Catherine knew about the blood. She asked her last question. "When you left by the Devereux Court gate at about 5 minutes past 8, did you see anyone in Pawlet Court, or entering Middle Temple?" Catherine said, "No one. Devereux Court and the passage out to the Strand were deserted." "Did either of you notice whether there were any lights in 8 Pawlet Court?" The girls looked at each other, then shook their heads. Catherine said, "I'm afraid we didn't notice." There seemed nothing else to be learned, and time was pressing. Trudy offered to make coffee, but both Kate and Robbins declined, and they left soon afterwards. They didn't speak until they were in the car. Then Kate said, "I didn't know you were musical." "You don't have to be musical to know that Elgar's Serenade for Strings doesn't include oboes." It's odd that they didn't sneak off early. No one would have noticed anyway. The conductor would have been facing the orchestra, and the orchestra would have had their eyes on him, not on the audience, such as it was. And Trudy Manning could certainly have gone out for 10 minutes or so at any time during the evening, without people noticing. If both of them had left once the orchestra had started on the Elgar, would it have mattered? If Beeston tackled Beddington later, she'd have had the excuse that she was taken ill. It was only a rehearsal, for God's sake, and she'd have been there when she was wanted. And it would only have taken a matter of minutes to get to Pawlet Court through the arch at Pump Court, linking Middle and Inner Temples. Beddington has a key to chambers. She knew when Aldridge worked late. She knew about the blood and where to find the wig, and she knew exactly how sharp that dagger was. One thing is certain, if they did leave early, either separately or together, we'll never get Trudy Manning to admit it. Robbins didn't reply. Kate said, "I suppose you're going to tell me that the fragrant Miss Beddington isn't the type of woman to commit murder." "No," said Robbins. "I was about to say that she's the type of woman other people commit murder for." Chapter 27. It was another perfect autumn day, and Dalgliesh at last threw off the western tentacles of London with a sense of liberation. As soon as he saw green fields on each side of the road, he drove the Jaguar onto the verge and put down the hood. There was little wind, but as he drove, the air tore at his hair and seemed to cleanse more than his lungs. The sky was translucent, with faint trails of white cloud dissolving like mist in the clear blue. Some of the ridged fields lay bare, but others were flushed with the delicate green of winter wheat. He was not inhibited by Pierre's remarks from stopping briefly at Salisbury Cathedral, as he had intended. despite the irritation and difficulty of finding somewhere to park the Jaguar. After an hour, he pressed on through Blandford Forum, then south down the narrow country lanes, through Winterbourne Kingston, and past Bovington Camp towards Wareham. But suddenly he was struck by an imperative need to glimpse the sea. Crossing the main road, he drove on towards Lulworth Cove. At the breast of a hill he stopped the car at a gate, and climbed over into a field of shorn turf, where a few sheep ambled clumsily away at his coming. There was an outcrop of rocks, and he sat with one at his back, and gazed out over the panorama of hills, green fields and small coppices, to the wide blue stretch of the Channel. He had brought a picnic of French bread, cheese and pâté. Unscrewing the thermos of coffee, he hardly regretted the lack of wine. Nothing was needed to enhance his mood of utter contentment. He felt along his veins a tingling happiness, almost frightening in its physicality, that soul-possessing joy which is so seldom felt once youth has passed. After the meal he sat for 10 minutes in absolute silence, then got up to go. He had had what he needed, and was grateful. A drive of only a few miles towards Wareham brought him to his destination. An arrow in white wood with the words "Perigold Pottery" painted in black was fixed to a post stuck into the grass of the verge. Dalgliesh took the turning indicated and drove slowly up a narrow lane between high hedges. The pottery came into view, an isolated white cottage with a tiled roof lying some 50 yards from the road on gently sloping ground. It was approached by a grassy path, which widened into a parking space for 2 or 3 cars. The Jaguar bumped almost silently over the lumpy ground. Locking it, Dalgliesh walked up to the cottage. It looked peaceful, domestic, calmly deserted under the afternoon sun. In front was a stone patio furnished with an assortment of terracotta pots, the smaller ones clustered together. 2 large pots, Alibaba-shaped, stood each side of the door, bearing apricot roses, still with a few late buds. The hostas were finished, their brown-rimmed leaves slumped over the pot sides, but a fuchsia bush still flowered, and the geraniums were woody, but not yet over. To the right of the cottage he could see a vegetable garden, and there came to him the country smell of manure. The canes of runner beans had been partly pulled out, but there were rows of winter spinach, leeks and carrots behind a solid cluster of Michaelmas daisies. Behind the garden he could see the wired enclosure of a chicken run, and a few hens busily picking at the earth. There was no sign of life, but to the left of the cottage was a barn converted into living accommodation. He could see that the wide door was open, and there came to him the gentle sound of a turning wheel. He had raised his hand to the door-knocker, there was no bell, but now let it fall, and walked across the patio towards what was obviously the studio. The room was full of light. It spilled over the red-tiled floor, and filled every corner of the pottery with its soft effulgent glow. The woman bent over the wheel must have been aware of his presence, but she gave no sign. She was wearing blue jeans, heavily spattered with clay, and a paler painter's smock. Her hair was covered with a green cotton scarf, bound close to a high curved forehead, and there was a single long plait of reddish gold hanging down her back. There was a child with her, a girl of about 2 or 3, with hair like white silk framing a delicate face. She was seated at a low table, rolling a piece of clay, and jabbering quietly to herself. The woman at the wheel had just completed her pot. As Dalglish's tall figure darkened the doorway, she lifted her foot, and the wheel slowly stopped. Taking a wire, she sliced the pot from the wheel and carried it carefully over to a table. Only then did she turn and give him a long look. Despite the full concealing smock, he could see that she was pregnant. She was younger than he had expected. Her eyes, calmly appraising, were widely spaced. The cheekbones were high and prominent, the skin lightly tanned and freckled. Her mouth was beautifully formed above a small cleft chin. Before either of them could speak, the child suddenly got up from her chair and trotted across to Dalgliesh. She tugged at his trousers, and then held up for his inspection an almost shapeless piece of clay. She seemed to be expecting either comment or approval. Dalgliesh said, "You're very clever. Tell me what it is."
"It's a dog. Its name is Peter, and my name is Marie."
"Mine is Adam. But it hasn't any legs."
"It's a sitting-down dog."
"Where's its tail?"
"It hasn't got a tail."
She went back to the table, apparently disgusted with the impossible stupidity of this new adult. Her mother said, "You must be Commander Dalgliesh. I'm Anna Cummings. I was expecting you. But don't the police usually come in pairs?" "Usually we do. Perhaps I should have brought a colleague. I was tempted by the autumn day and a need for solitude. I'm sorry if I'm early. Sorrier if I spoilt the pot. I should have tried the door of the cottage, but I heard the sound of your wheel." "You haven't spoilt anything, and you aren't early. I was busy and forgot the time. Would you like some coffee?" Her voice was low and attractive, with a trace of a Welsh lilt. "Very much, if it isn't a trouble." He wasn't thirsty, but it seemed kinder to accept than refuse. She went over to a sink and said, "You want, of course, to speak to Luke. I don't think he'll be long. He's been delivering some pots to Poole. There's a shop there which takes a few every month. He should be back soon if he doesn't get held up. Sometimes people like to talk to him. Or he may go for a coffee. And there was some shopping he had to do. Please sit down." She indicated a wicker chair, plump with cushions, and with a high-winged back. He said, "If you want to get on with your work, I could go for a walk, and come back when your husband is likely to be here." "I think that might be a waste of your time. He shouldn't be long. In the meantime, I could probably tell you what you want to know." For the first time, he wondered whether her husband's absence had been planned. Both the Cumminses were taking his visit with extraordinary calmness. Most people, having made an appointment with a senior police officer, find it prudent to keep it on time, particularly when the time has been of their choosing. Had they wanted her to be here alone when he arrived? He sat in the chair and watched while she set about making the coffee. On either side of the sink were two low cupboards, one holding an electric kettle, the other with a two-ringed gas stove. He watched while she filled the kettle and plugged it in, reached up for two of her own mugs and a small jug from those lined up on a shelf, then bent to the cupboard and brought out a packet of sugar crystals, a carton of milk, and a jar of ground coffee. He had seldom seen a woman who moved with such natural grace. No gesture was hurried. None was either studied or self-conscious. Far from resenting her detachment, he found it refreshing. The room was very restful. The wicker chair with its high backrest and arms enclosed him in a seductive comfort. He let his eyes move from her bare, bespeckled arm as it bent to twist open the coffee jar, and studied the details of the studio. Apart from the wheel, the dominant feature was a large wood-burning stove, the door open, the kindling laid ready for the evening's autumn chill. There was a roll-top desk against the north wall, with above it 3 shelves holding telephone directories, and what looked like reference books and ledgers. The longest wall opposite the door was fitted with shelves, on which her pots were displayed, mugs, small bowls, beakers, jugs. The predominant colour was a greeny blue, the design pleasant but conventional. Below the shelves was a table holding larger artifacts, dishes, fruit bowls, and platters. These showed a more individual, more experimental creativity. She brought his mug of coffee over to him and placed it on the low table beside the chair, then seated herself in a rocking chair and contemplated her child. Marie had demolished her menagerie and was now cutting a roll of clay into small pieces with a blunt knife and forming small bowls and plates. The 3 of them, only the child occupied, sat in silence. It was obvious that no information would be volunteered. Dalgliesh said, "I want, of course, to speak to your husband about his late wife. I know they divorced 11 years ago, but it's possible he may have some information about her, her friends, her life, even an enemy, which could help. In a murder investigation, it's important to learn as much as possible about the victim." He could have added, "That's my excuse for escaping out of London this wonderful autumn day." She must have caught the unspoken thought. She said, "And you came yourself?" "As you see." "I suppose finding out about people, even dead people, is fascinating if you're a writer, a biographer. But then it's always second-hand, isn't it? You can't know the whole truth about anyone. With some dead people, parents and grandparents, you never begin to understand them until they've died, and then it's too late. Some people leave more personality behind them than they seem to have had when they were alive." She spoke without emphasis, and as if she were divulging a private and newly discovered fact. Dalgliesh decided it was time for a more direct approach. He asked, "When did you yourself last see Miss Aldridge?"
3 years ago, when she brought Octavia here to stay with her father for a week. Venetia was only here for an hour. She didn't come to take Octavia home again. Luke put her on the train at Wareham.
And she didn't come again? Octavia, I mean.
No. I thought, that is, we thought, that she should spend some time with her father. Her mother had custody, but a child needs 2 parents. It wasn't a success. She was bored in the country, and she was cross and rough with the baby. Marie was only 2 months old, and Octavia actually struck her. Not a hard blow, but it was deliberate. After that, of course, she had to go.
It was as simple as that. A final rejection. She had to go. He asked, "And her father agreed?"
After she struck Marie, of course. As I said, the visit wasn't a success.
He was never allowed to be a father to Octavia when she was young.
She was at prep school by the time she was 8, and they rarely spent much time together after the divorce. I don't think she ever really cared for him.
Dalgliesh thought, or he for her. But this was dangerous and private ground. He was a police officer, not a family therapist. But it was part of that stark, black-and-white sketch of Venetia Aldridge, which he needed to fill in with living colour. "And neither you nor your husband have seen Miss Aldridge since then?"
"No. Of course I would have seen her on the night she died if she had come to the gate."
Her voice was gentle, unemphatic.
She spoke as calmly as if making a comment on the strength of the coffee.
Dalgliesh was trained not to show surprise when a suspect came out with the unexpected, but then he had never seen her as a suspect. He put down his mug and said quietly, "You're telling me that you were in London that night? We're talking about this Wednesday, the 9th of October.
"Yes. I went up to see Venetia at Chambers. It was at her suggestion. She was supposed to unlock that small door in the gate at the end of Devereux Court for me, but she never came."
The words shattered Dalglish's mood of almost indolent acquiescence in the seductive peace of the room, her undemanding, fecund femininity. He had expected little from his visit but background information, the routine checking of an alibi which was never seriously in doubt. But now his self-indulgent excursion into rural peace was proving illusory. Could any woman really be as naive as this? He hoped that his voice was equally calm and uncensorious. "Mrs. Cummings, didn't you realize that this is important information? You should have spoken to me earlier." If she saw the words as a rebuke, she made no sign.
"But I knew that you were coming. You telephoned. I thought it better to wait until you arrived. It was only a day's delay. Was that wrong?"
"Not wrong, perhaps. It was unhelpful."
"I'm sorry. But we're speaking now, aren't we?"
At that moment the child slipped from her chair and came over to her mother, showing on her plump, outstretched palm what looked like the model of a flat tart, filled with small pellets. Perhaps they were meant to be currants or cherries. She raised them to her mother, waiting for her approbation. Mrs. Cummins bent down and whispered in her ear, drawing the child to her. Marie, still without speaking, nodded, went back to her chair, and began again her self-absorbed modelling. Dalgliesh said, "Can you tell me exactly what happened from the beginning?" It begged the question, what beginning? How far did the story go back? To their marriage? To the divorce? He added, "Why you went to London? What happened?"
Venetia telephoned. It was early on Wednesday morning, just before 8. I hadn't started working. Luke was getting into the truck to drive over to a farm outside Bear Regis to collect some manure he'd been promised for the garden, and was going to do some shopping in Wareham on the way home. I suppose I could have run out and stopped him, but I decided I wouldn't. I told Venetia that Luke had left, so she gave me the message. It was about Octavia. She was worried about this boy that Octavia had got involved with, someone Venetia had defended. She wanted Luke to intervene. How did she sound? More cross than upset. But she was in a hurry. She said she had to leave for the Crown Court. If it had been anyone but Venetia, I would have said she was in a panic, but Venetia doesn't allow herself to panic. But she said it was very urgent. She couldn't wait until Luke was home. I was to give him a message. Dalgliesh asked, "What did she want your husband to do?" "To put a stop to it." She said, "He's her father. Let him take some responsibility for a change. Buy Ash off. Take Octavia abroad for a time. I'll pay." Mrs. Cummins added, "The boy's name is Ash, but I expect you know that." "Yes," said Dalgliesh. "We know that." Venetia said, "Tell Luke we have to talk about this. In person. I want to see him in my room at Chambers this evening. The gate to Middle Temple Lane is closed, but he can get in through the gate at the end of Devereux Court. She gave me very detailed instructions exactly where it is. The passage Devereux Court is opposite the law courts, and there's a pub called the George at the end. You go up the passage, then take a small turn to the left, and then right, and opposite another pub called the Devereux, there's a black studded gate with a small door in it." We agreed that Luke would be there at 8:15. Venetia said the gate would be locked by then, but that she'd come and let him in. She said, "I shan't keep him waiting, and I don't expect to be kept waiting myself." Dalgliesh said, "Didn't it strike you as odd that the appointment was at Chambers, not at her house, and at 8:15, after the gate would be locked? She wouldn't want to see Luke at Pelham Place, and he wouldn't want to go there. I expect she didn't want Octavia to know that she'd called in her father, not until they'd worked out a plan. And I was the one who fixed the time. I didn't see how I could catch a train before the 17:22, which gets into Waterloo at 19:29. Dalgliesh said, "So you had already decided that you would go to London, rather than your husband?" "I decided that before we stopped talking. Then when Luke returned, he agreed. I was afraid that Venetia would persuade him into something he didn't want to do. And what could he do? She had never treated him as a father when Octavia was small, and there was no point in calling for his help now. Octavia wouldn't have taken any notice, and why should she? And he can't take Octavia abroad even if she would go. His place is here with his family." Dalgliesh said, "He is her father." The comment was not intended to be censorious. Venetia's matrimonial affairs were not his concern, except insofar as they were relevant to her death. But divorce legally separated husband and wife, not father and child. It was odd that a woman so obviously maternal as Mrs. Cummins should so casually reject Venetia's claim on her ex-husband's interest in his daughter's welfare. Yet she had spoken entirely without apology or apparent regret. She seemed to be saying, "This is how things are. There is nothing now to be done about them. This is no longer our concern." She said, "We couldn't both go up to London because of Marie and the studio. Customers expect to find us open when they turn up." I don't think those difficulties occurred to Venetia when she spoke. "So how did Miss Aldridge react to the news that her ex-husband wouldn't appear?" "I didn't tell her. I let her think that he would. It seemed the best way. Of course she might refuse to see me, but I didn't think that was likely. I'd be there, and Luke wouldn't. She wouldn't have much choice, and I could explain what I felt, what we both felt." "What did you feel, Mrs. Cummins?" "That we couldn't impose ourselves on Octavia or interfere in her life. If she asked us for help, we'd try to give it, but it was too late for Venetia to begin treating Luke as a father. Octavia's 18. She's an adult in law." "So, you went to London. It would be helpful if you could tell me exactly what happened." "But nothing happened. As I said, she didn't come out to the gate. I caught the 17:22 from Wareham. Luke drove me to the station with Marie. I knew it might not be convenient to get back that night. Luke couldn't leave Marie, and I didn't want him to drive with her to Wareham Station long after her bedtime. I didn't want to spend money on a hotel. London is so expensive. But I have an old school friend who lets me use her flat near Waterloo Station when she isn't there. She's often abroad. I hardly ever use it. But when I do, I telephone her neighbour to let him know I'll be arriving. That's in case he hears me in the flat and thinks Alice has burglars. I have a key so I can let myself in. Did he see you arriving?
No, but I did see him next morning just before 8:30. I rang his bell to let him know I was leaving, and that I'd put my sheets in the washing machine. He has a key too, and he said he'd go in later and put them in the dryer. He's very helpful like that. He's an elderly bachelor who's fond of Alice, and takes a proprietary interest in her flat when she's away. I told him too that I'd left some milk in the fridge, and I'd also left a small jug I'd made as a present for Alice.
So there was confirmation of her presence in the flat on the Thursday morning. That didn't mean she'd been alone. Her husband could have crept quietly out before 8:30. Whether this obliging neighbour would be able to say if he'd heard one or more people in the flat would depend on the thickness of the walls. But then there was Marie. She couldn't be left. If husband and wife had gone together to London, someone would have had to look after the child, and it shouldn't be difficult to discover who. Or had they taken her with them? It would have been hard to conceal the presence of a child in the flat, however quiet. Had Mrs. Cummins stayed with Marie while her husband kept the appointment? Kept it. And killed. But what about the wig and the blood? He might possibly have known where to find the wig, but how could he have known about the blood? But that was to assume that the murderer had also desecrated the body. And what of motive? Dalgliesh had yet to meet Luke Cummins, but presumed that the man was sane. Would a sane man have killed to avoid the inconvenient importunities of an ex-wife, ex by 11 years, or for £8,000? That, too, was interesting. In relation to her estate, the sum was almost insulting. Had Venetia Aldridge been saying, "You gave me some pleasure, it wasn't all disaster. I value it at 1,000 a year." A sensitive woman would have made it more or nothing. And what did this bequest say about their relationship? The concatenation of theories sped through Dalglish's mind in seconds, while Anna Cummins relaxed, and gently rocking in her chair, paused before going on with her story. But the room had lost its innocence, and he was seeing her now through different, more critical eyes. The icon of comforting maternity and inward serenity was blurred now by a more insistent image. Venetia Aldridge's body, the dangling hands vulnerable and still, the bent head with its helmet of drying blood. He could, of course, have asked Marie if she'd been with her parents to London, but he knew that he couldn't and wouldn't. The whole idea of a joint murderous enterprise now struck him as bizarre. The lilting voice went quietly on. I took a piece of quiche and a pot of yogurt with me to eat in the train, so that I didn't have to bother about supper. I went straight to the flat from the station, left my overnight case at the flat, and started out at once for the temple. I wanted to be sure I was on time. I was lucky and picked up a taxi at once at Waterloo Bridge. I asked to be dropped opposite the law courts. Crossed the road and found the passage, Devereux Court. It was perfectly simple. Oh, I forgot. Before I set out from the flat, I rang Chambers. I wanted to be sure Venetia was there. She answered the phone, and I just said we were on our way and replaced the receiver. But she was there just after 7:30, and I knew she was expecting me. He asked the formal, necessary question. Are you sure of the time? Of course. I was keeping an eye on my watch the whole time to make sure I wasn't late. Actually, I was early. I didn't want to make myself conspicuous, loitering in the passage, so I killed 5 minutes walking along the Strand. I was outside the gate at 8:10. I waited until 8:40. Venetia never came. Dalgliesh said, Did you see anyone else come through the gate? 3 or 4 people, men. I think they were musicians. Anyway, they had instrument cases with them. I don't think I'd be able to recognize them. Then at 8:15 there was one I might perhaps know again. He was strongly built and had bright red hair. I remember him particularly because he unlocked the small door in the gate. He had a key, but it was only in the temple for about a minute. Then he came out again and went off down the passage. He was hardly in the temple before he was out again. It was odd. And you think you'd recognize him if you saw him again? I think so. There's a lamp above the gate. It shone on his bright hair. Dalgliesh said, I wish I'd known this earlier. You'd been told that Miss Aldridge was dead, probably murdered. Did it really not occur to you that this evidence was important? I realized you'd need to know it, but then I thought you did know it. Didn't Octavia tell you? I thought that's why you'd arranged to see us, to verify her story. Octavia knew about your visit. There was no point in pretending this was not news to him, but he kept his voice unsurprised. Yes, she knew. After I'd got back to Alice's flat, I thought it was possible that Venetia hadn't come to the gate because she'd suddenly been taken ill. It didn't seem at all likely, but I wasn't happy about going to bed without alerting someone. Venetia had been so definite about the appointment. I rang Pelham Place. A man answered. A young man, I think. And then Octavia came on the line. I told her what had happened. Not why I'd come up to London, but about the missed appointment. I suggested that she should ring to see if her mother was all right. That is, if she wasn't already at home. Octavia said, I expect she decided that she didn't want to see you. We none of us want to see you. And don't try to interfere in my life. Dalgliesh said, which would suggest that she'd guessed what the appointment was about. It wouldn't be difficult to guess, would it? Anyway, I felt I'd done what I could, and I went to bed. Next morning I left for home. Luke and Marie met me off the train. When we got back here, Drysdale Lord telephoned. He'd been trying to reach us to tell us that Venetia was dead. And you did nothing. You still kept silent about your visit. What could we do? Octavia knew the facts. We expected that the police would be in touch to confirm her story. And you did get in touch to say you'd be coming to see us. It seemed better to wait until you arrived. I didn't want to discuss it on the phone. It was at that moment that they heard the approaching truck. Immediately the child ran from her seat and stood in the doorway, giving little jumps and squeaks of anticipatory joy. As soon as the engine stopped, she dashed out as if in response to a signal. There was the slam of the truck door, the sound of a masculine voice, and a minute later Luke Cummins appeared, carrying his daughter on his shoulders. His wife got up from her chair and stood quietly waiting. As he entered, they moved soundlessly together. Gently releasing Marie, Cummins embraced his wife, while the child, leaning against him, imprisoned his leg in her arms. For a moment they stood motionless in their private tableau, from which Dalgliesh felt an almost physical sense of exclusion. He studied Luke Cummins, trying to imagine him as Venetia Aldridge's husband, to see him as part of her world, of her overdriven, obsessional life. He was very tall, loose-limbed, with sun-bleached fairish hair and a boyish weather-tanned face, finely boned and sensitive, but with a suggestion of weakness about the mouth. The thick corduroy trousers and roll-necked Aran sweater gave bulk to a body which looked as if in adolescence it had outgrown its strength. He glanced across at Dalgliesh over his wife's shoulder, and gave a brief smile of acknowledgement before bending again to his family. Dalgliesh thought, he's mistaken me for a customer. He got up and moved over to the exhibition table, uncertain whether the move was prompted by a sudden whim to play the part, or the wish not to intrude on their privacy. His ears caught Cummins's softly spoken words. Good news, darling. They want another 3 cheese platters by Christmas, if you can manage it. Is it possible? The garden scene with the geraniums and the open window. One similar. The other 2 are commissions. The customers want to discuss it with you, what they'd like. I said you'd ring and make an appointment. His wife's voice was anxious. The shop won't put them on display together, will they? That always makes them look mass-produced. They understand that. They'll show only the one and then take orders. But it's cutting it fine. I don't want you stressed. I won't be. It was only then that Dalgliesh turned round. Anna Cummins said, Darling, this is Mr. Dalgliesh from the Metropolitan Police. Remember? We did know that he was coming. Cummins came over and held out his hand. He could have been greeting a customer or a casual friend. The handshake was surprisingly firm, a gardener's hand, strong and hard. He said, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you arrived. I expect Anna has told you all we know. It isn't much. We haven't heard from my ex-wife for 3 years, except for that telephone call. Which you weren't here to take. That's right. And Venetia didn't ring back. And that, thought Dalgliesh, was in itself surprising. If the appointment had been so important, why had Miss Aldrich not confirmed it, spoken to Cummins herself? Surely she could have found a spare minute during the day. But she might later have half regretted her call. It had sounded more like an impulse, panic even, than a reasoned response to her dilemma with Octavia, even though she wasn't a woman who panicked easily. She might have thought, I won't humiliate myself by ringing again. If he comes, we'll talk. If not, nothing is lost. Anna Cummins said, Mr. Dalgliesh suggested earlier that he should take a walk. Why don't you go together up the field and show him the view? Then you could come back for some tea before he leaves. The suggestion, mildly voiced, had something of the force of command. Dalgliesh said that he'd like the walk, but would have to leave without waiting for the tea. Cummins put down his daughter, and he and Dalgliesh set off through the garden, past the hen-house, where a variety of fowl came squawking towards them, over a stile and into a field which stretched gently uphill. The winter wheat had recently been sown, and Dalgliesh marvelled, as he always did, that such delicate shoots could push through so strong a soil. Between a high-tangled hedge of brambles, gorse, and bushes was a rough path, wide enough for the two of them to walk abreast. The blackberries were ripe, and from time to time Cummins would stretch out a hand to pick and eat them. Dalgliesh said, Your wife has told me about her visit to London. If the meeting had taken place, it could hardly have been pleasant. I was a little surprised you let her go alone. He didn't add, and when she was pregnant. Luke Cummins reached up for a high branch and drew it down towards him. He said, Anna thought it was best. I think she was afraid Venetia would bully me. It was rather the pattern. He smiled as if the thought amused him, then added, We couldn't both go because of Marie and the customers. Perhaps it would have been wiser if neither of us had, but Anna thought it would be better to make it plain once and for all that we couldn't get involved. Octavia is 18, an adult in law. She didn't take any notice of me when she was a child. Why should she now? He spoke without bitterness. There was no trace of apology, justification, or excuse. He was simply stating a fact. Dalgliesh asked, How did you meet your first wife? It was hardly a relevant question, but Cummins showed no sign of resenting it. In the cafeteria of the National Gallery. It was very busy, and Venetia was at a table for two. I asked if I might share it. She said yes, but hardly looked up at me. I don't suppose either of us would have spoken if a young man passing hadn't jerked our table and spilled her wine. He didn't apologize. She was angry at his bad manners, and I helped by mopping up the mess and getting her another glass. After that we talked. I was teaching in London at the time at a comprehensive, and we spoke about the job, about the problems of discipline. She didn't tell me she was a lawyer, but she did say that her father had been a schoolmaster. Oh, and we talked a bit about the pictures, not much about ourselves. She was the one who suggested that we might meet again. I wouldn't have had the nerve. We were married 6 months later. Dalgliesh asked, Did you know that she's left you a bequest? £8,000. The solicitor rang to tell me. I wasn't expecting it. I don't know whether it's a reward for marrying her, or an insult for leaving her. She was glad when the marriage ended, but I think she would have liked to have been the one who walked out. He was silent for a moment, then said, We thought at first that we'd refuse the bequest. I suppose you can refuse. That might be awkward for the executors, but you don't have to use the money for yourselves if you've got scruples. That's what Anna thought. But I expect we shall take it in the end. One gets these fine ideas, but there are usually second thoughts, aren't there? Anna does need a new kiln. They walked on in silence for a few minutes. Then he said, How far is my wife involved in all this? I don't want her upset or bothered, particularly now with the baby coming. I hope that she won't be. We'll probably need a statement. So you'll come back? Not necessarily. 2 of my colleagues may. They were on the ridge of the field now, and stood together looking down on the patchwork countryside. Dalgliesh wondered if Anna Cummins was watching them from the window. Then Cummins answered a question that Dalgliesh hadn't asked. I was glad to give up teaching, at least in London. Glad to be rid of noise and violence and staff-room politics, the constant fight to keep order. I was never any good at it. I do a little supply teaching, here. It's different in the country. But mostly I do the garden and the studio accounts. He paused, and then said quietly, I didn't believe that anyone could be so happy. They walked down the field together, this time in a silence which was curiously companionable. Approaching the studio, they could hear the whirl of the wheel. Anna Cummins was bent over a pot. The clay spun, rose and curved under her hands, and as they watched, her fingers delicately touched the rim, forming the lip of the vase. But suddenly, apparently without reason, she brought her hands together, and the clay, like a living thing, twisted and collapsed into a slimy lump as the wheel slowed to a stop. Looking up at her husband, she laughed. Darling, your mouth, it's all smeared, purple and red. You look like Dracula. A few minutes later, Dalgliesh said his goodbyes. Husband and wife, with the child between them, stood unsmilingly to see him off. He sensed that they were glad to see the last of him. Glancing back as they turned together into the studio, Dalgliesh felt the weight of a fleeting melancholy, tinged with pity. That tranquil studio, the pots so unthreatening in design and execution, the small attempt at self-sufficiency, represented by the garden and the henhouse. Didn't they symbolize an escape? A peace, as illusory as the dignified order of the 18th century courts of the temple? As illusory as all human seeking after the good, the harmonious life? He felt no temptation to meander through the villages. Getting onto the main roads as soon as possible, he drove at speed. His pleasure in the beauty of the day was replaced by a dissatisfaction, partly with the Cumminses, but mostly with himself, which irritated him by its irrationality. If Anna Cummins had been telling the truth, and he had thought that she had, there was at least one cause for satisfaction. The inquiry had progressed significantly. The time of death could now be placed between 7:45, when Mrs. Buckley had rung chambers, and 8:15, when Venetia Aldridge had failed to appear to open the judge's gate in Devereux Court. Some of Mrs. Cummins's evidence could be checked. Before leaving, he had taken the name and address of the friend who owned the flat at Waterloo, and the name of the neighbour. But Luke Cummins had been unable to provide confirmation that he had been at the pottery. No customers had, in fact, called. Then there was the red-haired man Anna Cummins had seen entering and leaving the temple. If she could positively identify Simon Costello, then it would be interesting to hear his explanation. One question above all intrigued him. Neither Luke Cummins nor his wife had asked whether the police had got anywhere with their inquiries, nor had they shown any curiosity about the identity of the killer. Was that really because they had deliberately distanced themselves from the unhappiness of the past and the violence of the present, from all that threatened their self-contained world? Or was it because they had no need to ask what they already knew? After an hour's driving, he drew into a lay-by and rang the incident room. Kate wasn't there, but he spoke to Piers, and they exchanged news. Piers said, If it was Costello Mrs. Cummins saw going into the temple, through the door from Devereux Court, and then returning after a minute, it puts him in the clear. He would hardly have had time to get to number 8, let alone kill Aldridge. And if he killed her earlier, he'd be a fool to return to the scene. Are you going to bring Mrs. Cummins up to London, sir, for a formal identification? Not yet. First I'll speak to Costello, and I'll see Langton at the same time. It's strange that he made no mention of attending that rehearsal. What did his 2 domestic helpers say? We had a word with them, sir, at the antique shop they keep. They both say that Mr. Langton was later than usual on Wednesday, but they can't say by how much. Their story is that they really can't remember. It's nonsense, of course. They were cooking dinner. They must have known almost to the minute how late he was. But he's an unlikely suspect, surely. Very unlikely. Langton seems to be worried, and I think it's personal. But if he has anything on his conscience, I doubt it's the murder of Venetia Aldridge. Were you able to see Brian Cartwright? Yes, sir. He condescended to fit us in for 5 minutes after lunch at his club. No joy there, I'm afraid. He said that nothing happened after his trial at the Bailey, and that Miss Aldridge seemed perfectly normal. Did you believe him? Not altogether. I had a feeling he was holding something back, but then I may be prejudiced. I took against him. He was flirtatious with Kate and arrogant with me. But I did get the feeling, near the beginning of our interview, that he was weighing up whether it would be to his advantage to oblige the police by passing on information, or prudent not to get involved. Prudence won. I don't think we'll get anything out of him now, sir. We can try again, be more pressing if you think it's important. Dalgliesh said, "It can wait." Your interview with Miss Elkington was interesting. You were right to send a couple of officers to Hereford. Let me know as soon as they report. Any news on Drysdale Lord's alibi? That seems firm, sir, as far as it goes. We've checked at the theatre. The play began at 7:30, and the interval was at 8:50. He couldn't have got to Chambers before 9. The foyer was never unattended, and the box office manager and doorman are both sure that no one left the theatre before the interval. I think the alibi holds, sir. That's if he went to the theatre at all. Did he remember the number of his seat? The end of the 5th row of the stalls. I saw the plan for Wednesday night, and there was a single seat there sold. But the girl couldn't remember whether it was to a man or a woman. I suppose we could show her a photograph of Lord, but I doubt we'd get any joy. It was an odd thing to do, though, wasn't it? Going to see a play alone? We can hardly arrest a man because he has an eccentric need of his own company. What about Desmond Ulrich's alibi? We checked at Rules, sir. He was certainly there by 8:15. He hadn't booked, but he's a regular, and they found him a table after only 5 minutes' wait. He checked in his coat and a copy of the Standard, but no briefcase. The doorman was quite definite about it. He knows Ulrich well, and they spent time chatting while he waited for his table. Right, Piers. I'll see you in a couple of hours. There's one other thing. An extraordinary little man turned up an hour ago wanting to see you. Apparently he knew Aldridge when she was a girl, worked as a teacher at a prep school kept by her father. He arrived clutching a large flat package to his chest, rather like a child with a present which somebody might snatch away from him. I suggested he talk to me or Kate, but he was adamant that he had to see you. You're tied up with the Commissioner and at the Home Office on Monday morning, and there's the inquest in the afternoon. I know it's a formality and we'll ask for an adjournment, but I wasn't sure whether you want to be there. Anyway, I told him to come along at 6 o'clock on Monday. It'll probably be a waste of your time, but I thought you might want to see him. The name's Froggatt. Edmund Froggatt. Chapter 28. The squad had been working a 16-hour day since the murder, but Saturday, with most of the suspects out of London for the weekend, was quieter, and Dalgliesh, Kate, and Piers took Sunday as a rest day. None of the three confided in the others how they proposed to spend it. It was as if they needed a respite, even from their colleagues' interest or curiosity. But with Monday, the calm was broken. After a morning of meetings, a press conference was called in the early afternoon, which Dalgliesh, greatly disliking them, attended, because he thought it unfair not to take his turn. The intrusion of murder into the very heart of the legal establishment and the celebrity of the victim had a piquancy which ensured that media interest was intense, but somewhat to Dalglish's surprise, and greatly to his satisfaction, the news of the wig and the blood hadn't been leaked. The police said little more than that the victim had been stabbed and that no arrest was imminent. Any more detailed information at present would only hamper inquiries, but further news would be issued as soon as there was anything to report. After the brief formality of the adjourned inquest, which interrupted the late afternoon, he had temporarily forgotten his 6 o'clock visitor. But precisely on the hour, Edmund Froggatt was shown up, accompanied by Piers, not to a small interview room, but to Dalglish's office. He sat down on the chair which Dalgliesh had indicated, placed the large flat package, done up with string, carefully on the desk, took off his woolen gloves, and laid them beside it, and began unwinding a long knitted scarf. His hands, delicate as a girl's, were white and very clean. He was an unprepossessing little man, but neither ugly nor repulsive. perhaps because of his air of quiet dignity, that of a man expecting little of the world, but whose meek acceptance held nothing of civility. He was enveloped in a heavy coat of rough tweed, well cut and obviously originally expensive, but too large for his meagre frame. Below the sharply pressed edge of the gabardine trousers, the shoes were highly polished. The over-heavy coat, the thinner trousers and pale summer socks, gave him an ill-assorted look, as if he and his clothes had been put together from the leavings of others. Now, having carefully folded his scarf over the back of the chair, he gave his attention to Dalgliesh. Behind the pebble glasses, his eyes were shrewd but wary. When he spoke, his voice was high with an occasional stammer, a voice which it would be disagreeable to listen to for any length of time. He made no excuses or apologies for his visit. Obviously, he felt that his insistence on seeing a senior officer would be justified. He said, "You have been told, Commander, that I have come about the murder of Miss Venetia Aldridge, QC. I should explain my interest in this matter, but I expect you will first need my name and address."
"Thank you," said Dalgliesh. "That would be helpful." Obviously, he was expected to write it down. He did so, his visitor leaning forward to watch, as if doubtful of Dalglish's ability to record it accurately.
"Edmund Albert Froggatt, 14 Melrose Court, Melrose Road, Goodmayes, Essex." The surname was almost ludicrously appropriate to that long, downturned mouth, those exophthalmic eyes. No doubt in childhood he must have suffered from the cruelty of the young, and has somehow grown his defensive carapace of self-regard and slight pomposity. How else could the unfortunate of the world survive? Come to that, thought Dalgliesh, how could anyone? We none of us present ourselves psychologically naked to the barbs of the world. He said, "You have some information about Miss Aldrich's death."
"Not directly about her death, Commander, but I have information about her life. With murder, the two are indissolubly linked, but I don't need to tell you that. Murder is always a completion. I thought I owed it to Miss Aldrich and to the course of justice to provide information which otherwise might not come your way, or which it would be time-consuming for you to obtain by other means. How far it is likely to prove useful is for you to say."
It was likely to be time-consuming to obtain it from Mr. Froggatt at the present rate of progress, but Dalgliesh was capable of a patience which occasionally surprised his subordinates, except with the arrogant, the incompetent, or the wilfully obtuse. Already he recognized in himself the familiar twinge of uncomfortable pity, a pity he half resented and had never learned to discipline, but which with part of his mind he knew was a safeguard against the arrogance of power. This was likely to be a long session, but he was incapable of brutally hustling his visitor. "Perhaps you could tell me from the beginning, Mr. Froggatt, what information you have, and how you came by it."
"Of course. I mustn't take up too much of your time. I said that I knew Miss Aldrich as a child. Her father, perhaps you already know this, kept a boys' prep school, Danesford in Berkshire. I was, for 5 years, his deputy headmaster, responsible for teaching English and history to the older boys. It was, in fact, intended that I should eventually take over the school, but events dictated otherwise. I have been interested in the law all my life, particularly criminal law, but I'm afraid I lack those physical and vocal attributes which contribute so much to success at the criminal bar. But the study of the criminal law has been my main hobby, and I used to discuss cases of particular forensic and human interest with Venetia. She was 14 when we began our lessons. She showed even then a remarkable talent for analyzing evidence and seizing on the fundamentals of the case. We used to have interesting discussions in her parents' drawing room after dinner. They would sit listening to our arguments, but took little part. It was Venetia who entered with real imagination and enthusiasm into those debates. Of course, I had to be a little careful. Not all the details of, for example, the Rouse case were suitable for a young girl to hear, but I have never known so good a judicial mind in one so young. I think I can say without conceit, Mr. Dalgliesh, that it was I who was chiefly responsible for making her a criminal lawyer.
Dalgliesh asked. Was she an only child? We're not aware of any relations, and her daughter says there are none. Children, of course, don't always know. Oh, I think that's correct. She was certainly an only child, and so I believe were both her parents. A lonely childhood, then? Very lonely. She attended the local high school, but I had an idea that her friends, if she had any, weren't welcomed at Danesford. Perhaps her father thought that he saw enough of the young during his working day. Yes, I think you can say that she was a lonely child. Perhaps that is why our sessions together meant so much to her. Dalgliesh said, We found a volume of the Notable British Trials series in her room in Chambers, the Seddon case. It has her and your initials on the title page. The effect on Froggatt was extraordinary. His eyes brightened, and his face glowed pink with pleasure. So she kept it, and in Chambers. That is really gratifying, very gratifying. It was a small goodbye present when I left. The Seddon case was one we often discussed. I expect you remember Marshall Hall's words? The blackest case I have ever been in. Did you keep in touch after you left the school? No, we never met again. There was never an opportunity for one thing, and for another it wouldn't have been appropriate. We lost touch entirely. But that isn't really accurate. She lost touch. I never did. Not unnaturally, I have taken a lively interest in her career. I've made it my business to follow it closely. You could say that Miss Venetia Aldridge's career has been my hobby for the last 20 years. And that brings me to why I came. This parcel contains a cuttings book, in which I have pasted such information as I have been able to obtain on all her important cases. It occurred to me that the mystery of her death might lie with her professional life. A disappointed client, someone she had successfully prosecuted, an ex-prisoner with a grievance. Perhaps I could show you. Dalgliesh nodded into eyes which now held a mixture of pleading and excitement. He couldn't bring himself to say that any information the police needed could be obtained from records in Chambers. Mr. Froggatt had needed to show his book to someone who might be expected to have an interest in his achievement, and Venetia Aldridge's death had at last given him an excuse. Dalgliesh watched as the neat little fingers busied themselves with a surely unnecessary number of knots. The string drawn from the parcel was carefully wound into a skein. The treasure was revealed. It was certainly a remarkable record. Carefully pasted under headings giving the date and name of each case were press photographs and cuttings, law reports, and magazine articles following the verdicts in the more notorious cases. Froggatt had also included pages from a shorthand writer's notebook, which he had used after each trial to make his own comments on the conduct of the case. Comments emphasized with underlinings and occasional exclamation marks. He had certainly listened to the evidence with the disciplined attention of a pupil in Chambers. Turning the pages, Dalgliesh saw that the earlier cases comprised mostly press cuttings, but the last 2 years had been covered in detail. These were trials Froggatt had obviously attended. He said, You must have had some difficulty in finding out when Miss Aldridge was next to appear. You seem to have been very successful in recent years. The implied question was, he saw, unwelcome. There was a short pause before Mr. Froggatt replied. I have been lucky recently. I have an acquaintance in one of the listing offices, and he has been able to give me details of pending cases. The public are, of course, allowed into trials, so I didn't regard the information as confidential. However, I would much prefer not to give you his name. Dalgliesh said, I'm grateful to you for bringing this along. I'll keep it for a little time, if I may. I will, of course, give you a receipt. The little man's gratification was apparent. He watched while Dalgliesh wrote out the receipt. Dalgliesh said, You mentioned earlier that you were expected to take over the school, but that events intervened. What happened precisely? Oh, you haven't heard? Well, I suppose it's all old history now. I'm afraid Clarence Aldridge was something of a sadist. I protested to him many times about the frequency, and indeed severity with which boys were beaten, but I'm afraid that, despite my senior position in the school, I had little influence over him.
No one had. I decided that I couldn't happily continue to cooperate with a man for whom I was losing respect. So I gave in my notice. A year after I left, there was, of course, the tragedy. One of the pupils, young Marcus Ulrich, hanged himself by his pyjama cord from the banisters. He was due to receive a beating next morning.
So here at last was information of value, and Dalgliesh would have missed it except for his patience. But he gave no sign that the name struck any chord. Instead he asked, "And you haven't seen Miss Aldrich since?"
Not since I left the school. I didn't think it right to get in touch or to approach her. It was perfectly easy to attend court without her seeing me. Happily, she was a counsel who never glanced at the public benches, and of course I took care not to sit in the front row. I wouldn't wish her to think that I have been, as it were, following her. She might even have thought I was behaving like one of those stalkers. No, I've had no desire to intrude on her life in any way, or take advantage of our past friendship, and I need hardly say that I wished her nothing but good. But of course you have only my word for that, Commander. Perhaps I ought to provide an alibi for the night of her death. I can do so very easily. I was at evening classes from 6:30 until 9:30 at the Wallington Institute in the city. I go every week. We study the architecture of London from 6:30 to 8, and then I have my Italian class from 8 until 9. I'm hoping to make my first visit to Rome next year. I can, of course, give you the names of the teachers of both classes, and they and anyone else present will be able to confirm that I was there for the whole time. It would have taken me at least half an hour to get from the Institute to the temple, so if Miss Aldrich was dead by 9:30, I think I can safely say I am in the clear. He spoke almost with regret, as if disappointed that he wouldn't feature as a prime suspect. Dalgliesh thanked him gravely and got to his feet. But his visitor still took his time. He slid the receipt for his book into a compartment of a rather battered wallet, replaced the latter carefully in an inner pocket of his jacket, and patted it as if to make sure that it was safely lodged. Then he shook hands gravely with Dalgliesh and Piers, rather as if the three of them had just completed some complicated and highly confidential business. He cast a last look at the scrapbook lying on Dalglish's desk, and seemed about to speak, perhaps just saving himself from the solecism of reminding Dalgliesh to keep it safely. Piers saw him out. Bounding back into the room with his usual vigour, he said, "Extraordinary little man. God, he was weird. That's the oddest example of stalking I've ever seen. How do you think it started, sir?" "He fell in love with her when she was a schoolgirl, and it grew into an obsession. An obsession with her, or with criminal law, or perhaps with both. Odd sort of hobby. Difficult to see what he gets out of it. He obviously regards her as his protégée. I wonder what she'd have thought of it. Not much from what we know of her." Dalgliesh said, "He wasn't doing her any harm. He took good care that she didn't know he was following her. Stalkers usually pester. He didn't. I thought there was something rather likeable about him. I didn't see it. Frankly, I thought he was a creep. Why doesn't he live his own life instead of sucking at hers like some kind of bloated fly? Okay, you can see it as pathetic, but I think it's obscene. And I bet those sessions didn't take place in her parents' drawing room." Dalgliesh was surprised at Piers' vehemence. Usually he showed more tolerance than this frank disgust, but the reaction was close to his own. For any man who valued his privacy, the thought that another human being could be living vicariously one's own closely guarded life was extraordinarily offensive. The stalker was disturbing enough. The secret stalker was an abomination. But Froggatt had done his target no harm, had intended no harm. Piers was right to call his behaviour obsessional, but it had not been illegal. Piers said, "Well, he's given us one piece of information which I doubt we'd have got any other way. It's an unusual name. If Marcus Ulrich was Desmond Ulrich's younger brother, at last it gives us a clear motive, that is, if it's the same family. Does it, Piers? After all these years? If Ulrich wanted to kill Aldrich in revenge for her father's actions, why wait over 20 years? And why blame her? She was hardly responsible.
Still, it has to be followed up. Ulrich usually works late. Ring Chambers and see if he's there. If he is, say I'd like to see him. Langton and Costello, too, if they're in Chambers. This evening, sir. This evening. Dalgliesh began parcelling up Froggett's book. As Piers was about to leave, Dalgliesh asked, "What's the news on Janet Carpenter?" Piers looked surprised. Dalgliesh said, "I asked on Friday to be told if anything comes to light about her past life. Who went to Hereford, by the way? Who's looking into that?" "Sergeant Pratt of the City and a WPC. I'm sorry, sir, I thought we'd reported. There's nothing criminal on record. She taught English before she retired. She's a widow, and her only son died of leukemia 5 years ago. She lived in a village outside the city with her daughter-in-law and her granddaughter. The granddaughter was murdered in 1993, and the daughter-in-law committed suicide shortly afterwards. Mrs. Carpenter wanted to cut herself free of all the old associations. It was the Beale case. I don't know if you remember it. He's doing life. The trial was at Shrewsbury Crown Court, and Beale was defended by Archie Curtis. The case had nothing to do with London or with Miss Aldridge." The tragedy explained something Dalgliesh had sensed in Mrs. Carpenter. The quiet resignation. The serenity which was evidence not of inner peace, but of a private suffering patiently borne. He said, "How long has all this been known?" "Since about 9 this morning." Dalglish's voice did not change. He said, "When I request information about a suspect, see that I get it when it's available, not when I happen to ask for it. Sorry, sir, it's just that other things seemed more important. She's got no record, and the granddaughter's murder has nothing to do with London or with Aldrich. It's an old tragedy. It didn't seem relevant." He paused and said, "I'm sorry, there's no excuse." "Then why make one?" Piers paused, then said, "Do you want me to come to Chambers with you?" "No, Piers, I'll see Ulrich alone." After he had left, Dalgliesh paused for a moment. Then he opened his drawer and took out his magnifying glass and slipped it into his pocket. The door opened, and Piers put his head round. "Ulrich's in Chambers, sir. He says he'll be delighted to see you." I got the impression he was being sarcastic. "He was about to leave, but he says he'll wait. And Mr. Langton and Mr. Costello will be there until 8. Chapter 29. Dalgliesh asked, "Did you know that Venetia Aldridge was the daughter of Clarence Aldridge, who was headmaster of Danesford School?" Ulrich did not at first answer, and Dalgliesh waited patiently. The basement room, with 3 sections of the electric fire switched on, was overheated for an autumn evening, in which Dalgliesh, carrying Edmund Froggett's book, had walked through the court under the gentle glow of the gas lamps, and had seemed to feel emanating from the ancient stones the lingering warmth of late summer. Ulrich's room was an academic cell. The closely packed shelves of books seemed to press down on Dalgliesh from 4 walls. The desk was piled high with papers, and Ulrich had to clear a chair before Dalgliesh could sit down. It was one of 2 high-backed chairs, almost dangerously close to the fire, and Dalgliesh had the sensation of being cushioned in the strong-smelling stickiness of hot leather. As if sensing his visitor's discomfort, Ulrich knelt to turn off the top 3 bars of the fire. He did so with the deliberate carefulness of a man undertaking a complicated task, requiring precision, if disaster is to be avoided. Having satisfied himself that the glow of the bars was fading, he got to his feet and again seated himself, swivelling his chair to face Dalgliesh. He said, "Yes, I knew. I knew that Aldridge had a daughter named Venetia, and the age was right. I was naturally curious when she joined Chambers. I asked her. It was a matter of slight interest, no more." "Can you remember the conversation?" "I think so. It wasn't long. We were, of course, alone in her room at the time. I asked, 'Are you the daughter of Clarence Aldrich of Danesford?' She looked at me and said that she was. She seemed wary, but not particularly worried. I then told her that I was the elder brother of Marcus Ulrich. She made no comment for a moment, and then said, 'I thought there might be a relationship. It's not a common name.' And he told me he had an elder brother. I then said, 'I don't think either of us need talk about the past.'" "How did she respond to that?" "I don't know. I didn't wait to see. I left her room before she could reply. Neither of us mentioned Danesford again. This restraint required no resolution on my part. I hardly ever saw her.
She has a reputation for being a difficult woman, and I keep free of personalities in chambers. I have no interest in the criminal law. Law should be an intellectual discipline, not a public performance. Would it distress you if I asked what happened about your brother? Do you need to? After a moment, he added, Do you need to for the purpose of your investigation? The voice was unemphatic, but the grey eyes met Dalglish's with something of the insistence of an interrogation. Dalglish said, I don't know, probably not. It isn't easy with murder to know what will prove relevant. Most cases that go wrong do so because too few questions are asked, not too many. I've always felt the need to know as much about the victim as possible, and that includes her past. It must be gratifying to have a job which can be used to justify what in others might be called intrusive curiosity. He paused, then went on. Marcus was 11 years younger than I. I wasn't sent to Danesford. Father was then prosperous enough to send me to his own prep school. But by the time Marcus was 8, things had changed. My father was working overseas, I was at Oxford, and Marcus was in the care of our paternal uncle during the holidays. Father had lost money, and we were relatively poor. He wasn't a diplomat or working for an international corporation. School fees were not paid by the firm, although I believe his salary included a small compensatory payment. Danesford was cheap. The school was close to my uncle and aunt's home. It had a good reputation for getting boys into public schools with scholarships. The health record was satisfactory. My parents were impressed when they visited, although, given the circumstances, they would have found it inconvenient to have been unimpressed. It would have been particularly inconvenient to have discovered that Aldrich was a sadist. Dalgliesh did not reply. Ulrich went on. His perversion is so common that perhaps the word perversion is inappropriate. He liked beating small boys. He had one refinement, which perhaps gave him claim to some originality. He would prescribe a certain number of strokes, but would deliver them publicly at a set time every day for a week, usually after breakfast. It was that daily anticipation of humiliation and pain which Marcus couldn't face. He was a timid and sensitive boy. He hanged himself from the banisters with his pyjama cord. It wasn't a quick death. He suffocated. The public scandal which followed finished the school and finished Aldrich. I don't know what happened to him. That is a brief, but I trust comprehensive account of what you wanted to know. Dalgliesh said, Aldrich and his wife are both dead. He thought, but did not add, leaving a daughter who didn't like men, who competed successfully in their world, whose marriage ended in divorce, whose daughter disliked her. More to himself than to Ulrich, he said, It wasn't her fault. Fault? That isn't a word I use. It implies that we have control over our actions, which I believe to be largely illusory. You're a policeman. You have to believe in free will. The criminal law rests on the premise that most of us can control what we do. No, it wasn't her fault. It was her misfortune, perhaps. As I said, we never discussed it. Private lives are best kept out of chambers. Someone bears a heavy responsibility for my brother's death, but it isn't Venetia Aldridge. And now I would like, please, to be allowed to go home. Chapter 30. Simon Costello occupied one of the smaller rooms at the front of the second floor. It was an untidy but comfortable office. The only personal object, a large silver-framed studio photograph of his wife, which he had on his desk. He got up as Dalgliesh entered, and motioned him to one of the 2 easy chairs, placed, not in front of the fireplace, but each side of a small table by the window. Outside, the leaves of the great horse-chestnut, lit from below, made a pattern of black and silver against the pane. Seating himself, he said, I take it this is an official visit, even though you've come alone. But then, when is your arrival not official? How can I help? Dalgliesh said, I went on Friday to Wareham to see Venetia Aldridge's ex-husband and his wife. She expected to meet Miss Aldridge at the Devereux Court entrance to the temple at 8:15 on Wednesday night, but Miss Aldridge didn't turn up to let her in. But she says that she did see a strongly built man with bright red hair. I think it's very possible that if we bring her up to London, she'll be able to identify you." He didn't know how he had expected Costello to react. The man had seemed the most agitated by the Aldrich murder of all members of Chambers. He had certainly been the least cooperative. Faced with this new evidence, he might bluster, deny the accusation, or refuse to speak until his solicitor was present. Anything was possible. Dalgliesh knew that he had taken a risk in raising the matter without corroboration. But Costello's reaction was surprising. He said quietly, "Yes, I was there. I saw a woman loitering in the passage, although obviously I didn't know who she was. She was there when I went in, and there when I came out. No doubt she will confirm that I was in the temple for less than a minute." "Yes, that is what she told me. I was there because I decided on impulse to see Venetia. There were important matters I wanted to talk about. They related to the possibility that she would become head of Chambers, and the changes she proposed to make if she did. I knew that she worked late on Wednesdays, but, as I've said, the visit was somewhat on impulse. I walked into Pawlet Court and saw that her light was out. That meant, of course, that she must have left, so I wasted no more time. You told us when you were first questioned that you had left Chambers at 6 o'clock and gone home, and that your wife would confirm that you were in the house all evening." "As she did. Actually, she was feeling unwell, and was either in the nursery or in bed for an hour of the time. The police officer who called, I believe he was from the city police, didn't ask her whether I was under her eye the whole time. She thought I was in the house the whole evening. And in fact, I wasn't. Nor, I may say, was I asked whether or not I had left the house. One of us, my wife, was mistaken. Neither of us deliberately lied." Dalgliesh said, "You must have realized the importance of this evidence in fixing a time of death." "I knew you'd already fixed the time of death, or near enough. You forget, Commander, that I'm a criminal lawyer. I advise my clients to answer police questions and to answer them honestly, but not to volunteer information. I took my own advice. If I'd told you that I'd been in Pawlet Court after 8, you would have wasted valuable time concentrating on me as prime suspect, trying to ferret about in my private life to find something disreputable, distressing my wife, harming my marriage, and probably destroying my professional reputation. Meanwhile, Venetia's killer would go undetected. I preferred not to take that chance. After all, I've seen what can happen to the innocent who are too confiding to the police. Will you want to make any more of this? It will be time-wasting if you do. I suppose if you do want to pursue it, I ought to answer further questions in the presence of my solicitor." Dalgliesh said, "That won't be necessary at present. But if there is anything else that you have concealed, half-told or lied about, I suggest you remind yourself that this is a case of murder, and that the offence of obstructing the police in the execution of their duty applies as much to members of the criminal bar as it does to anyone else." Costello answered calmly, "Some of your colleagues see my job as a defence counsel as obstructing the police in the execution of their duty." There was nothing more at present which could be usefully said. As Dalgliesh made his way downstairs to Mr. Langton's room, he wondered how many more lies he'd been told, what else had been concealed and by whom, and had again the uncomfortable conviction that this case might never be solved. Hubert Langton was working at his desk. He rose and shook hands with Dalgliesh, as if it were the first time they had met, then led him to one of the leather armchairs in front of the fireplace. Looking across at Langton's face, Dalgliesh thought again how much he had aged since the murder. The sharp, dominant features seemed to be blurring into old age. The jaw was less firm, the pouches under the eyes becoming pendulous, the flesh more mottled. But there were more than physical changes. The spirit was devitalized. Quietly, Dalgliesh told him what Kate and Robbins had discovered during their visit to Catherine Beddington. Langton said, "So that's where I was, at the rehearsal. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. The truth is that I didn't know. The best part of an hour out of Wednesday evening is missing from my life. You tell me that they saw me. I must have been there. Dalgliesh thought that it was as difficult for him to make this admission as it would have been to accept a more damaging truth. The tired voice went on. I remember being about 3/4 of an hour late home, but that's all I remember. I can't understand what happened or why. I suppose I shall eventually find the courage to go to my doctor, but I doubt whether he'll be able to help. It doesn't seem like any form of amnesia I've ever heard about. He smiled, then said, Perhaps I'm secretly in love with Catherine. Perhaps that's why I can't accept that I spent the best part of an hour gazing at her, if that's what I did. Isn't that the kind of explanation a psychiatrist would come up with? Dalgliesh said, Can you remember whether you went straight home when you left the church? Not even that, I'm afraid. But I'm sure I was home before 8, and my 2 helpers should be able to confirm it. Venetia spoke on the telephone to our housekeeper, didn't she? At 7:45. So surely I'm in the clear. Dalgliesh said, I've never seen you as a suspect. What I did wonder was whether you saw anyone you knew in the church or in Pawlet Court when you left. Obviously, if you can't remember, there's no point in pursuing it. I can give you no help, I'm afraid. He paused and then said, Old age can be very frightening, Commander. My son died young, and at the time it seemed the most terrible thing that could happen to anyone in the world, to him as well as to me. But perhaps he was one of the fortunate ones. I shall, of course, be retiring as head of chambers at the end of the year, and retiring from work at the bar. A lawyer whose mind is apt to go blank isn't just inefficient. He's dangerous. Chapter 31. Dalgliesh was not yet ready to leave chambers. There was something else he had to do. He went upstairs and unlocked Venetia Aldridge's room. It held no sense of her presence. He seated himself in her comfortable chair and swiveled it round to adjust the height to his 6'2". There came into his mind for a moment Norton's description of finding the body, of the chair swinging round under his touch to confront him, of her dead, upturned eye. But the room evoked no shudder of horror. It was just an empty office, elegantly proportioned, functional, waiting as it had for the last 200 years for the next temporary occupant to move in, to spend brief working years there, and finally close the door on success or failure. He switched on the desk lamp and unwrapped and opened Edmund Froggett's scrapbook, turning the pages at first with casual interest, and then with a more deliberate attention. It was an extraordinary record. He had obviously made it his business in the last 2 years to attend every trial in which Venetia Aldridge was due to appear, whether rarely as prosecuting counsel, or more frequently for the defence. He had noted the venue, the name of the defendant, the judge, counsel for the prosecution and for the defence, and had set out briefly the details of the case as presented by the prosecuting counsel. The arguments of both sides were also summarised with occasional comments. The writing was very small, and not always easy to read, the letters meticulously formed. The report showed a remarkable grasp of the intricacies of the law. Froggett had concentrated on the performance of the object of his obsession. Sometimes his comments betrayed the pedagogue. He could have been a senior counsel, assiduously monitoring the performance of a junior or a pupil. He must have had a small notebook with him, and transcribed the details in court or as soon as he got home. Dalgliesh could picture the little man returning in solitude to his empty flat, and sitting down to add a few more pages of analysis, comment and criticism to this record of a professional life. It was apparent, too, that he liked to embellish the record with pictures, some from newspaper accounts of the crime, published after the verdict. There were press photographs of judges processing to the service at the beginning of the new legal year, with a ring round whichever one had tried the case under review. There was even the occasional photograph, almost certainly taken by Froggett himself, of scenes outside the court. It was these illustrations, so meticulously pasted in, labelled in that small, precise handwriting, which began to induce in Dalgliesh the familiar uncomfortable mixture of pity and irritation. What would Froggett do with his life now that his passion had been brutally wrenched from him? His book becoming no more than a pathetic memento mori.
Already some of the press cuttings were browning with age and exposure. And how much was he grieving? Froggatt had spoken with a dignified regret that could be covering a more personal loss. But Dalgliesh suspected that the reality of Aldridge's death had yet to hit him. At present he was caught up in the excitement of it, the self-importance of bringing his record to the police, the sense that he still had a part to play. Or was his interest more in the criminal law than in the lawyer? Would he still go regularly to the Old Bailey in search of the drama which could give his life meaning? And what about the rest of that life? What had happened at the school? It was difficult to believe that Froggatt had ever been deputy head. And what had Venetia Aldridge suffered with a sadist as a father, herself powerless to help his victims, growing up in that phobic world of terror and shame? With half his mind on the past, he turned the next page almost without thinking. Then he saw the photograph. It was captioned, "Q waiting outside the Old Bailey for the trial of Matthew Price, 20th October, 1994. The snapshot showed a group of about 20 men and women photographed from across the road. And near the head of the queue was Janet Carpenter. Dalgliesh took out his magnifying glass and scrutinized the image more clearly. But that first look had been enough. The photograph was so plain that he wondered whether Froggatt had taken it to record her face rather than the size of the queue. It seemed unlikely that she had been aware of him. Her head was turned to the camera, but she was looking over her shoulder as if something, a shout, a sudden noise, had attracted her attention. She was carefully dressed, and with no apparent attempt at disguise. It could, of course, be a coincidence. Mrs. Carpenter might have had a sudden wish to experience a trial. She might have had some interest in the case. He went to the bookcase and began a quick search among the blue notebooks. The trial was easily found. Venetia Aldridge had defended a small-time crook who had unwisely moved into a more dangerous league and had attempted an armed robbery on a suburban jeweller's shop in Stanmore. The one shot had injured but not killed the owner. The evidence had been overwhelming. Venetia Aldridge had been able to do little for her client except mount an impressive plea in mitigation, which had probably taken some 3 years from the inevitably long sentence. Reading the details, Dalgliesh could see no possible connection either with Janet Carpenter or with the present case. So what was she doing there, patiently queuing outside the Old Bailey? Had there been another trial on that day in which she had a personal interest? Or was this tied up with her interest in Aldridge? He resumed his careful study of the scrapbook. He was now about halfway through, and then, turning a page, he saw not a face, he knew, but a name. Dermot Beale, convicted on the 7th of October 1993 at Shrewsbury Crown Court of the murder of Mrs. Carpenter's granddaughter. For a disorientating second, the carefully printed name seemed to grow as he looked at it, the letters to blacken on the page. He went to the cupboard and found Miss Aldridge's notebook. The same name. An earlier trial. It wasn't the only time Dermot Beale had been accused of the rape and murder of a child. In October 1992, just a year earlier, Venetia Aldridge had successfully defended him at the Old Bailey. Dermot Beale had gone free. Free to kill again. The two murders had been remarkably similar. Beale was a 43-year-old commercial traveller. In both cases a child had been knocked from her bicycle, abducted, raped, and murdered. In both, the body had been found some weeks later buried in a shallow grave. Even the accidental discovery had been the same, the family with their dogs taking a Sunday morning walk, the sudden excitement of the animals, the scraping away of soft earth, the discovery of clothing, and then of a small hand. Sitting at the desk, absolutely motionless, Dalgliesh pictured what might have happened, probably had happened. The pretended accident that was no accident, the rush to comfort, the suggestion that the child, dazed and wanting her mother, should get into the car and be taken home. He could picture the bicycle at the side of the road, the spinning wheels coming slowly to a stop. In the first case, the defence had been brilliant. On the Aldrich Blue notebook, the main defence strategy was clearly set out. Identification, main prosecution witness easily muddled. Time.
Could Beale have driven to Potter's Lane in 30 minutes from the sighting in the supermarket car park? Identification of car, not positive. No forensic evidence linking Beale to the victim. But there would be no mention in Froggatt's book, and no record among Miss Aldrich's blue notebooks, of that second trial in 1993 following the murder of Mrs. Carpenter's granddaughter. That had been held at Shrewsbury. The same crime, but a different venue, a different defence counsel. But of course there would have been. Dalgliesh had heard that Miss Aldrich never defended the same man or woman twice on the same charge. But what had she thought when she learned of that second murder? Had she felt any responsibility? Was this every defence counsel's private nightmare? Had it been hers? Or had she comforted herself with the thought that she had only been doing her job? He replaced the Aldrich blue notebook in its place, then telephoned the incident room. Piers wasn't there, but Kate answered. Succinctly he described the evidence he had found. There was a pause, then Kate said, "It's the motive, sir. And now we've got the lot. Motive, means, opportunity. But it's odd. I could have sworn that when I first saw her, that time in the flat, the murder was news to her." Dalgliesh said, "It still could have been. But we're getting close to solving one part of the case. First thing tomorrow morning we'll see Janet Carpenter at her flat. I'd like you to come with me, Kate." "Not tonight, sir. She's given up her job at Chambers. She won't be working till 10. We'll probably find her at home." "Even so, it's late. It would be nearly 10 before we arrived, and she isn't young. I want her to be rested. We'll take her in for questioning first thing tomorrow. It will be easier then for her to get a solicitor. She'll need one present." Sensing Kate's impatience in her silence, he added, untouched by the slightest apprehension or any premonition of impending disaster, "There's no hurry. She knows nothing of Edmund Froggatt, and she isn't going to run away." Chapter 32. Some of Dalglish's early months as a police officer had been spent in South Kensington, and he remembered Sedgemoor Crescent as a somewhat raucous enclave of multi-occupied houses, in a street chiefly remarkable for being difficult to find in the complicated urban maze between the Earl's Court Road and Gloucester Road. It was a crescent of ornate stuccoed houses, their late Victorian grandeur interposed with concrete blocks of undistinguished modern flats, built to replace houses destroyed by enemy action. The far end of the crescent was dignified by the needle-sharp spire of St. James's Church, an immense brick and mosaic monument to Tractarian piety, much regarded by devotees of high Victorian architecture. The street seemed to have come up in the world since his last visit. Most of the houses had been restored, the gleaming white stucco and newly painted doors shining with almost aggressive respectability, while others with scaffolding erected against their discoloured and crumbling walls had boards advising their conversion to luxury flats. Even the modern blocks, once loud with the shrieks of children and the shouts of their parents across the balconies, and festooned with drying clothes, now held a subdued air of drab conformity. Number 16, now named Coulston Court, had, like most of the large houses, been converted into flats. There was a bank of 10 bells, with a single word, Carpenter, on the card next to the bell push marked 10, indicating the top floor. Knowing the unreliability of some systems, Dalgliesh was patient. But after 3 minutes of trying, he said to Kate, "We'll press all the bells. Someone usually responds. They ought not to let us in without checking identity, but we could be lucky. Of course, most of them may have left for work." He pressed the bells in succession. Only one voice, deep but female, replied. There was a low buzzing, and the door clicked open to his touch. A heavy oak table was set against the wall, obviously there to hold the post. Kate said, "We had this arrangement at my first flat. Whoever came down first in the morning picked up the letters and put them on the table. Tenants who were punctilious or inquisitive set them out by name, but usually they were just left in a pile, and you found your own. No one bothered to send on post, and the circulars just accumulated. I hated having other people see my letters. If you wanted privacy, you had to get up early. Dalgliesh looked at the few letters left in the hall. One, in a window envelope, typed and bearing the words "Private and Confidential," was addressed to Mrs. Carpenter. He said, "It looks like a bank statement. She hasn't collected her post. The bell could be defective. We'll go up." The top floor, lit by a large skylight, was surprisingly light. Against one wall of the square landing was a wide storage cupboard with 4 numbered doors. Kate was about to press the doorbell of flat 10 when they heard footsteps, and, looking down the stairs, saw a girl looking up at them, anxious-eyed. She had obviously just woken. Her hair was a tousled mat, fringing a face still bleared with sleep, and she was enveloped in a man's large dressing gown. As she looked at them, her face lightened with relief. "Was it you who rang? God, I'm sorry. I was asleep when the bell went. I thought it was my boyfriend. He works nights. They're always telling us, the Weirdies on the Residents' Association, that we mustn't let people in without identification. The sound system isn't very clear, and if you're expecting someone, you don't always think. And I'm not the only one. Old Miss Kemp is always doing it. That is, when she hears the bell. Do you want Mrs. Carpenter? She should be there. I saw her yesterday evening about 6:30. She went out to post a letter. At least she was carrying one. And later I heard her TV on really loud." Dalgliesh asked, "What time was that?" "The TV? Oh, about 7:30, I suppose. She can't have been out long. I don't usually hear her. The flats aren't badly insulated, and she's very quiet. Is anything wrong?" "I don't think so. We're just calling." She hesitated for a moment, but something in his voice reassured her, or was taken as a dismissal. She said, "That's okay, then." And seconds later they heard her door close. There was no reply to their ring. Neither Dalgliesh nor Kate spoke. Their thoughts were running on similar lines. Mrs. Carpenter could have left early before the post, or after 7:30 the previous night, perhaps to stay with a friend. It was premature to begin thinking of breaking down doors. But Dalgliesh knew that this sudden weight of premonition, familiar from so many past cases and apparently intuitive, invariably had its basis in rationality. There was a row of plants in pots outside number 9. He went over to them and found among the leaves of a lily a folded note. The note read, "Miss Kemp, these are for you to keep, not just to water for me. The Calathea and the Bird's Nest firm love humidity. I found they did best in the bathroom or kitchen. I'll drop in the keys before I leave in case of flood or burglary. I shall be away about a week. Many thanks." It was signed Janet Carpenter. Dalgliesh said, "There's usually a key holder. Let's hope Miss Kemp's at home." She was, but it took 3 rings before they heard the rasp of a bolt. The door was carefully opened on a chain, and an elderly woman peered out at them into Dalglish's eyes. Dalgliesh said, "Miss Kemp, we're sorry to trouble you. We're police officers. This is Detective Inspector Miskin, and my name is Dalgliesh. We were hoping to have a word with Mrs. Carpenter, but there's no reply, and we want to check that she's all right." Kate showed her warrant card. Miss Kemp took it and peered at it closely, silently mouthing the words. Then for the first time her eyes lit on the plants. "So, she's left them. She said she would. That's kind of her. Police officers, are you? Then I suppose it's all right. But she's not here. You won't find her at home. She told me she was going for a short holiday, and she'd leave me the plants. I always water and feed them if she's away. Not that she is very often. Just a weekend at the sea occasionally. I'd better take them in. No use leaving them out here." She unchained the door and picked up the nearest pot, with gnarled and shaking hands. Kate bent to help her. "I see there's a note. That'll be to say goodbye, and to tell me about the plants, too, I dare say. Well, she knows they're going to a good home." Dalgliesh said, "If we might have the key, Miss Kemp." "But I told you, she's not here. She's on holiday." "We'd like to be sure." Kate was holding 2 of the plants, and, after a long look at her, Miss Kemp opened the door. Kate and Dalgliesh followed her into the tiny hall. "Set them down on the hall table. Their saucers are clean at the bottom, aren't they? She never overwatered. Wait here." She returned quickly with 2 keys on a ring.
Thanking her, Dalgliesh wondered how he could persuade her to stay in her flat. But she showed no further interest in them, or in their doings, except to say again, "You won't find her. She isn't there. She's gone for a holiday." Kate carried in the last 2 plants, and the door was quickly and firmly closed. He knew what he would find as soon as he turned the key and pushed open the door. Beyond the small entrance hall, the door to the sitting room was open. The premonition of disaster isn't confined to violent death. There is always that instant of realization, however brief, before the blow falls, the car strikes, the ladder gives way. Part of his mind had been forewarned of the horror which smell and sight now confirmed, but not of its extent. Never that. Her throat had been cut. Strange that those 5 monosyllables could cover such an effusion of blood. Janet Carpenter was lying on her back, her head towards the door, her legs splayed in a stiff decrepitude, which looked somehow indecent. The left leg was grotesquely bent, the heel raised, the toe just touching the floor. Close to her right hand was a kitchen knife, the blade and handle heavily blood-stained. She was wearing a skirt in brown and blue flecked tweed, and a high-necked blue jumper with a matching cardigan. The left sleeve of both had been pushed up to reveal the forearm. There was a single cut across the left wrist, and above it on the inner side of the arm, some letters written in blood. They squatted beside the body. The blood had dried into a brownish smear, but the initials were plain. The date even plainer. R. V. Beale, 1992. It was Kate who put the obvious into words, whispering as if to herself, "Dermot Beale, the murderer Aldridge defended in 1992 and got off. And a year later he raped and murdered again. This time it was Emily Carpenter." Like Dalgliesh, Kate was being careful not to tread in the blood. It had spurted across the room to spot the ceiling, the wall, the polished wooden floor, and had seeped into the single rug on which she lay. Her jumper was stiff with it. The very air smelled of blood. It was not perhaps the most terrible of violent deaths. It was quick enough, more merciful than most methods if one had the strength of hand and will to make that first incision deep and certain. But few suicides did. There were usually a few tentative slices of the throat or wrist. Not here, however. Here the preliminary cut on the wrist, which had provided the blood for the message, was superficial, but purposeful, a single smudged thread, beaded with dried blood. He glanced at Kate as she stood quietly by the body. Her face was white but calm, and he had no fear that she would faint. She was a senior officer. He could rely on her to behave like one. But whereas with his male colleagues, their calm professionalism came from long experience, an acquired protective insensitivity, and the stolid acceptance of the realities of their job, he suspected that with Kate, it took a more painful discipline of the heart. None of his officers, male or female, was unfeeling. He rejected the callous, the incipient sadist, those who needed a crude graveyard humour to anesthetize horror. Like doctors, nurses, or the traffic police who extract the pulped bodies from the crushed metal, you couldn't do the job if your thoughts were centred on your own emotions. It was necessary to grow a carapace, however fragile, of acceptance and detachment, if one was to remain competent and sane. Horror might enter, but must never be allowed to take a permanent lodging in the mind. But he sensed Kate's effort of will, and he sometimes wondered what it was costing her. With a part of his mind formed in early childhood, he wished for a moment that she was not there. His father had had a great respect and love for women, had desperately wanted daughters, had thought women capable of anything, short of actions requiring great physical strength, that a man could do. But he had seen them, too, as a civilizing influence without whose peculiar sensitivity and compassion the world would have been an uglier place. The young Dalgliesh had been brought up to believe that these qualities should be protected by chivalry and respect. In this, as in other things, his clerical father could not have been less politically correct. But he had never found it easy in a very different and more aggressive age to shake off this early indoctrination. Nor, in his heart, did he really wish to. Kate said, "A clean cut through the jugular. She must have more strength in her hands than you'd expect. They don't look particularly strong, but then the hands always do look frail."
She added, "More dead than the rest of the body," and then blushed slightly, as if the comment had been stupid. "More dead and sadder, perhaps, because they are the busiest part of us." Still squatting and without touching the body, he looked carefully at each hand. The right was covered with blood, the left lying curled with the palm upward. He gently pressed the mound of flesh at the base of the fingers, then ran an exploring hand down each of her fingers. After a moment he got quickly to his feet and said, "Let's have a look at the kitchen." If Kate was surprised, she didn't show it. The kitchen was at the end of the sitting room, and must originally have been part of it. The high curved window matched the two in the larger room, and gave the same leafy view of the garden. The room was small, but well fitted out and immaculately tidy. The double drainer sink was set under the window, and the working surface of simulated wood ran from it, and then right down the whole length of the room, with cupboards beneath and above. A ceramic hob was set into the working surface, with, to its left, a large wooden chopping board. To the left of this was a knife block. One slot, the one on the left at the back for the largest knife, was empty. Dalgliesh and Kate stood in the doorway, but did not go in. Dalgliesh asked, "Anything strike you as odd?" "Not really, sir." Kate paused and looked more closely. Then she said, "It all looks ordinary enough, except that I'd probably have put the washing-up liquid to the left of the sink. And that large chopping board and the knives are a bit oddly placed. Hardly convenient in relation to the cooker. Not as she's got them." She paused again, then said, "You think she was left-handed, sir?" Dalgliesh didn't reply. He pulled out 3 of the drawers and looked inside, then shut them, dissatisfied. They returned to the sitting room. Dalgliesh said, "Take a look at her left hand, Kate. She did housework, remember?" "Only 3 nights a week, sir, and she wore gloves." "There's a slight thickening of the skin, almost a callus on the inner side of the second finger. I think she wrote with that hand." Kate squatted and looked again carefully at the hand, but without touching it. After a second she said, "If she was left-handed, who would have known? She didn't arrive for work until most people in chambers had gone, and they wouldn't have seen her writing." Dalgliesh said, "Probably Mrs. Watson, who worked with her. But Miss Elkington is the one to confirm it. Mrs. Carpenter must have signed for her money. Phone her from the car, will you, Kate? And if she confirms what we suspect, get Dr. Kynaston, photographers, Socko, the lot, and, of course, Piers. And in view of the pattern of the bloodstains, it would be helpful if the lab could send a forensic biologist. And stay down there until some reinforcements arrive. I want someone on the door to see that no one leaves. Keep it discreet. The story is that Mrs. Carpenter has been attacked, not that she's dead. It will get out soon enough. But let's keep out the vultures while we can." Kate went quietly without another word. Dalgliesh moved over to the window and stood looking out at the garden. He had disciplined his mind not to speculate. Speculation in advance of the facts was always futile and could be dangerous. These few minutes in the company of the undemanding dead seemed a bonus of time, stilled and inviolate, in which nothing was required of him but to wait. He could retire, less by an act of will than by an easy relaxation of mind and body, into that central privacy on which his life and his art depended. This was not the first time he had been alone with a dead body. The sensation, familiar but always forgotten until the next occasion, returned and took possession. He was experiencing a solitude, unique and absolute. A room empty except for himself could not have been more lonely. Janet Carpenter's personality could not have been more powerful in life than was its absence in death. Below him the house shared his quietude. In these self-contained cabins, the small business of daily life was going on. Curtains were being drawn, tea brewed, plants watered. The late risers were stumbling to bathrooms or showers. All were unaware of the horror above. When the news did break, the response would be as varied as it always was: fear, pity, fascinated interest, self-importance. a surge of heightened energy at being alive, the pleasure of sharing the news at work, among friends, the half-shameful excitement of blood spilt, which was not one's own. If this were murder, the house would never escape its contamination. But it would be felt less here than in those desecrated chambers of the Middle Temple. More had been lost there than a friend or colleague. The ringing of his mobile telephone broke the silence, and he heard Kate's voice. "Janet Carpenter was left-handed. There's no doubt about it." So this was murder. But with part of his mind he had known this from the start. He asked, "Did Miss Elkington ask why you wanted to know?" "No, sir, I didn't tell her. Doc Kynaston is expected in the hospital this morning, but hasn't arrived. I left a message. Piers and the rest of the team are on their way. The lab can't send anyone until this afternoon. Sickness and 2 officers out on a case." Dalgliesh said, "The afternoon will have to do. I'd like them to have a look at the pattern of the bloodstains. Don't let anyone leave the building without being interviewed. Probably most of them are at work, but we can get the names from the bells. I'd like you and Piers to get on with the interviews. Miss Kemp will probably be able to tell us most about her neighbour. And then there's that young woman who let us in. What time precisely did you hear the TV, and when was it switched off? And let me know when you're coming up, Kate. There's an experiment I want to make." It was 5 minutes before she rang again. "I've got Robbins and D.C. Meadows on the door now, sir. I'm coming up." Dalgliesh left the flat and stood on the landing, flattening himself against the wall at the side of the cupboard. He heard Kate's quick footsteps. As she reached the landing and moved over to the door, he came swiftly up behind her. She gave a gasp as she felt his hand on the back of her neck, propelling her through the doorway. Then she turned and said, "So that's one way he could have got in." "It's possible. It would mean, of course, that he knew when she was expected home. She could have let him in. But would she do that for a stranger?" Kate said, "She was less worried about security than most old people. 2 locks, 1 a Banham, but no chain." Miles Kynaston was first on the scene with Piers and the photographers close behind him. He must have arrived at his hospital laboratory soon after Kate's call, and come on immediately. He stood in the doorway, the calm eyes surveying the room, then coming to rest on the victim. His gaze was always the same, the momentary gleam of compassion, so fleeting that it would be missed by anyone who did not know him, and then the intense considering scrutiny of a man facing once again the fascinating evidence of human depravity. Dalgliesh said, "Janet Carpenter, one of the suspects for the Venetia Aldridge murder. Discovered by Kate and myself 40 minutes ago, when we came to interview her." Kynaston nodded without speaking, then stood well clear of the body, while the photographers, equally taciturn, moved past him, briefly acknowledging Dalgliesh, and got on with their work. In this charnel house, the position of the body and the pattern of the blood splatters were important evidence. The camera's eye came first, fixing the stark reality, before Dalgliesh and Kynaston risked even a small disturbance of the body. For Dalgliesh, these preliminaries to the investigation, the careful manoeuvring of the photographers round the body, the lens focused impersonally on glazed, unreproachful eyes, and the crude butchery of gaping flesh, was the first step in the violation of the defenceless dead. But was it really any worse than the dehumanizing routines which followed even a natural death? The almost superstitious tradition that the dead should be treated with reverence always failed at some point along that carefully documented final journey to the crematorium or the grave. Ferris and his fellow Socko arrived, their feet so silent on the stairs that the tap on the door was the first indication of their presence. Ferris watched avid-eyed at the door, frowning with anxiety as the photographers circled the body, anxious to get on with his search before the scene was contaminated. But he would have to wait. After the photographers had packed up with the same economic efficiency with which they had worked, Miles Kynaston took off his jacket and squatted to his task. Dalgliesh said, "She was left-handed, but it always looked an unlikely suicide. There were those splatters on the ceiling and the top half of the wall. She must have been standing when her throat was cut." Kynaston's gloved hands were busy with the body. gently, as if the dead nerves could still feel. He said, "A single cut left to right, slicing the jugular. Superficial cut on the left wrist. He probably took her from behind, pulled the head back, one swift cut, then let the body gently down. Look at that ungainly twist of the leg. She was dead when she hit the floor. He'd be shielded by her body from the main spurt of blood. What about the right arm? Difficult to say. It was quick and sure. Even so, I think the right arm would be fairly heavily stained. He'll have needed to wash before leaving. And if he was wearing a jacket, the cuff and the lower part of the sleeve would be bloody. She'd hardly wait patiently while he stripped." Dalgliesh said, "We may find blood traces in the U-bend of the sink or the bathroom, but it's unlikely. I think this killer knew his business. He'd have let the water run. The knife is from the kitchen block, but I don't think it's the one he used. This was a premeditated killing. I think he brought his own knife." Kynaston said, "If he didn't use this knife, it was one like it. So he killed her, washed the knife and himself, took a knife from the kitchen block, smeared it with her blood, and pressed her hand round the handle. Is that how you see it? It's a working hypothesis. Would it need much strength? Could a woman have done it? With determination and a sharp enough knife. But it doesn't strike me as a woman's crime. Nor me. How did he get in?" "The door was locked when we arrived. I think he probably stood concealed in the shadows by the landing cupboard and waited for her. When she opened the door, he pushed in after her. It would have been easy enough to gain access to the building. You just push all the bells and wait for someone to respond. Someone always does. And then he waited. A patient man. Patient when he needed to be. But he may have known her routine, where she'd been, when she was likely to come home." Kynaston said, "If he knew that much, it's odd he didn't know she was left-handed. The letters written in blood, I suppose they mean something." Dalgliesh told him. He added, "She was a prime suspect for the Aldridge murder. She had the means and the opportunity. That 1992 case, when Aldridge successfully defended Beale, gave her the motive. This was meant to look like suicide, and if she'd been right-handed, I don't think we could have proved otherwise. But it looked suspicious from the first. The throat cut standing when it would have been more usual to find her slumped over the bath or sink. She was a fastidious woman. She would have bothered about the mess. Odd how suicides often do. And why leave a message written in your own blood when you've got paper and pen? And she wouldn't have slit her throat. There are kinder, less brutal ways." But however odd the circumstances, suspicion wasn't legal proof. Juries were apt to believe that suicides, having brought themselves to that one incredible act, were capable of any eccentricity. Kynaston said, "The one fatal mistake. And it's usually the clever ones who make it." He had finished his preliminary examination, wiping his thermometer and replacing it carefully in its box. Then he said, "Time of death between 7 and 8 last night. That's judging by body temperature and the extent of rigor. I may be able to narrow it down after the autopsy. I suppose it's urgent. If with you it usually is. I could fit it in tonight, but it will be late. Probably 8 to 8:30. I'll give you a ring." He took a last look at the body. Poor woman. But at least it was quick. This one knew what he was about. Hope you get him, Adam. It was the first time Dalgliesh had ever heard Miles Kynaston express a hope about the success of a case. As soon as Kynaston had left, the Sockos set to work. Dalgliesh moved away from the body, leaving clear the vital area between it and the kitchen and bathroom. Kate and Piers were still interviewing the tenants. They had started with Miss Kemp, but it was 40 minutes since Dalgliesh had heard her door finally close, and their footsteps descending the stairs. They were taking longer than he had expected, and he hoped this meant that the chore was proving productive. He turned his own attention to the details of the flat. The most prominent feature was the bureau set against the right-hand wall. It was obviously one Mrs. Carpenter had brought with her to the flat, a solid working desk in polished oak, disproportionate to the size of the room. It looked to be the only piece of furniture which wasn't new. The two-seater sofa against the wall, the round, drop-side table with 4 matching chairs, the single armchair facing the television set installed between the windows, all looked as unused as if they had just been delivered. They were modern, conventional, and unexceptional in design, the kind of furniture one would expect in a 3-star hotel. There were no pictures, no photographs, no ornaments. It was the room of a woman who had shed her past, a room which provided the essentials necessary for physical comfort, and left the spirit free to inhabit its own unencumbered space. The small bookcase to the right of the desk held only modern editions of the major poets and classical novelists. A personal library, carefully selected to provide solid literary sustenance when required. Dalgliesh moved into her bedroom. It was little more than 9 feet square, with a single high window. Here, spare comfort had given place to austerity. A single bed covered with a light counterpane, an oak bedside cabinet with a shelf and a lamp, an upright chair, a fitted wardrobe. A plain brown handbag was on the floor beside the bed. Inside, it was as well ordered as Venetia Aldridge's had been, with nothing superfluous. He was surprised, however, to find that she had as much as £250 in crisp 10 and £20 notes in her wallet. A dressing gown in fine patterned wool hung from the single hook on the door. There was no dressing table. She probably brushed her hair and made up in front of a mirror in the bathroom. But the bathroom was out of bounds until Ferris had finished with it. Except for the carpeted floor, the room could have been a nun's cell. He almost felt the lack of a crucifix above the bed. He returned to the desk, and opening the lid, seated himself for a search, although with no clear idea of what he was looking for. This rummaging among the detritus of a dead life was for him a necessary part of the investigation. A victim died because of who she was, where she was, what she had done, what she knew. The clues to a murder lay always in the clues to a life. But it sometimes seemed to him that his search was a presumptuous violation of a privacy which the victim could no longer protect, and that his latex-gloved hands moved among her belongings as if merely by touching them he could hope to reach out to the core of her personality. A much smaller desk would have sufficed for her leavings. 4 of the 6 cubbyholes were bare. The last 2 held an envelope of bills awaiting payment, and a larger buff one with the words, "Bills Paid," lettered on it in careful script. It was apparent that she settled her bills promptly, and kept the records only for 6 months. There were no personal letters. The similarity to Venetia Aldridge's desk, Venetia Aldridge's leavings, was almost uncanny. Under the row of cubbyholes were 2 slim drawers. The right-hand one contained black, plastic-covered folders stamped with the name of her bank. One with the statements of her current account, the slimmer one, records of an instant-access deposit account showing a balance of £146,000. The latter showed the accumulation of comparatively low interest earned on the account. But there had been no further deposits and no withdrawals until the 9th of September of this year, when £50,000 had been transferred to her current account. He referred back to the statements for this account and saw that the sum had been credited, and that 2 days later, £10,000 had been withdrawn in cash. He opened next the cupboard on the left of the knee-hole, and then 3 main drawers on the right. The cupboard was empty. In the top drawer were only 3 telephone directories. The drawer beneath held a box of plain writing paper and an assortment of envelopes. Only in the 3rd and bottom drawer did he discover anything of interest. Dalgliesh drew out a box file and discovered, neatly arranged in chronological order, the explanation of the £146,000 in the deposit account. In December 1993, Janet Carpenter had sold the house in Hereford and bought the London flat. The history of the transactions was set out in letters from the estate agents and her solicitor, in surveyor's reports, and estimates from a removal firm. A cash offer for the Hereford house, nearly £5,000 below the original asking price, had been quickly accepted. Her furniture, pictures and ornaments had been sold, not stored. Less valuable items had been given to the Salvation Army, and the house finally cleared. There was a copy of a letter from her to her solicitor, instructing him to ask the new owner to forward any post to him for onward transmission. No one was to be given her London address. She had cut herself free from her old life with ruthless efficiency and the minimum of fuss, as if the death of her granddaughter and of her daughter-in-law had severed more than their own lives. But something other than the oak bureau had been brought with her. In the bottom drawer was a bulky manila envelope, unmarked and with the flap stuck down. Lacking a paper knife, Dalgliesh insinuated his thumb under the flap, and felt an irrational second of mixed guilt and irritation as the paper split into a jagged edge. Inside there was a letter on a single sheet of folded paper, a bundle of photographs, and another bundle of birthday and Christmas cards, held together with a rubber band. All the photographs were of the dead granddaughter, some formally posed, others amateur family snaps, covering her life from babyhood in the arms of her mother until her 12th birthday party. The young face, bright-eyed, confident, smiled obediently into the lens, in a bright panorama of childish rites of passage. The first day at school, crisply uniformed. Her smile a mixture of eagerness and apprehension. As bridesmaid at a friend's wedding. Her dark hair crowned with a coronet of roses. Her first communion photograph, serious-eyed under the white veil. The birthday and Christmas cards were a complete set of those she had sent to her grandmother from the age of 4 until her death. The messages carefully written, and obviously in her own words. A mixture of childish concerns, small triumphs at school, messages of love. Lastly, Dalgliesh took up the letter. It was handwritten. There was no address and no date. Dearest Janet, please forgive me. I know what I'm doing is selfish. I know that I ought not to leave you. Ralph is dead, and now Emily, and you only have me. But I wouldn't be any use to you. I know you're suffering too, but I can't help. I haven't even any love left to give. Nothing to feel but pain. I long for the night when I can take my pills. Sometimes I sleep. Sleep is like a little death. There are the dreams, too. And I hear her calling for me, and I know I can't reach her. I'll never be able to reach her. And I always wake up, although I pray not to, and the pain comes down like a great black weight. I know it will never grow less, and I can't live with it any more. I could remember Ralph with love, even when remembering hurt most, because I was there with him when he died, and I held his hand, and he knew that I loved him, and we had known what it was to be happy. I can't think of Emily's death without guilt and agony. I can't live with that imagined horror, without pain for the rest of my life. Forgive me and try to understand. I couldn't have had a better mother-in-law. Emily loved you very much. Dalgliesh didn't know how long he sat as if in a trance, staring at the photographs laid out before him. Then he was aware of Piers at his shoulder and heard his voice. Katie's having a last word with Miss Kemp, in case she may be more forthcoming to another female without me. Not that she's got anything more to tell. And the mortuary van's arrived. Is it all right for them to take her away? Dalgliesh didn't answer for the moment, but handed Piers the letter. Then he said, The body. Oh, yes, they can take her away. The room was suddenly full of large masculine forms, subdued, masculine voices. Piers nodded to them, and then watched as a corpse, head and hands bagged with plastic, was zipped into a body bag. Piers and Dalgliesh could hear receding steps as the men manoeuvred their burden round the bend in the stairs, and a sudden laugh, like a bark, quickly suppressed. And now there was nothing left as witness to the horror, but the blood-stained carpet under the spread of protective sheeting, the splattered ceiling and walls. Ferris and his colleague were still in the bathroom, their presence there sensed rather than heard. Dalgliesh and Piers were alone. Piers read the letter, then handed it back. He said, Will you show this to Kate, sir? Probably not. There was a pause. Then Piers said, his voice carefully neutral, Did you show it to me because I'm the less sensitive, or because you think I'm the one who needs a lesson? A lesson in what, Piers?
I suppose in what murder can do to the innocent. It was perilously close to questioning a superior's action, and if he expected a direct answer, he didn't get it. Dalgliesh said, "If you hadn't learned that by now, would you ever learn it? This wasn't meant for either of our eyes." He put the letter back in the envelope and began gathering up the photographs and cards. He said, "She's right, of course. The only immortality for the dead is in our remembrance of them. If that is tainted with horror and evil, then they're dead indeed. The bank statements and a file on her property sale and purchase are of more immediate interest." He got up and left Piers studying them, and went to talk to Ferris. His search was over, and from the look on his face had been disappointing. There were no discernible bloodstains carried from the body to the kitchen sink or the bathroom, no heavy footprints on the close pile of the carpet, no stain of oil, grease, or dirt from alien shoes. Had the killer brought with him a cloth with which to wipe his shoes while he waited silently in the shadow of the landing? Had he been that careful? As Ferris and his fellow Socko, with their meagre haul, made ready to leave, Kate appeared and closed the door behind them. The three of them were alone. Chapter 33. Before Kate and Piers reported on their inquiries, Dalgliesh said, "See if there's any coffee in the kitchen, will you, Piers?" There were coffee beans, a grinder, and a percolator. Piers coped, while Dalgliesh put Kate in the picture. The coffee, when it came, was black and strong, brought in on a tray in green Denby mugs. Piers said, "I don't think she'd begrudge us her coffee. There isn't any whiskey. If there had been, I must say I'd have been tempted." Dalgliesh sat in the one easy chair, Piers and Kate on the sofa. They drew up a small table and sat relaxed and companionable, as if they had taken over the flat. After the constant comings and goings, it seemed preternaturally quiet. Uniformed police were keeping a discreet watch on the door. Any tenants arriving would be checked in and questioned by Sergeant Robbins and the detective constable. But little activity could be expected until people began coming home from work, and the news of the murder still hadn't spread beyond Pawlet Court. They had a sense of inhabiting a short hiatus in time between bouts of feverish activity, during which it was possible to take stock. Dalgliesh said, "So, what have we got so far?" Kate was swallowing a mouthful of coffee, and it was Piers who got in first. He had obviously decided to give a resume of the case. Mrs. Janet Carpenter, a widow, lives with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter just outside Hereford. 3 years ago the child is raped and murdered. The murderer, Dermot Beale, is convicted and is now serving a life sentence. He had previously been tried in 1992 for an almost identical rape and murder. The evidence was less compelling and he was acquitted. The defending counsel was Venetia Aldridge. Emily's mother, distraught with grief, kills herself. After her suicide, Janet Carpenter sells her house, moves anonymously to London, cuts herself free from her old life. She sets out to gain access to Venetia Aldridge's chambers by working as a cleaner. It isn't difficult. She's respectable, obviously competent, can provide references. She has to start with another set of chambers, but she asks for a transfer and gets it. She also offers to do occasional and temporary cleaning in Miss Aldrich's house, and buys a flat within 2 stations' travelling distance by tube of where Miss Aldrich lives. She only works 3 nights a week. That in itself is odd. If you're going to look to housework for an income, you can hardly earn much in 3 nights. But 3 nights are sufficient for her needs. All she wants is access to chambers. On Wednesday the 9th of October, Venetia Aldridge is murdered, stabbed in the heart with an ornamental dagger which she used as a paper knife. A full-bottomed wig is stuck on her head, and blood stored in a basement refrigerator poured over the wig. Mrs. Carpenter cleaned Miss Aldrich's room. She knew about the dagger. She knew that the blood was stored in Mr. Ulrich's room. She knew where the full-bottomed wig was kept. She had the means, motive, and opportunity. She has to be chief suspect still for the Aldrich killing. At this point, Kate broke in. But now we've got her murder. That alters everything. Whoever killed her wrote those letters in her blood. It was a definite attempt to pin the Aldrich murder on her. Why bother to do that if she's already the prime suspect?
And she was a prime suspect, I'll give you that. But it isn't as straightforward as you make out. If she took the job in Chambers to give her the opportunity to kill Aldridge, why wait for over 2 years? There must have been other nights when Mrs. Watson wasn't with her. Anyway, she had a key to Chambers. She could have got in any time. And why choose a method which she must have known would make her chief suspect? It was hardly certain. If Mrs. Carpenter did it, she acted like a fool, and I don't think that she was a fool. There's another thing. I was the first to interview her after the murder. I could swear she was surprised. She was more than surprised. She was deeply shocked.
Pierce said, "That's not evidence. I'm constantly amazed at the acting ability of the general public. You've seen it often enough, Kate. There they are on television, eyes full of tears, voice broken, pleading for the return of the loved one, when they know bloody well that the loved one's under the floorboards, and they put her there. Anyway, what about the money? How do you explain the withdrawal of that £10,000? The obvious explanation would be blackmail, but she drew it out before the murder, not after, so that's out. Or she could have wanted to pay someone to do the murder, but that seems unlikely. Where would a woman like that look for a contract killer? Anyway, the Aldrich murder wasn't a contract job. Contract killers use guns and a getaway car. That murder was an inside job, and you can't get over the fact that this second murder is a deliberate attempt to pin the first onto Janet Carpenter. If she hadn't been left-handed, it might have succeeded. Now that the body had been taken away and the experts had done their jobs and departed, the flat had become less claustrophobic, but the dead, polluted air was still oppressive, as if the living had sucked it dry. Dalgliesh went over to the window and pushed up the bottom pane. The morning breeze came in, cleansing, coldly autumnal. He almost believed that he could smell the grass and the trees. They sat together and felt no sense of intrusion, perhaps because there was so little in that spare, underfurnished space to bring the dead alive. He asked, "Any joy from the tenants?" Piers left it to Kate. "Not a great deal, sir. Miss Kemp can't tell us much more than she has already. She didn't hear anything last evening, but then she's very deaf. She says the last time she saw Mrs. Carpenter was yesterday afternoon when she knocked on the door to tell Mrs. Kemp that she was going away and would leave her the pot plants and her keys. She says she didn't know Mrs. Carpenter well. She's never been in this flat, for example, nor Mrs. C. in hers. But they met on the stairs occasionally and chatted briefly. That's how Mrs. Carpenter knew her neighbour liked pot plants. And they keep each other's spare keys when they're away from home. That's been agreed by the Residents' Association. Apparently last year a flat was left with the tap running and no one could get in to stop the flood. Miss Kemp only goes out when her nephew occasionally calls, to take her to his home or for a drive. She leaves her spare keys with Mrs. Carpenter all the time. She walks about twice a week to the corner shop, and she's afraid that someone will snatch her purse. It's a comfort to know that Mrs. C. has her spares. She'd like them back, please, if Mrs. C. is in hospital. She seems more concerned about the keys than about the accident. She didn't even ask what had happened or how it had happened. I think she assumes that Mrs. C. fell over. Falling over and getting mugged are her two main fears. I think she regards one or both of them as more or less inevitable. Dalgliesh asked, "Did she know when Mrs. Carpenter put her spare keys through the door?" "They weren't there when she checked on the bolt last evening, but that was early, before she settled down to her evening viewing at 6. She found them on the mat this morning when she went to check whether the post had arrived. Mrs. Carpenter usually collected her post for her and put it through her letterbox. The hall's carpeted, so she wouldn't have heard the keys fall." "Did Mrs. C. usually just drop them through the letterbox without a note?" "No, she didn't. They were usually in a strong envelope, stuck down and with Mrs. Carpenter's name, flat number, and the date she expected to be back. If the keys were wanted in a hurry, it would be safer to have them labelled." Pierce said, "But this time they weren't. My God, this killer had it handed to him on a plate. She'd already written the note placed with the plants. He reads it, puts the plants outside, locks the door when he leaves, puts the keys through the letterbox of number 9. He couldn't have reckoned on that amount of luck." Dalgliesh said, "What about the rest of the tenants?" It was Pierce who replied, "One of the 2 basement flats is unoccupied, and we didn't get any reply from 4 of the others.
I suppose they're out at work. The girl we saw this morning, the one who let us in, wasn't helpful. Her boyfriend's home now, and he's no lover of the police. And they guessed we weren't here because of a break-in. She'd hardly let us in when she said, "It's murder, isn't it? That's what you've come about. Mrs. Carpenter's dead." There seemed no point in denying it, but we didn't confirm it either. After that, they were both pretty cagey. Although I don't think it's because they're hiding anything, at least not about the murder. It's just funk, and a wish not to get involved. The girl, her name's Hicks, won't even stand by her story that Mrs. C's TV was on very loudly at about 7:30. She's not sure now whether it was television or radio, or where the noise came from. When we left, she was insisting that the boyfriend go out immediately to buy a strong bolt for the inside of the door, while imploring him not to leave her alone in the flat. Did she let anyone in through the street door last night? She says not, and she's pretty definite about it. She may be lying. On the other hand, we haven't spoken to the other tenants who are at work. One of them could have released the door. The couple in the basement flat are unemployed. She's just finished her teacher training and is applying for jobs. He's been made redundant from a law firm. They were still in bed and none too pleased to see us. Apparently they were at a party until the early hours. Nothing of any use there, I'm afraid. They only bought the flat 2 months ago and say they didn't even know that Mrs. C was a tenant. They're adamant that they didn't let anyone in last night. They claim that they'd left for the party by 8:30. Kate added, "We did get something from the last flat we tried. Mrs. Maud Capstick, a widow living alone. She only knew Mrs. C because Mrs. C attended a meeting of the Residents' Association when they were discussing the cost of external painting, the only time she did attend. They sat together, and Mrs. Capstick rather took to her, thought they might have things in common, but he never came to anything. She did issue an invitation to coffee from time to time, but Mrs. C always had an excuse. She didn't hold it against her. She too likes her privacy. She said that Mrs. C was always pleased when they did meet, but it wasn't often. Mrs. Capstick's flat is the garden flat at the back, so there was no occasional passing on the stairs. Piers broke in, "You should meet Mrs. Capstick, sir. She's the garden expert on one of the glossy monthlies. My aunt takes it, and I recognised her from her photograph in the mag. She sees herself as the Elizabeth David of gardening journalists. Reliable advice and elegant original writing. My aunt swears by her. Mrs. Capstick writes about her magnificent garden in Kent. She admitted to me that she hasn't got a garden in Kent, and never has had. It's a garden of the imagination. That way, she claims, her readers get a better garden, and so does she." An unseen listener might have been surprised to hear him speak with such amused detachment, but his colleagues were grateful to Maud Capstick for the eccentricity, which for a moment had lightened their mood. Intrigued, Dalgliesh asked, "What about photographs? Aren't the articles illustrated?" "She takes them herself, using partial views of gardens she visits, clumps of plants from London parks. That's half the fun, she says, finding a suitable shot, one that won't be recognised. She never actually states that the photographs are of her garden. The one she has here is about 6 feet by 8, a patch of rough grass much visited by local dogs, a flower bed which provides a useful scrape for cats, and about 3 indistinguishable shrubs, which the local children have vandalised. I'm surprised she admitted to all this." Kate said, more tolerantly than Dalgliesh would have expected, "He just sits there with that look of boyish sympathy. It usually does the trick." "Well, I did recognise her. I asked her how often she was in Kent. I think she'd just been keeping it as a secret for years and just wanted to tell someone. That's the fascination of policing. People are either concealing secrets or pouring them out. I wish you'd been there, sir. She said, 'You should avoid living too much in the real world, young man. It isn't conducive to happiness.' I hope she's sufficiently in the real world to answer questions reliably. When you weren't exchanging homespun philosophy or discussing herbaceous borders, did she have anything useful to tell?" "Only that she definitely didn't let anyone in last night. Her bell did ring just after 7, but she was in the shower, and by the time she got to the door to answer it, there was no one there. She wasn't expecting a caller. She says she often gets non-productive calls. Sometimes it's the local kids pressing the bells. Sometimes it's someone who's mistaken the number." Kate said, "It could have been the murderer. By the time she got to the door,
Someone could have let him in. Dalgliesh said, "Someone did. If we can get them to admit it, we will at least know when he arrived, provided, of course, that he got in that way." "Was that all?" Kate answered. "We asked Mrs. Capstick when she'd last seen Mrs. Carpenter. It was Sunday at 3:30. Mrs. Capstick was coming home from lunch with a friend and saw Mrs. C going into the church at the end of the crescent, St. James's. So she was alive then. But it doesn't get us any further. We knew that already." It could, thought Dalgliesh, be of no importance, except as a piece of somewhat surprising information. There was nothing in the flat to suggest that Mrs. Carpenter was a churchgoer. But then there was nothing in the flat to throw any light on her interests or her personality, except that she was essentially private. No life could be as uncluttered as this living space. A Sunday afternoon was an odd time to visit a church, unless, unusually, surely, there was a service. It was possible that she was using it as a meeting place. It wouldn't be the first time in his experience that one of these quiet, empty places had been used for an assignation, or for the passing on of a message. If she had wanted to talk privately without the risk of inviting a visitor to her flat, the church was an obvious place to choose. Kate asked, "Is it worth calling in, sir? I suppose there's a chance it will be open." Dalgliesh went over to the bureau and took out a photograph of Mrs. Carpenter with her granddaughter. He studied it carefully for half a minute, his face giving nothing away, then placed it in his wallet. "A good chance. It's usually kept open. I know the parish priest, Father Prestane. If Father Prestane is involved in all of this, we may have complications." Glancing at him, Kate saw his rueful, half-amused smile. She would have liked to have asked more, but felt herself on uncertain ground. Was there any world, she wondered, in which A.D. didn't feel at home? Well, he was said to be the son of a parson. That gave him a familiarity with a part of life which was to her as unfamiliar as if St. James's had been a mosque. Religion, whether as a practical guide to life, a source of legend and myth, or a philosophical concept, had never entered that seventh-floor flat in Ellison Fairweather Buildings. Her moral training had at least had the benefit of simplicity. Certain actions, reading when she should be cleaning the flat, forgetting items from the shopping list, were inconvenient or abhorrent to her grandmother, and were therefore wrong. Others were accepted as illegal, and therefore dangerous. On the whole, the law had seemed both a more sensible and more consistent guide to morality than her grandmother's eccentric self-interest. Her large inner-city comprehensive school, attempting to accommodate the religious affiliations of 17 different nationalities, had been content to instill the belief that racism was the greatest, if not the only, unforgivable sin, and that all faiths were equally valid, or invalid, as you chose to believe. The minority ones, their feasts and their ceremonies, received most attention, presumably on the grounds that Christianity had had an unfair head start, and could be left to look after itself. Kate's personal moral code, never discussed with her grandmother, had in childhood been instinctive, and in adolescence worked out without reference to any power beyond herself. She sometimes found it bleak, but it was all she had. Now she wondered why Mrs. Carpenter had visited the church. To pray? There was presumably a particular grace, and therefore a greater hope of success if one prayed in church. To take a short rest? Surely not. She was within 80 yards of her home. To meet someone? That was possible. A large church could be a good place for an assignation. But she expected nothing of use from the visit to St. James's. The young constable on duty in the hall saluted as they left and ran down the steps to the car. Dalgliesh said, "Thank you, Price, we'll walk." Then he turned to Piers. "Get back to the incident room, will you, Piers, and set up the inquiry. Then go on to break the news at Pawlet Court. Tell them as little as you need. This will be hard on Langton." Piers was following through his own thoughts. "I can't see it, sir. They're not butchers. This is a very different murder." Kate said with a touch of impatience, "Not the same delicate touch, but they're connected. They have to be. If we're right, if the motive was to set up Carpenter for the Aldridge killing, then we're back at Pawlet Court."
Only if the first murder really was an inside job. I'm beginning to wonder. If we separate the actual killing from the business with the wig and the blood, Kate broke in. In my book it had to be an inside job, and Carpenter was, and still is, the prime suspect. She had it all, means, motive, opportunity. Dalgliesh said, "We already know one thing. 3 members of Chambers have an alibi for the Carpenter killing. Ulrich, Costello, and Langton. I was speaking with them last evening, and there's no way any of them could have got to Sedgemoor Crescent by 7:30. Kate and I will call in at the church, since we're so close, then come on later." The Crescent was almost deserted. The news of the murder hadn't yet broken in the neighbourhood. When it did, there would be the usual small crowd of onlookers, standing with careful nonchalance at a prudent distance, trying to give the impression that they were loitering there by chance. Dalgliesh said, almost as if he were talking to himself, "Father Preston is a remarkable man. He's reputed to know more secrets both in and out of the confessional than any other man in London. He's become a kind of personal chaplain to writers who are high Anglicans, novelists, poets, scholars. They would hardly consider themselves properly baptized, married, shriven, or buried, without Father Prestain's assistance. It's a pity he'll never be able to write his autobiography." The church was open. The great oak door swung easily inward to Dalglish's push, and they passed into a cavernous, sweet-scented dimness, pierced with a momentary flicker of candles, like distant stars. As Kate's eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, the great church took shape, and she paused for a moment in amazement. 8 slender marble pillars rose to a roof set with medallions of red and blue, and flanked by carved angels, crimp-haired, their wings outstretched. Behind the high altar was a gilded reredos. In the glow of a crimson lamp, she could just make out the halos of saints, and the mitres of bishops, rank on golden rank. The south wall was completely covered with a fresco in pink and blue. It looked like an illustration to Scott's Ivanhoe. The opposite one was similarly adorned, but the work had stopped halfway, as if the money had run out. Dalgliesh said, "One of Butterfield's later efforts. But I'm not sure he didn't go too far this time. What do you think of it?" The question, unexpected and unlike him, disconcerted her. After a moment's thought, she said, "I suppose it's impressive, but I don't feel at home in it." The answer had been honest. She wished it didn't sound inadequate. "I wonder if Mrs. Carpenter was at home in it." The only other person visible was a cheerful-faced, middle-aged woman who was polishing and dusting the stand, which held prayer books and guides to the church. She gave the visitors a brief smile, intended, Kate thought, to welcome them while reassuring them that they wouldn't be bothered, and that their devotions, if any, would be tactfully ignored. The English, thought Kate, obviously regarded praying, much as they did a necessary physical function, something best done in private. Dalgliesh apologized for interrupting her work. "We're police officers, and I'm afraid we're here on police business. Were you in church, I wonder, when a Mrs. Carpenter came in on Sunday afternoon?" "Mrs. Carpenter? I'm afraid I don't know her. I don't think she's a regular member of the congregation, is she? But I was here on Sunday between services. We tried to keep the church open, which means having a rota of people who can come in for a few hours every day. I'm doing 2 days this week because Miss Black is in hospital. I may have seen her. Is she in any trouble, Mrs. Carpenter, I mean?" "I'm afraid that she's been attacked." "And badly injured? I am sorry." The cheerful face expressed a genuine concern. "Mugged, I suppose. And soon after she left here. That's terrible." Taking out the photograph of Mrs. Carpenter, Dalgliesh handed it to her. She said at once, "So that's who you mean. Yes, she was here on Sunday afternoon. I remember her very clearly. There were only 3 people for confession, and she was one of them. Confessions are from 3 to 5 on Sundays. Father Preston will be terribly distressed to know she's been hurt. He's in the vestry now, if you want to see him." Dalgliesh thanked her gravely, and put away the photograph. As he and Kate walked together up the side aisle, she glanced back. The woman was standing, duster drooping from her hand, looking after them. Meeting Kate's glance, she bent again and began a vigorous polishing, as if caught out in an unseemly curiosity. The vestry was a large room to the right of the high altar. The door was open, and as they darkened the entrance, an elderly man turned to meet them. He had been standing at a cupboard with a heavy leather-bound book in his hand. Now he placed it on a shelf, shut the cupboard door, and said without a trace of surprise, "It's Adam Dalgliesh, isn't it? Please come in. It must be 6 years since we last met. It's good to see you. You're well, I hope." He was less immediately impressive than Kate had envisaged. Somehow she had expected someone taller, and with the thin, aesthetic face of a scholarly celibate. Father Prestane could be no more than 5'5". He was old, but gave no impression of weakness. The grey hair was still thick, but cropped rather than shaped, round a moon-shaped face, more suited, she felt, to a comedian than to a priest. His mouth was long and humorous, but the eyes behind the horn-rimmed spectacles were as shrewd as they were gentle, and when he spoke, she thought that she had seldom heard a more attractive human voice. Dalgliesh said, "I'm well, thank you, Father. May I introduce Detective Inspector Kate Miskin? I'm afraid we're here on police business." "I thought you might be. How can I help?" Dalgliesh again took out the photograph. "I understand that this woman, Mrs. Janet Carpenter, came to confession Sunday afternoon. She lived in Pawlet Court at number 10. We found her this morning in her sitting room with her throat cut. Almost certainly it was murder." Father Prestane looked at the photograph, but did not take it. Then he crossed himself unobtrusively, and stood for a moment silently with his eyes closed. "We need any information you can give which will help us to discover why she was killed and who killed her." Dalglish's voice was calm, uncompromising but gentle. Father Prestane had expressed neither horror nor surprise, but now he said, "If I can help, then of course I shall. That would be a matter of duty, as it would be my wish. But I never met Mrs. Carpenter before Sunday. Everything I now know about her was told to me under the seal of the confessional. I'm sorry, Adam. That was rather what I expected, and what I feared." He made no protest. Was that, thought Kate, all they were going to get? She tried to control her frustration, and an emotion closer to anger than disappointment. She said, "You know, of course, that the QC, Venetia Aldridge, has also been murdered. The two deaths are almost certainly connected. Surely you can tell us whether we should still be looking for Miss Aldridge's killer." His eyes looked into hers, and she saw in them a pity which she thought was as much for her as it was for the two dead women. Resenting it, she resented, too, the implacable will which she knew couldn't be broken. She said more roughly, "It's murder, Father. Whoever killed these two could kill again. Surely you can tell us that one thing. Did Mrs. Carpenter confess to killing Venetia Aldridge? Are we wasting our time looking for someone else? Mrs. Carpenter's dead. She can't care now whether you break faith with her. Wouldn't she want you to help? Wouldn't she want her murderer to be caught?" Father Prestane said, "My child, it isn't Janet Carpenter I'd be breaking faith with." Then he turned to Dalgliesh. "Where is she now?" "She's been taken to the mortuary. The PM will be held later today. The cause of death was apparent. As I said, her throat was cut." "Is there someone I should see?" "She lived alone, I believe." "As far as we know, she lived alone, and there's no family. But you must know more about her than I, Father." Father Prestane said, "If there's no one else to take responsibility, I will help with the funeral arrangements. I think she would like a requiem. You will keep in touch, Adam?" "Of course. In the meantime, we will get on with our inquiries." Father Prestane walked down the nave with them. When they reached the door, he turned to Dalgliesh. "There may be a way in which I can help. Before she left the church, Mrs. Carpenter said that she would write me a letter. After I'd read it, I could make what use of it I thought right,
including showing it to the police. She may have changed her mind. No letter may exist. But if she did write it, and if, as she promised, that letter gives me the authority to pass on to you whatever it contains, then I shall consider doing so. Dalgliesh said, "She did post a letter yesterday evening. To be accurate, she was seen leaving the house with an envelope in her hand. Then perhaps that is the letter she promised to write. If she sent it by first-class post, it may arrive tomorrow morning, although one can never be sure. It's rather strange that, being so close, she didn't put it through the church door, but perhaps she thought the post would be safer. The letters are usually delivered shortly after 9 o'clock. I shall be here by 8:30 to say an early Mass. The church will be open, if you care to come back then." They thanked him and shook hands. There was, thought Kate, nothing more to be said. Chapter 34. It was 6 o'clock of the same day. In his room in Chambers, Hubert Langton stood at the window, looking out over the gaslit court. He said to Lord, "I was standing here, remember? 2 days before Venetia died. We talked of her becoming head of Chambers. It seems an eternity away, and yet it's only 8 days. And now this second murder. Horror heaped on horror. It may have been Venetia's world, but it isn't mine." Lord said, "It's nothing to do with Chambers." Inspector Tarrant seemed to think that it was. He also seemed to think, although we had difficulty prizing it out of him, that Janet Carpenter died between 7 and 8. If so, most of us here have got the best of alibis. Adam Dalgliesh in person. It's over now, Hubert. At least the worst is. Is it? Of course. Janet Carpenter killed Venetia. The police don't seem to think so. It may not suit them to think so, but they'll never prove otherwise. They've got their motive now. Tarrant more or less admitted that when he told us who Mrs. Carpenter was. I can picture exactly how it happened. Mrs. Watson was unexpectedly absent. Mrs. Carpenter found herself alone in Chambers, with only Venetia still working. She couldn't resist the opportunity of confronting her, accusing her of being indirectly responsible for the death of her granddaughter. I can imagine how Venetia would have responded. She had been opening letters. The paper knife was there on the desk. Carpenter seized it and drove it in. She may not have meant to kill, but kill she did. She would almost certainly have got away with manslaughter, if it had ever come to trial. And this second murder? Can you see anyone in Chambers cutting a woman's throat? Leave Janet Carpenter's death to the police, Hubert. Solving murder is their job, not ours. Langton didn't answer at once. Then he said, "How is Simon taking it?" Simon? Relieved, I imagine, as we all are. It was uncomfortable knowing oneself to be a suspect. The experience had its initial interest, if only as a novelty, but it became tedious when prolonged. Incidentally, Simon seems to have taken against Dalgliesh. I can't think why. The man was perfectly civil. He was silent for a moment, looking across at Langton, then said more gently, "Hadn't we better settle the agenda for the 31st? Are you happy with the main items and with the order? Rupert and Catherine are offered the 2 places in Chambers. Harry gets a year's extension with the possibility of a second. Valerie is confirmed as Chambers secretary, and we advertise for a permanent second girl to help her out. Harry tells me that she's been too pressed recently. You announce your retirement at the end of the year, and it's agreed that I take over. And I suggest that for the benefit of the Salisbury contingent, you begin with a brief statement about Venetia's death. As the police don't exactly confide in us, there's not much to tell, but Chambers will expect a statement. Don't let it get out of hand. We don't want questions, conjecture. Keep it short and factual. And are you sure you want to announce your retirement at the end of the meeting, not the beginning? At the end. We don't want to waste time on formal expressions of regret, however insincere.
Don't underrate what you've done for Chambers. But there'll be a more appropriate time to say a formal goodbye. By the way, I had a telephone call from Salisbury. They think we should begin the meeting with 2 minutes silence. I tried the suggestion out on Desmond. He said he would so far subjugate principle as to present himself suitably attired for any service we care to arrange in the Temple Church, but that there were some hypocrisies which even Chambers ought to jib at. Langton didn't smile. He came over to his desk and picked up the draft agenda, written in Lord's elegant hand. He said, "We haven't begun to think of the memorial service. Venetia isn't even cremated yet, and next week everything she opposed will be agreed. Does nothing of us last once we are dead? For the lucky ones, perhaps love, influence maybe, but not power. The dead are powerless. You're the churchman, Hubert. Remember Ecclesiastes. Something about a living dog being better than a dead lion." Langton said quietly, "For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more reward. The memory of them is forgotten. Also their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Neither have they any more portion for ever in anything that is done under the sun." Lord said, "And that includes decisions in Chambers. If you're happy, Hubert, I'll take the agenda and get it typed and copied. I suppose some people will complain that it should have been circulated earlier, but we've had other things on our minds." He moved over to the door, then turned and looked back. Langton thought, "Does he know? Is he going to tell me? Or is he going to ask?" And realized that Lord was thinking exactly the same of him. But nothing further was said by either of them. Lord went out and closed the door behind him. Chapter 35. It was Kate whom Dalgliesh asked to accompany him to the church next morning, leaving Piers to get on with the inquiries at Middle Temple. It seemed to Kate that this second murder had for a time eclipsed the first, had produced in the team a sense of added urgency and more immediate danger than the death of Miss Aldridge. If the same man was responsible, and she had little doubt that the murder of Mrs. Carpenter had been the work of a man, then he was one of that dangerous breed who are prepared to kill and kill again. Father Prestane was at the church before them, and answered the side door to Kate's ring. Leading them down the short passage and into the vestry, he asked, "Would you care for some coffee?" "If it isn't a trouble, Father." He opened a cupboard and took down a large jar of ground beans, a packet of sugar, and 2 mugs. Filling the kettle and switching it on, he said, "The milk will be here soon. Joe Pollard brings it with him. He serves at Mass on Wednesdays. He and I will have ours later. That'll be him now. I think I can hear his bike." A young man, made immense by a motorcycling outfit more appropriate for a ride across Antarctica than for an English autumn day, burst into the vestry and took off his helmet. "Morning, Father. Sorry I cut it fine. It's my day to get the kids breakfast, and the traffic's hell on Ken High Street." Introducing him, Father Prestane said, "Joe always complains of the traffic, but I've never known it inconvenience him when I ride pillion. We dodge and weave between the buses in the most exhilarating fashion, followed, I have to say, by imprecations." Joe, having shed leathers, scarves, and jumpers with extraordinary speed, had buttoned himself into a cassock and pulled a cotter over his head with the ease of long practice. Father Prestane silently robed and said, "I'll see you after Mass, Adam." The door closed behind them. It was a solid door of iron-bound oak, and they could hear nothing beyond it. Presumably, thought Kate, a congregation of sorts had assembled. She pictured the early morning faithfuls, a few old women, fewer men, perhaps some of the homeless finding the door open and seeking warmth. Had Mrs. Carpenter been one of them? She thought not. Hadn't Father Prestane said she wasn't a regular member of the congregation? So what had brought her into the church to seek his advice? To make her confession, to receive absolution? Absolution from what? Well, with luck they would know before they left the building. That was, of course, if Mrs. Carpenter had written the promised letter. Perhaps they were investing too much hope in what Father Prestane had said. She had been seen leaving the flats with a letter in her hand. It could have been to anyone. Kate disciplined herself to sit in patience. It was obvious that Dalgliesh didn't intend to talk, and she had learned very early to be sensitive to his moods, and to be silent when he was silent. Usually it wasn't difficult. He was one of the few people she knew who could produce by their silence not embarrassment, but a sense of quiet relief. But now she would have welcomed talk, an acknowledgment that he shared her impatience and anxieties. He was sitting very still, the dark head bent over his mug of black coffee, his fingers cupped round it, but not touching it. He could have been waiting for it to cool, or perhaps he had forgotten it was there. At last she said, getting up, "We won't hear the post from here. I think I'll wait by the door." He didn't reply. She went out into the narrow passage, which led to the side door, mug in hand. The minutes passed with infuriating slowness. But away from Dalgliesh, she could at least indulge her impatience by a vigorous pacing, and by constant glances at her watch. 9 o'clock. Hadn't Father Prestane said that the post came at 9, or shortly after? Shortly after could mean anything. They could be waiting for half an hour. 5 minutes past 9. 7 minutes passed. And then it came. She heard no footsteps outside the heavy door, but the letterbox was thrust open, and the post fell through with a thud. 2 large manila envelopes, a couple of bills, a large bulky white envelope marked private, and addressed to Father Prestane, an educated hand, the hand of someone who wrote with confidence. She had seen envelopes of this size and make in Mrs. Carpenter's flat. This was surely what they were waiting for. She took it back to Dalgliesh and said, "It's come, sir." He took the letter and laid it on the table, then placed the rest of the post in a neat pile beside it. "It looks like it, Kate." She tried to conceal her impatience. The letter, looking preternaturally white against the dark oak of the table, lay there like a portent. "How long is it likely to take, sir, the Mass?" "Low Mass with no sermon or homily, about half an hour." She glanced surreptitiously at her watch. Just over 15 minutes to go. But it was a little before the half hour that the door opened and Father Prestane and Joe reappeared. Joe, disrobed, clambered into his multi-layered biking gear and became metamorphosed into a huge metallic insect. He said, "I'll not wait for coffee this morning, Father. Oh, I forgot. Now, Mary asked me to tell you it should be doing the flowers for Our Lady on Sunday, as Miss Pritchard's in hospital. You did hear that she'd had her op, Father?" "Yes, I heard, Joe. I'll be visiting her this afternoon if she's well enough for visitors. Thank Mary for me, will you?" They went out together. Joe still talking. The outer door closed with a clang. Kate had a sense that with Joe's departure, the normal world, the world she lived in and understood, had left with him, leaving her mentally isolated and physically ill at ease. The smell of incense had suddenly become oppressive, the vestry itself claustrophobic and oddly threatening. She had an irrational urge to pick up the letter and take it out into the fresh air, to be read for what it was. A letter, important, perhaps even vital to their investigations, but still only a letter. Father Prestane had returned. He took it up and said, "I'll leave you for a moment, Adam," and went out again into the church. "You don't think he'll destroy it?" Kate wished the words unsaid as soon as they had left her mouth. Dalgliesh replied, "No, he won't destroy it. Whether he gives it to us will depend on what's in it." They waited. It was a long wait. Kate thought, "He must give it to us. It's evidence. He can't conceal evidence. There must be a way of compelling him to hand it over. You can't bind a letter under the seal of the confessional.
But why is he taking so long? It can't take him over 10 minutes to read a letter. What is he doing out there? Perhaps he's in front of the altar praying to his God. There came into her mind, for no reason she could imagine, snatches of another conversation she had had with Piers about his curious choice of academic subject. She wondered now at his patience under her questioning. What does this theology do for you? After all, you spent 3 years on it. Teach you how to live? Answer some of the questions? What questions? The big questions. The ones there's no sense in asking. Why are we here? What happens when we die? Have we really free will? Does God exist? No, it doesn't answer questions. It's like philosophy, it tells you what questions to ask. I know what questions to ask. It's the answers I'm after. And what about learning how to live? Isn't that philosophy too? What's yours? The reply had come easily, but she had thought with honesty. To get as much happiness as I can, not to harm others, not to whine. In that order. It was as reasonable a basis for living as any she'd heard. Effectively, it was her own. You didn't need to go to Oxford to learn that. But what did it say when confronted with a tortured and murdered child, or with that body lying like a butchered animal, the throat cut to the bone? Perhaps Father Prestane thought he had the answer. If so, could it really be found in this dim, incense-laden air? Well, you had to believe in your job, whether you were a priest or a policeman. You had at some point to say, this is what I choose to believe. To this I shall give my loyalty. With her, it had been the police service. Father Prestane had chosen a more esoteric commitment. It would be difficult for both of them if their loyalties were to conflict. The door opened, and Father Prestane came in. He was very pale. He held out the letter to Dalgliesh. He said, "She has authorized me to give it to you. I'll leave you to read it in peace. You'll need to take it, I assume." "Yes, we shall need to take it, Father. I will, of course, give you a receipt for it." Father Prestane had not replaced it in the envelope. Dalgliesh said, "It's longer than I expected. I suppose that's why she didn't catch the Monday post. It must have taken her at least a day to write." Father Prestane said, "She was an English teacher. Written words were as companionable to her as speech. And I think she needed to write it, to set down the truth, as much for herself as for us. I'll be back before you go." He went again into the church and closed the door. Dalgliesh spread the letter out on the table. Kate drew up a chair beside him, and they read it together. Chapter 36. Janet Carpenter had wasted no time on preliminaries. This was written out of a need which went beyond any promise to Father Prestane. "Dear Father, it was almost a relief to me when Rosie killed herself. I know that's a terrible thing to write. It was a terrible truth to have to confess. But I don't think I could have gone on living with her grief and stayed sane. She needed me there. I couldn't have left her. We were shackled together by grief. The grief for my son, the death of her daughter. But it was Emily's death that killed her. And if she hadn't hoarded those dystalgesic tablets, washed them down with that bottle of red wine, she would have died in the end, of grief, but more slowly. She moved about the house like the walking dead, dull-eyed, performing small household tasks, as if she had been programmed to do them. Her occasional smile was like a twitch of the mouth. Her uncomplaining docile silence was almost more terrible than the outbursts of wild sobbing. When I tried to bring comfort by silently enclosing her in my arms, she didn't resist or respond. There were no words. Neither of us had any words. Perhaps that was the trouble. I knew only that her heart was broken, and I know now that the phrase isn't a sentimental exaggeration. Everything that made her Rosie was broken. She lived every waking hour in the black horror of Emily's murder. I'm only surprised that so drained, so depersonalized, she found the strength and the will to end the torment and to write me that last coherent note. I grieved with her and for her. Of course I did. I had loved Emily too. I wept for Emily, for the Emily I knew, and for all dead, violated children. But for me, grief was subsumed in anger, a terrible, all-consuming anger. And from the start this anger focused on Venetia Aldridge. If Dermot Beale hadn't been found guilty, I might have planned somehow to make him pay. But Beale was in prison with a recommended minimum sentence of 20 years. I would be dead before he got his freedom. Instead, my hatred found its target, its necessary release, in the woman who had defended him at his first trial. She had defended him brilliantly. It had been for her a great forensic triumph, a masterly cross-examination of the Crown witnesses, another personal accolade. And Dermot Beale had gone free to kill again. This time it was Emily, who, cycling home from the village less than a mile away with her basket piled with groceries, had heard the sound of his car wheels on that lonely road. And this time Aldrich wasn't available for the defense. I have heard that she never represents the same client twice. Perhaps even she wouldn't have the arrogance for that. This time he didn't get off. I don't think that my hatred for Aldrich was naive. I knew the argument, knew what any of her fellow defense lawyers would say on her behalf. She was doing her job. An accused man, however obvious his guilt may appear to be before the facts are known, however heinous the crime, however unprepossessing his appearance or repellent his character, is entitled to a defense. His lawyer is not required to believe in his innocence, only to test the evidence against him, and, if there is a hole in the case for the Crown, to enlarge it so that he can crawl through it to safety. She was playing a lucrative game, according to complicated rules, designed, or so it seemed to me, to disadvantage her opponents. A game that was sometimes won at the cost of a human life. All I wanted was for her just once to pay the price of victory. Most of us have to live with the results of what we do. Actions have consequences. That's one of the earliest lessons we have to learn as children, and some of us never learn it. She won her victories, and that, for her, was the end. Others have had to live with the consequences. Others have paid the price. This time I wanted her to pay. It was only after Rose's death that this resentment and anger grew into what I now have to accept was an obsession. Perhaps this was partly because, relieved of the need to try to care for and comfort Rosie, my mind and heart were free to brood on the events. It may also have been because after Rosie's death, I lost my faith. I don't mean my Christian faith, that high church tractarian tradition of sacramental worship in which I had been brought up, and in which I had always found a natural home. I no longer believed in God. I wasn't angry with him. That at least would have been understandable. God must be used to human anger. After all, he invites it. I just woke up one morning to the same grief, the same dull daily tasks, and knew with certainty that God was dead. It was as if all my life I had been hearing the beating of an unseen heart, which was now forever stilled. I wasn't aware of regret, only of an immense solitude and a great loneliness. It felt as if the whole living world had died with God. I began to have a recurrent dream, from which I would wake up, not terrified and screaming as Rosie would start up from her nightmares of Emily's death, but weighed down with a profound sadness. In the dream, I would be standing on a lonely beach at sunset, with a great sea rolling and tumbling over my ankles and sucking the shingle from under my feet. There would be no birds, and I knew that the sea was without life, that the whole earth was without life. Then they would begin walking out of the sea, passing me without looking or speaking, A great army of the dead. I saw Ralph and Emily and Rosie walking with them. They didn't see me or hear me, and when I called out to them and tried to touch them, they were cold sea mist in my hands. I would stumble downstairs and switch on the BBC World Service, desperate to hear a reassuring human voice. It was out of this emptiness, this loneliness, that my obsession grew. At first, it was as simple as wishing that someone would kill Aldridge's daughter and then go free. But that was for my private imaginings. It wasn't something I could arrange, nor was it something that in my heart I really wanted. I hadn't become a monster. But from that private fantasy, there grew a more realistic imagining. Suppose that a young man accused of a serious crime, murder, rape, robbery, was successfully defended by Aldridge, and then, after the acquittal, set out to seduce, even perhaps to marry, her daughter. I knew that she had a daughter. There had been a picture of them together after one of her most successful cases, in one of those mother and daughter articles, which had become popular in the weekend supplements. The photograph, unsentimental but carefully posed, had shown the two of them together, the girl, Octavia, staring at the camera, scarcely troubling to hide her embarrassed reluctance. It told me more than the whole article, carefully written, obviously approved by its main subject. Here, under the pitiless eye of the camera, was the old story, the beautiful, successful mother, the plain, resentful daughter. If this was something I might be able to contrive, I would need money. The young man would have to be bribed, and bribed with a capital sum in cash that he couldn't resist. I would need to move to London to get to know Venetia Aldridge's life, her routine, where she and her daughter lived, in which court she was next to appear. I would have to attend as many of her trials as possible, whenever the crime was serious, and the defendant a young male. All of this seemed possible. I had already decided to sell the house I had shared with Rosie and Emily, and which I owned. The mortgage had long ago been paid off. The sale would provide enough for me to buy a small, convenient flat in London, and have more than enough left for the bribery. I would try to find a cleaning job in the Middle Temple, in the hope of moving eventually to Aldridge's chambers. It would all take time, but I was in no hurry. The girl, Octavia, was still only 16. My plan required that she should be of age. I didn't want her mother making her a ward of court in order to prevent an unsuitable marriage. And I had to choose the right man. On that choice depended the whole success of the enterprise. There was no room for failure here. I had one great advantage. I had been a schoolteacher for more than 30 years, for much of the time teaching adolescents. I thought I would be able to recognize the qualities I was looking for: conceit, acting ability, unscrupulousness, greed. And once I had a job in her chambers, I would have access to Venetia Aldridge's papers. I would know more about his life, his past, than he would ever know of mine. It all went according to plan. The details don't matter. The police will know them by now anyway. They have spoken, I know, to Miss Elkington. I ended where I had hoped to end, with a flat in London where I could expect to be private, a job in Aldridge's chambers, occasional access to her home. It all went so smoothly that I felt that were I superstitious, I would be able to believe that my great revenge was preordained, my small craft launched among clouds of propitiatory incense. I didn't use the word revenge then. I saw myself in a less ignoble role, setting out to redress an injustice, to teach a lesson. I know now that what I was planning was revenge, and the satisfaction of revenge, that my hatred of Venetia Aldridge was both more personal and more complicated than I was willing to admit. I know now that it was wrong. It was evil. I also know that it kept me sane. From the beginning, I think I accepted that success would be largely a matter of chance. I might never find a suitable young man, or if I did, he might not succeed with Octavia. This knowledge that events weren't entirely under my control seemed paradoxically to make the enterprise more rational and feasible. And I wasn't changing my whole life for a caprice. I needed to sell the house, to get away, to free myself from the curious glances of strangers and the embarrassed sympathy of friends. That overworked word which can conveniently cover anything from love to the mutual tolerance of neighbours. When I told them, "Don't write, I need a few months absolutely alone, free of the past," I could see the relief in their eyes. They had found it hard to cope with an overwhelming grief. Some friends, particularly those with children, made no attempt, but after a single letter or visit, distanced themselves, as if I were infectious. There are some horrors, and the murder of a child is one, which probe our deepest fears, fears we hardly dare acknowledge in case a malignant fate senses the depths of our imagined horror and strikes triumphantly to make it real. The egregiously unfortunate have always been the lepers of the earth. And then I met Mr. Froggatt. I still don't know his first name. He will always be Mr. Froggatt to me, and I, Mrs. Hamilton, to him. I used my maiden name, feeling that its familiarity would at least prevent me from giving myself away. I didn't confide in him my name, my past, where I lived, or where I worked. We first met in the public gallery of No. 2 Court at the Old Bailey. There are regulars who go to important or interesting trials, particularly at the Old Bailey, and after that first meeting, I saw him every time I went. An unassuming little man of about my own age, always neatly dressed, who, like me, would sit patiently through the long hours of the trial, when the sensation-seekers had departed in search of livelier entertainment, and from time to time would make notes with his small, delicate hands, as if he were monitoring the performance of the chief actors. And what we were seeing was a performance. That was its fascination. It was a play in which some of the characters knew their words and the plot. Some were awkward amateurs, making their first appearance on a frightening, unfamiliar stage. But all had their roles assigned in a performance which afforded their ultimate audience satisfaction. No one knew the end. After we had seen each other about half a dozen times, Mr. Froggatt began to greet me with a tentative good morning. But he didn't speak until I was overcome with a sudden faintness during the prosecution's opening case, in a particularly horrible case of child cruelty and abuse. It was the first of such cases I had sat through. I had told myself that there were times when I would find it hard to go on, but I had never envisaged a case like this. The gowned and bewigged prosecuting counsel, in his quiet, educated voice, outlining without embellishment, and apparently without emotion, the torture and degradation of young boys in care. And that case was no use to me. I early realized that most sex cases weren't. The men concerned were either repellent, or more often pathetic creatures, whom I could reject as unsuitable for my purpose as soon as they appeared in the dock. Now I put my head between my knees, and the worst of the faintness passed. I knew I had to leave, and I did so as unobtrusively as I could, but I was in the middle of a tightly packed bench, and inevitably I caused a disturbance. When I reached the concourse, I found the little man at my side. He said, "Please forgive the intrusion, but I saw that you were ill, and that you have no one with you. Could I offer assistance? Perhaps you would permit me to take you for a cup of tea. There is a respectable little cafe I use, which is quite close. It's really very clean." The words, the tone, the careful formality amounting to diffidence, were essentially out of date. I remember that I had a ridiculous picture of us standing together on the deck of the Titanic. "Please permit me, madam, to offer you my protection and to assist you into this lifeboat." Looking into eyes which were genuinely concerned behind the thick glass of his spectacles, I had no distrust of him. My generation knows by instinct, one lost to young women of today, when we can trust a man. So we went together to the respectable little cafe, one of those innumerable eating places, catering for office workers or tourists, where you can get freshly made sandwiches made up from a variety of fillings, set out in dishes under the counter, eggs, mashed sardines, tuna fish, ham, together with good coffee and strong tea. He led me to a square table in the corner, covered with a checked red and white cloth, and then fetched 2 cups of tea and 2 chocolate eclairs. Afterwards he walked with me to the underground station and said goodbye. We exchanged names, but nothing more. He didn't ask whether I had far to travel or where I lived, and I sensed in him a natural reluctance to seem to pry, a concern that I shouldn't feel that he was intruding, using his act of kindness to force on me an intimacy which I might not want. And so began our acquaintanceship. It wasn't friendship. How could it be when I confided so little? But it had some of the comforts of friendship without its commitment. We got used to having tea together after the court rose at the same cafe or at one similar. At our first meeting, I was worried, not that he would become inquisitive, but that it would increasingly seem odd to him that I was so uncommunicative, and even odder that I should sit there week after week, listening to the sad, often predictable recital of human weakness. Weakness and wickedness. But that, it appeared, was the last thing to worry him. He was obsessed with the criminal law. Nothing seemed more natural to him than that I should share this compelling interest. He confided much about himself, and seemed not to notice that I told so little. On our third meeting, he told me something which, for a minute, terrified me, until I realized that it posed no real danger, and that it could even be one more auspicious sign that my enterprise would succeed. He had taught at a prep school owned by Venetia Aldridge's father, had known her well as a child. He claimed, and this was the first time I detected in him, evidence of a certain conceit which, once noticed, seemed to be part of his personality, that it was he who had given her the taste for law, had set her on the first steps of her brilliant career. My hand shook as I raised my cup of tea, spilling a little bit in the saucer. I waited a second until the spasm of shaking passed, then calmly poured it back. Not looking at him, I made my voice steady. The question, no more than one of casual interest. Do you see her now? I expect she'd be grateful to know you're still interested in her career. She'd probably arrange for you to have a seat in the court. No, I don't see her. I'm careful not to place myself where I might catch her eye. Not that there's much danger of that. But it might seem like pushing myself forward. It was a long time ago, she may have forgotten me. But I try not to miss any of her cases. It's my hobby now, watching her career. But of course it isn't always easy finding out where she's appearing. I said, on impulse, I could probably help. I have a friend who works in her chambers. Of course she wouldn't ask directly. She's in quite a humble capacity, but there must be court lists. I could probably find out for you when Miss Aldridge is next due to appear, and at what court. Mr. Froggatt was genuinely, almost pathetically grateful. He said, "You'll need my address," and, taking out his notebook, wrote it down, keeping his small hands close together like paws. Then he carefully tore out the page and handed it to me. If he thought it odd that I didn't, in a reciprocal gesture of confidence, give him my address, he made no sign. I saw that he lived, I expect he still lives, in a flat in Goodmayes, Essex. I imagine in one of those modern blocks of small, identical, characterless apartments. After that, I would send him a postcard from time to time, just with a date and a place on it, Winchester Crown Court, October the 3rd, and sign it with my initials, J.H. I didn't always see him in court, of course. If the defendant was a woman, or was obviously unsuitable for my purpose, I didn't bother to turn up. But those shared half-hours or so of undemanding companionship became some of the happiest interludes of my obsessed life. Perhaps happiest is too positive a word. Happiness is not an emotion I feel now, nor ever expect to feel. But there was a kind of contentment, a restfulness, and a sense of belonging again to the real world, which I found comforting. We must have looked a strange couple to anyone interested. But of course no one was interested. This was London, The city workers chatting together before they began their journeys home, the tourists with their cameras, their maps, their foreign jabber, the occasional solitary drinker of tea. They came in without a glance in our direction. It is all so recent, and yet it already seems a distant memory. The rhythmic groan of the city breaking against the windows like the roar of a distant sea, the hiss of the coffee machine, the smell of toasted sandwiches, and the clatter of cups and beakers. Against this background, we would talk over the details of the day, comparing our views of the witnesses, assessing their veracity, discussing the conduct of counsel, the possible verdict, whether the judge was hostile. Only once did I get close, perhaps dangerously close, to my own obsession. The day had been given up to the prosecution evidence. I said, "But she must know that he's guilty. It isn't important. It's her job to defend him, whether she thinks he's guilty or not. I know that, but surely it helps if you believe your client is innocent. It may help, but it can't be a necessary qualification to take on the job." Then he said, "Look at me. Suppose I were wrongly accused of some criminal offence, perhaps an act of indecency against a young girl. I live alone, I'm solitary, I'm not very prepossessing. Suppose my solicitor had to go begging from one set of chambers to another, desperately seeking a barrister who believed me innocent before I could mount a defence. Our law rests on the presumption of innocence. There are countries where an arrest by the police is taken as a sign of guilt, and the subsequent court procedures are little more than a recital of the case for the prosecution. We should be grateful not to live in such a country." He spoke with extraordinary force. For the first time I sensed in him a personal belief, emotional and deeply felt. Up till then, I had seen his obsession with the law as no more than an overwhelming intellectual interest. Now, for the first time, I saw signs of a passionate moral commitment to an ideal. Although Mr. Froggatt travelled to any Crown Court where Venetia Aldridge was due to appear, he liked it best when she prosecuted or defended at the Old Bailey. No other place for him had the romance of Court No. 1 at the Bailey. Romance seems an odd word to use of a place whose origins go back to Newgate, to the horrors of those early prisons, the public executions, the pressing yard where prisoners endured the torture of being pressed to death by weights to safeguard the inheritance of their families. Mr. Froggatt knew about these things. The history of criminal law fascinated, but never seemed to oppress him. His obsession may have had its element of morbidity. It was, after all, the criminal law which enthralled him. But I never detected ghoulishness, and would have found his company disagreeable if I had. His was essentially an intellectual obsession. Mine was very different, and yet, as the months passed, I began to understand his passion, began even to share it. Occasionally, when there was a case of particular interest in No. 1 Court, I would join him there, even if Venetia Aldridge wasn't the defending counsel. It was important that I did. He must never suspect that I was interested only in the defence. So, time after time, I joined the queue at the public entrance, went through the security screen, climbed the seemingly never-ending bare stairs to the hall outside the public gallery, took my seat, and waited for the appearance of Mr. Froggatt. Often he was there before me. He liked to sit in the second row, and thought it odd of me not to share this preference, until I realized that there was little chance of Miss Aldridge looking up, let alone of her recognizing me. I always wore a hat with a brim, and my smartest coat. She had seen me only in my working overalls. There was no real risk. Yet it was several weeks before I first felt happy sitting so close to the front. My view of the court was almost as good as that of the judge. Below, to the left, was the large dock with its glass screen at the back and the sides. Opposite us, the jury. To the right, the judge. And below us, the barristers. Mr. Froggatt told me that the front row in the public gallery was the place from which the only photograph of a defendant being sentenced to death had been taken. The people in the dock had been Crippen and his mistress, Ethel and Eve.
The photograph had been printed in a daily paper, and it was this that had led to the new law that there could be no photography in court. He was full of these snippets of history and information. When I commented on the smallness of the witness box, the neat wood stand with a canopy above it like a minuscule pulpit, he explained that the canopy was a relic of the days when courts were held in the open air and a witness needed protection. When I wondered aloud why the judge, splendid in his scarlet, never sat in the centre seat, he told me that this was reserved for the Lord Mayor of London, the chief magistrate of the city. Although he no longer presides at trials, he arrives in state 4 times a year and processes through the Grand Hall to No. 1 Court, the procession headed by the city marshal, the sheriffs, the sword-bearer, and the common crier, carrying the sword and mace. Mr. Froggett spoke with regret. It was a procession he would have liked to have seen. He told me, too, that this was the court in which some of the greatest criminal trials of the century had been held. Seddon, found guilty of murdering his lodger, Miss Barrow, with arsenic. Rouse of the blazing car murder. Haig, who had dissolved his victims in acid. All had been sentenced to death in that dock. The stairs beneath it had been trodden by men and women in the throes of a desperate hope, or filled with the terror of death. Some had been dragged down screaming or moaning. Somehow, I had expected the very air of the courtroom to be polluted by the faint, half-imagined taint of terror. But I breathed it, feeling nothing. Perhaps it was the very ordered dignity of the court, smaller, more graceful, more intimate than I had imagined, the richness of the splendid carving of the royal coat of arms behind the dais, the 16th century sword of justice of the city, the robes and wigs, the courteous formality, the unraised voices, all imposed a sense of order and reason, and of the possibility of justice. And yet it was an arena. It was as much an arena as if the floor had been strewn with blood-soaked straw, and the antagonists had entered to the sound of trumpets, half naked, with their breastplates and swords, to make their obeisance to Caesar. And it was in Court No. 1 at the Old Bailey that my search ended. It was here that I first saw Ash. By the 3rd day of the trial I knew that I had found my man. If I could still have prayed, I would have been praying for an acquittal. But I felt no real anxiety. This too was preordained. I watched him day after day, as he sat there, motionless and upright, his eyes on the judge. I sensed the power, the intelligence, the ruthlessness, the greed. My concentration on him was so intense that when, for the only time, he looked up at the public gallery and scanned us with a glance of contempt, I felt a momentary fear that he had guessed my purpose there and was seeking out my face. I left the court as soon as the verdict was announced. Mr. Froggett was, I know, hoping that we might have tea together and talk about the finer points of the defence. As I pushed my way out, he was on my heels, saying, "You know the point when she won the case, don't you? You recognize that fatal question." I told him that I had to hurry, that I had someone arriving for the evening and must get home to cook. But we walked together to the Central line at St. Paul's Station. He to go east, I west. I had it all planned. First the train to Notting Hill Gate, then by the District or Circle line to Earl's Court. A few minutes in my flat to write the 2 notes to Ash, then off at once to his address. The notes, one for the front door, one for the back, took only minutes. I had decided weeks ago what I would say. The subtle flattery, the appeal to curiosity, the bribe, which might not make him cooperate, but would certainly make him open the door. I wrote it carefully, but didn't print it. It had to be personal. Rereading it, I didn't think I could do better. Dear Mr. Ash, forgive me for intruding on you in this way, but I have a proposal to put to you. I am not a journalist, and I have no connection with officialdom, the police, social services, or any other busybodies. I have a job I need doing,
and you are the only one who can do it successfully. If you succeed, the payment is £25,000 in cash. The job isn't illegal or dangerous, but it does require skill and intelligence. It is, of course, confidential. Please see me. If your answer is no, I won't bother you again. I am waiting outside. I had planned that if there were lights in the house, I would put the letter through the front door letterbox, ring or knock, and then quickly conceal myself. He had to read the note before he saw me. If he wasn't at home, I would put a note through both the front and back doors and await his return, preferably in the garden, if I could gain access. I had his address, but until the trial was over, I didn't visit the house. It would have been too like tempting fate. But I knew that it was on Westway, stretching out from Shepherd's Bush. It wasn't a road I normally used. If there were buses that went there, I had never needed to take them. So, to save time and energy, I decided on a taxi, giving the driver a house number 20 yards away from the one I needed. I would walk the last 100 yards or so, arriving without attracting the notice of neighbours. And by now it was getting dark. I needed the darkness. But when the cab turned off the main road onto a slip road and then drew up, I thought for a moment that something was wrong with the engine, and that he had been forced to stop. Surely no one could still be living in this wasteland. Right and left, floodlit in the glare of the overhead lamps as if it were a film set, stretched an urban desolation of boarded-up windows and front doors, peeling paint and crumbling stucco. The house before which I stood had part of its roof missing where the demolition had already begun, whilst to the left of it the destruction had been completed, and no roofs were visible behind the high boarding. On the boarding, beside the official notice announcing the road-widening scheme, were painted the forceful expressions of contemporary protest, and the obscene scribbles of incoherent rage, all of them saying, "Look at me, listen to me, take note of me, I am here." I walked under that hard glare, between the dead, condemned houses and the ceaseless roar of the uncaring traffic, and felt that I was walking through an urban hell. But when I reached number 397, I saw that it was one of the few still showing signs of occupation. It was on a corner, the last of a long line of identical semi-detached houses. The 3 panes of the bay window to the right of the porch were boarded with what looked like reddish-brown metal, as was the smaller window to the left. But the door looked as if it was still in use, and there were curtains at the upstairs window. What had once been a small front garden was now a patch of weeds and tufted grasses. The front gate, the wood splintered, swung on its rusted hinges. I could see no light. Standing in the shelter of the porch, I pushed open the letterbox and put my ear to the aperture. I could hear nothing. Then I put one of my notes through the slot and thought that I heard it drop. Next I tried the gate at the side of the house. It was bolted from the other side and too high to climb. There was no access this way, but I preferred to wait at the back of the house rather than loiter in the street. I went back to the road, walked to the corner, and turned left down the side street. Here I was luckier. The garden was fenced, and, moving slowly down it and putting out an exploring hand, I found a place where a plank had been broken. I kicked it vigorously, choosing a moment when the noise from the road was particularly loud. The wood splintered inward with a crack, which I feared would alert the whole street, but all was silent. I leaned against the adjoining planks with all the strength I could muster, and heard the nails giving way. The fence was old, and the supports swayed as I leaned against them. Now I had a gap, just wide enough to squeeze through. I was where I wanted to be, in the back garden. I didn't need to conceal myself. No eyes could be watching at those dead, boarded-up windows. On each side the homes had been dark, since the first crash of the demolition crane's swinging ball. The small garden was a wasteland, grass almost waist-high. Still, I felt happier out of sight, and I squatted between the black wall of the shed and the boarded-up kitchen window. I had come well prepared. A warm coat, a woolly cap into which I tucked my hair, a torch and a paperback copy of 20th century poetry. I knew that the wait might be long. He could be out celebrating with friends, although I didn't think of Ash as a boy who had friends. He could be drinking, and I hoped that he wasn't. Our negotiations would be delicate enough. I needed him sober. He could be looking for sex after the months of deprivation. I didn't think he was. I had seen him only for those few weeks, but I felt that I knew him, and this meeting was predestined. Once I would have rejected such a thought as sentimental, irrational nonsense. Now, at least with part of my mind, I knew that fate or luck had led me to this moment. I knew that in the end he would come home. Where else could he go? I sat there, not reading, but waiting and thinking, in a silence and seclusion that seemed absolute. I had the feeling, always agreeable to me, that I was absolutely alone, since no one in the world knew where I was. But the silence was internal. The world around me was full of noise. I could hear the constant rhythmic boom of the traffic on Westway, seeming sometimes as close as a wild and threatening sea, and at others an almost reassuring memory of that ordinary and safer world of which I had once been part. I knew when he had come home. The kitchen window, like the others, had been boarded up, but only partially, enough to ensure security. There was a narrow slit at each end. Now a light shone through, and I knew that he was in the kitchen. Slowly I drew myself up, feeling the ache of my muscles, and stared at the door, willing him to open it. But I knew that he would. Curiosity, if nothing else, would compel him. And now at last the door opened, and I saw him, a black silhouette outlined in bright light. He didn't speak. I shone the beam of my torch upwards on my face. Still he didn't speak. I said, "I see you got my note." Of course, wasn't I meant to? I had heard his voice before, those two firmly spoken words in court, "Not guilty," and his answers in examination and cross-examination. It wasn't unattractive, but somehow unnatural, as if he had acquired it by practice and wasn't yet sure whether he wanted to keep it. He said, "You'd better come in," and stood aside. I smelt the kitchen before I saw it. These were old, sour smells, embedded in wood and walls, and in the corners of cupboards, never to be got rid of, now, until the house crashed down in rubble. But I saw that he had made an attempt to clean up. I found this disconcerting. And then he did something else that surprised me. He took a clean handkerchief from his pocket, I can remember now the size and whiteness of it, and flicked it over a chair seat before motioning me to sit. He sat down opposite, and we regarded each other across the stained and torn vinyl that covered the kitchen table. I had thought of all the ploys I might need, how to appeal to his vanity and greed without making it obvious that I judged him to be vain and greedy, how to compliment without being suspiciously fulsome, how to offer money without suggesting that he was being patronized or too easily bought. I had expected to be frightened. I would, after all, be alone with a murderer. I'd sat through the whole of the trial. I knew that he had killed his aunt, and killed her no more than yards from where I was sitting now. I had thought about what I'd do if he threatened violence. If I became unduly frightened, I would say that someone I trusted knew where I was and would send the police if I didn't return within the hour. But sitting opposite him, I felt curiously at ease. He didn't at first speak, and we sat in a silence that was neither oppressive nor embarrassing. I had expected him to be more volatile, trickier than he was proving to be. I put my proposition to him simply and without emotion. I said, "Venetia Aldridge has a daughter, Octavia, who is just 18. I'm willing to pay you £10,000 to seduce her, and another 15,000 if she agrees to marry you." I've seen her. She's not particularly attractive, and she isn't happy. That last should make it easier. But she is an only child, and she does have money. For me, it's a matter of revenge." He didn't reply, but the eyes looking into mine grew blank, as if he had retreated into a private world of calculation and assessment. After a minute, he got up, filled and switched on a kettle, and took down from a cupboard 2 mugs and a jar of instant coffee. There was a plastic shopping bag beside the sink. He had called at a supermarket for food and a carton of milk on his way home. When the water boiled, he poured it onto a heaped teaspoonful of coffee in each of the mugs, placed one in front of me, and pushed the sugar and the carton of milk towards me. He said, 10 grand to fuck her, another 15 if we get engaged. Revenge comes dear. You could have Aldridge killed for less. If I knew who to hire, if I was willing to risk blackmail, I don't want her killed, I want her to suffer. She'd suffer if you kidnapped the girl. Too complicated and too risky. How would I do it? Where would I hold her? I don't have access to people who manage these things. The beauty of my revenge is that no one can touch me for it, even if they find proof. But they won't find proof. They won't be able to touch either of us. And she'll mind it more than a kidnapping. Kidnapping would gain her sympathy, good publicity. This will hurt her pride. I knew from the second that the words left my mouth that they were a mistake. I shouldn't have suggested that an engagement to him would be demeaning. I saw the mistake in his eyes, the second of blankness, and then the pupils seeming to widen. I saw it in the tensing of his body as he leaned across the table towards me. I smelt for the first time his masculinity, as I might smell a dangerous animal. I didn't speak too quickly. He mustn't see that I'd recognized my error. I let my words drop into the silence like stones. Venetia Aldridge likes to be in control. She doesn't love her daughter, but she wants her to conform, to do her credit, to be respectable. She'd like her to marry a successful lawyer, someone she's chosen and approves of, and she's a very private woman. If you and Octavia are romantically linked, it will make a good story for the tabloids. They'll pay good money for it. You can imagine the headlines. It's not the kind of publicity she'd welcome. It wasn't enough. He said very quietly, 25 grand for a bit of social embarrassment? I don't believe it. He was demanding the truth. He knew it already, but he was insisting that I put it into words. And if I didn't, then there would be no bargain. It was then that I told him about Dermot Beale and my granddaughter. But I didn't tell him Emily's name. I couldn't bring myself to speak it in that house. I said, Aldrich thinks that you killed your aunt. She believes you to be a murderer. That's how she gets her kicks, defending people she thinks are guilty. There's no triumph in defending the innocent. She doesn't love her daughter. That's her guilt. How do you think she'd feel if Octavia gets engaged to someone her mother believes is a killer? Someone she defended. She'll have to live with that knowledge, but she won't be able to do a thing about it. That's what I want. That's what I'm willing to pay for. He said, and what do you believe? You were at the trial. Do you think I did it? I don't know and I don't care. He leaned back. I could almost believe that I heard the satisfied release of his breath. He said, she thinks she got me off. Is that what you think? And now, to risk the flattery, no, you got yourself off. I heard your evidence. If she'd kept you out of the witness box, you'd be in prison now. That's what she wanted to do at first, keep me out of the box. I told her, no way. You were right. But she has to take all the credit. It has to be her victory, her triumph. Again that curiously companionable pause. Then he said, so what are you paying for? What do you want me to do? Sleep with the daughter. Make her love you. In the end, Marry her. And what do you want me to do with her after I've married her? It was only when he spoke those words that I began to realize what I was dealing with. He wasn't being ironic or sarcastic. The question was perfectly simple. He could have been speaking of an animal, an article of furniture. If I'd been capable of turning back, I would have turned back then. I said, "You do what you like. Fly to the Caribbean. Take her on a cruise. Go to the Far East and dump her. Buy a house and settle down. You could separate whenever you wanted. Divorce without consent after 5 years. Or her mother would probably pay you off, if that's what you want. You wouldn't lose anyway. After I've paid over the last of the money, I shan't be in touch with you again." I had realized by then that he was both more perceptive and more intelligent than I had expected. That made him more dangerous, but paradoxically it made him easier to deal with. He had summed me up, had known that I wasn't some elderly freak, that the offer was genuine, the money there for the taking. And once he'd known that, then his decision was made. And that was how it was done. In that stinking kitchen over that stained table. 2 people without conscience, bargaining over a body and soul. Except, of course, that I didn't believe that Octavia had a soul, or that there was anything in that room except the 2 of us, or any power which would alter or influence what we said and did and planned. The bargaining was perfectly amiable, but I knew that I had to let him win. He mustn't be humiliated, even by a minor defeat. Equally, he would despise me for a too easy capitulation. In the end, I gave way to an extra 1,000 on the preliminary payment, and an extra 2 on the final sum. He said, "I'll need something to start with. I can get money. I can always get money, but I haven't any yet. I can get it when I want it, but it takes time." I heard it again in his voice, the childish swagger, the dangerous mixture of conceit and self-doubt. I said, "Yes, you'll need money if you're going to take her out, get her interested. She's used to money. She's had it all her life. I've brought £2,000 in cash with me. You can take that now, and I'll set it off against the preliminary sum." "No, it has to be extra." I paused and then said, "All right, it can be extra." I'd had no fear that he would take the money from me, perhaps kill me. Why should I fear? He was after much more than £2,000. I bent down my bag and took out the money. It was in £20 notes. I said, "It would be easier if I'd brought 50s, but they're rather suspect at present. There've been so many forgeries. 20s are safer." I didn't count them out in front of him, but handed over the 4 bundles of £500, each in a rubber band. He didn't count them either. He left them in front of him on the table, and then said, "What about the arrangement? How shall I report progress? Where shall we meet when I'm ready to collect the first £11,000? Ever since the first day of the trial, I had been wondering about this. I thought of the church at the end of Sedgemoor Crescent, St. James's, which is kept open for most of the day. My first idea was that it would be convenient to meet there, but then I decided against it for 2 reasons. A young man entering alone, particularly Ash, would be noticeable to anyone keeping watch in the church, and I found, despite my loss of faith, that I had a reluctance to use a sacred building for a purpose I knew in my heart to be evil. I had thought of large empty spaces, perhaps at one of the statues in Hyde Park, but that might be inconvenient for Ash. I didn't want to risk his not turning up. In the end, I knew that I would have to give him my telephone number. It seemed a small risk. After all, he would still not know my address, and I could always change the number if it proved necessary. So I wrote it down and handed it to him. I told him to telephone me at 8 o'clock in the morning whenever he needed to, but to begin with, at least every other day. He said, "I'll need to know something about her, where to find her." I gave him the Pelham Place address and told him, She lives with her mother, but in a separate basement flat. There's also a housekeeper, but she won't be any trouble. Octavia's not doing a job at present, as far as I know, so she's probably bored. Once you've got some kind of relationship established, I'll need to see you together. Where will you take her? Have you got a favourite pub? I don't go to pubs. I'll ring you and let you know when I'll be leaving the house with her, probably on my bike. You'll be able to see us together then. I said, I shall have to be fairly discreet. I can't loiter. Octavia knows me. I work occasionally at the house. How long do you think this will take you? As long as it needs to take. I'll tell you as soon as I have news. I may need more money to be going on with. You've got the first £2,000. You can have the rest in instalments, as and when you need it, and the final payment when you're married. He looked at me with his dark, withdrawn eyes and said, Suppose I get married and then you refuse to pay. I said, Neither of us is a fool, Mr. Ash. I have a greater regard for my own safety than to think of doing that. After that I got up and left. I don't remember that he said another word, but I do recall his dark figure against the light from the kitchen as he stood at the door and watched me go. I walked all the way to Shepherd's Bush, unaware of the distance, of my tiredness, of the dazzle and swish of the passing traffic. I was conscious only of a heady exhilaration, as if I was young again and in love. He didn't waste any time, but then I didn't expect him to. As arranged, he rang me 2 days later at 8 o'clock in the morning to tell me he had established contact. He didn't tell me how, and I didn't ask. Then he rang again to say that he and Octavia planned to go to the Old Bailey on the 8th of October, when her mother was due to appear, and would together see her after the case and tell her that they were engaged. If I wanted proof, I could hang about the Old Bailey and see them together for myself. But that I knew would have been too risky. Besides, I already had the proof I needed. Ash had told me a day earlier when I could see them both leaving Pelham Place on his bicycle. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. I was there. I saw them. I had also telephoned Mrs. Buckley, ostensibly just for a chat, and inquired about Octavia. She had told me little, but that little was enough. Ash was established in Octavia's life. And now I come to the part of this letter which will most concern the police. The death of Venetia Aldridge. On the night of the 9th of October, I got to Chambers at the usual time. I was, as it happened, alone. It was purely chance that Mrs. Watson had been called to her injured son. Had she been with me, one thing at least would have been different. I set about the cleaning, but less thoroughly than when there were the two of us. After finishing the ground floor offices, I went up to the first floor. Miss Aldridge's outer door was shut but unlocked. The inner door was ajar, but with the key in her side of the lock. The room was in darkness, as were all rooms of Chambers when I arrived, except for the hall. I pressed down the switch. At first, I thought she was asleep in her chair. I said, "I'm so sorry," and drew back, thinking I'd disturbed her. She didn't reply, and it was then I knew that something was wrong, and moved up to her. She was dead. I knew that at once. I put my finger gently against her cheek. It was still warm, but her eyes, wide open, were dull as dry stones, and when I felt her pulse, it was lifeless. But I needed no confirmation. I know the difference between the living and the dead. It never occurred to me that the death was other than natural. Why should it have? There was no blood, no weapon, no sign of violence, not even any disturbance of the room or of her clothes. She was sitting relaxed in her chair, her head bent on her chest, and she looked perfectly peaceful. I thought it was probably a heart attack. And then the reality of it swept over me. She had cheated me of my great vengeance. All that planning, all that expense, all that trouble, and now she had escaped forever.
It was some consolation that at least she had known of Ash's presence in her daughter's life. But the knowledge had been for so brief a time, the revenge so meagre. It was then that I fetched the blood and the wig, and made my last gesture. I knew, of course, where to find a full-bottomed wig. Mr. Norton's cupboard was never locked. I didn't bother about fingerprints. I was still wearing the thin rubber gloves I always put on before starting my cleaning. I think I realized, I must have done, that my action would cause trouble in Chambers. But I didn't care. I hoped that it would. I went out, locking both doors of her room behind me, put on my coat and hat, set the alarm, and left Chambers. I took her keyring with me and dropped it in the Thames, just across the embankment from Temple Station on my way home. It was only after Inspector Miskin called the next morning to take me back to Chambers that I learned that the death wasn't natural. My first thought was to protect myself, and it was only when I returned home that morning that I began for the first time to face the reality of what I had done. I took it for granted that Ash must be involved, and it was only after I'd rung Mrs. Buckley that I was told of his alibi. But I knew now that it had to end. The whole charade. When I'd poured that blood over Venetia Aldridge's head, it was as if I'd poured out all the hatred. What had seemed an act of appalling desecration had become one of liberation. Venetia Aldridge was out of my reach forever. I could at last let go. And in letting go of my obsession, I faced the truth. I had conspired with evil to do evil. I, who had lost a grandchild by murder, had deliberately put another child into a murderer's power. It had taken her mother's death to show me the enormity of the sin into which my obsession had drawn me. That is why I came to you, Father, and made my confession. That had to be the first step. The second will be no easier. You have told me what I have to do, and I shall do it, but in my own way. You said I must go at once to the police. Instead, when Ash rings me, as he will on Tuesday morning, I shall tell him to bring Octavia to see me that evening at 7:30. If he refuses, then I shall go to see her. But I would prefer that our talk should be here in my flat, one she need never enter or see again. That way her home won't be tainted with the memory of my perfidy. Then I shall go away, just for a week. I know that this escape is cowardice, but I have to be alone. I give you authority to show this letter to the police. I suspect that they already know that I was responsible for desecrating Venetia Aldridge's body. I know that they will want to interview me, but that can wait for a week. I shall be back in 7 days. But now I have to get away from London to decide what I shall do with the rest of my life. You made me promise to tell the police, and the police will be told. You said that I must put things right with Octavia, and I shall. But I must be the one to tell her. I don't want it done by a police officer, however sympathetic. And it will be difficult to tell her. That is part of the penance. It may be that she is so committed to Ash that nothing will shake her faith. She may not even believe me. She may still want to marry him. But if she does, it must be with the knowledge of what he is, and what he and I together have done. There was nothing else but the signature. Dalgliesh read a little faster than Kate, and would wait the few seconds until she nodded before turning the page. The writing had been easy to read, strong and upright. When they had finished, Dalgliesh, folding the letter, was silent. Chapter 37. It was Kate who broke the silence. But she was crazy to make that assignation. Did she really expect him to bring Octavia? Perhaps. We don't know what was said between them when he rang. He may even have told her that he was happy for Octavia to know the truth. He may even have persuaded her that he could convince Octavia that what had begun as a deception on his part had ended for him in love. There was unfinished business between them. But she knew he was a murderer. Of his aunt, not of Venetia Aldridge. And even when she saw that he was alone, she may have let him in. That would account for the turning up of the TV. He'd hardly have had time to do that if he'd burst in upon her. If it was he who turned up, we can't be sure. We can't be sure of anything except that she's dead and he murdered her. And perhaps at some deep level of the mind, unacknowledged, subconscious, Janet Carpenter might not even have cared whether what he brought with him was Octavia or death. Kate said, "He turned up for the appointment, waited in the shadow of the cupboard, knew when she'd be home. Or perhaps he rang the bell and overpowered her when she opened the door. Or was Octavia with him? Were they in it together? I don't think so. It's in his interest that the marriage goes ahead. She's an heiress of sorts, after all. She may think she's in love, but presumably she has some sense of self-preservation. I doubt whether he'd risk committing murder in front of her, and it was a messy killing. No, I think he came alone. But he'll probably rely on her for an alibi, and she may be besotted enough to give it. I want a watch on the Pelham Place house, now. But see that it's kept discreet. And ring Mrs. Buckley. Check that the two of them are at home. Tell her we'll be with her in half an hour. Don't say why. It could be we're wrong, sir. Did he kill Miss Aldridge? Can't we break that alibi? No, he didn't kill Aldridge. That rests where we always thought it did, in Chambers. If that priest had told us on Sunday evening everything he knew, she'd still be alive. If we'd gone to interview her early Monday evening, she'd still be alive. I should have realized that her granddaughter's murder had to be significant. We had a choice. Father Prestane didn't. He left Kate to get on with it and went into the church. At first he thought that it was empty. The congregation had left and the great door was closed. After the warmth and light of the vestry, the incense-heavy air struck chill. The marble pillars rose into a black nothingness. It was strange, he thought, how spaces designed for people, theatres, churches, always held when empty, this sense of a bereft expectant air, a sense, too, of the pathos of irretrievable years, of voices stilled, and footsteps long faded. To his right he saw that 2 fresh candles had been lit before the statue of the Virgin, and wondered what hope or desperation was held in their steady burning. The statue, despite the pristine blue of the robe, the golden curls of the child with the chubby hand outstretched to bless, was less sentimental than most of its kind. The face, gravely carved, expressed in its perfection a Western ideal of untouchable femininity. He thought, whatever she had looked like, that unknowable Middle Eastern girl, it was never like this. A shape moved among the shadows, and took form, as Father Prestane came out of the Lady Chapel. He said, "If I had persuaded her to go to you immediately after she left the church, if I had insisted on accompanying her, she'd be alive today." Dalgliesh said, "If I had interviewed her as soon as I had learned of her granddaughter's murder, she would be alive. Perhaps. But you couldn't know then that Ash was in any way concerned. You made a reasonable, operational decision. I made an error of judgment. It's strange that the consequences of a misjudgment can be more destructive than the consequences of a mortal sin. You are the expert in these matters, Father. But if an error of judgment counts as sin, we are all in a perilous state. I must keep the letter, at least for the present. Thank you for handing it over. I'll ensure that it is read by as few people as possible." Father Prestane said, "That is what she would have wished. Thank you." They began to move back towards the vestry. Dalgliesh half expected Father Prestane to say that he would pray for them, but then he realized that this would not be put into words. Of course the priest would pray for them. That was his business. They were almost at the vestry door when it suddenly opened, and Kate confronted them. Their eyes met. She said, trying to keep her voice level, unemotional. "He's not there. He left late yesterday night on the motorbike without saying where he was going. And he's got Octavia with him." At Pelham Place, Mrs. Buckley greeted them with as much relief as if they were friends, whose arrival had been long expected. "I'm so glad to see you, Commander. I was hoping you'd find time to drop in. That sounds foolish when I know how busy you are, but I've had no news. Octavia tells me nothing, and it's been a dreadful week." "When did they leave, Mrs. Buckley?" "Yesterday evening, about 10:30. It was very sudden. Ash said that they wanted to be alone for a time, that they needed to get away from the press. Well, I can understand that. It was particularly bad for the first 2 days. We kept the door locked, and that nice policeman was very helpful, but it really was like being under siege. Luckily, Miss Aldridge had an account at Harrods, so that I could telephone for food to be delivered and didn't have to shop. But Ash and Octavia didn't seem worried at the time, and it did get better. But now they've suddenly decided that they have to get away." They had moved from the hall and down the stairs to the basement flat. The door didn't open to Mrs. Buckley's hand. She said, "They've locked it on the inside. We'll have to go through the garden basement entrance. I've got a spare key. Miss Aldridge insisted on my having one in case of fire or flood in the flat. I won't keep you a moment." They waited in silence. Kate tried to suppress her impatience. With every hour, Ash and Octavia could be travelling further, abandoning the motorcycle, making it more difficult to find them. Yet she knew that Dalgliesh was right in not hurrying Mrs. Buckley. She had information they needed. And too many inquiries go wrong, Kate knew, because the police had acted in advance of the facts. The housekeeper was quickly back, and they went into the garden and down the basement steps. She unlocked the door and led them into a narrow hall. It was dim, and when Mrs. Buckley switched on the light, Kate saw with surprise that half the wall had been pasted with a collage of illustrations from magazines and books. The dominant colours were brown and gold, and the arrangement, although initially startling, was not displeasing. Mrs. Buckley led them into the sitting room to the right of the hall. It was surprisingly tidy, but otherwise was much as Kate had expected. Typical, she thought, of many a basement flat, converted by the prosperous middle class for the use of their adolescent children. The furniture was comfortable, but not valuable. The walls left bare to allow for private taste. Octavia had hung a collection of posters. The divan against the left wall was presumably also a spare bed. Seeing her glance towards it, Mrs. Buckley said simply, "He used to sleep there. I know because I clean in here now. I thought he'd be sleeping with Octavia. The young do, even if they're not engaged." She paused and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's nothing to do with me." Kate thought, clever of Ash, puzzling Octavia, making her wait, proving that he's different. The central table was covered with newspapers, and this was obviously where they'd been working at the collage. There was a large pot of glue and a heap of magazines, some already mutilated, others as yet untouched. Illustrations had been torn out of books as well, and Kate wondered whether these had been taken from the shelves upstairs. Dalgliesh said, "What happened on Tuesday night? Did they leave in a hurry?" "Yes, they did. It was very odd. They were down here cutting up pictures to paste on the wall, and Ash came up to the kitchen to ask for a second pair of scissors. That was at 9 o'clock. I gave him a pair from the drawer, but he was back within minutes, very angry. He said he couldn't use them. It was only then that I realized I'd given him the pair Mrs. Carpenter left here when she'd been helping out during my holiday. I'd been meaning to give them back to Miss Aldridge to take into chambers. Scissors are so difficult to pack and send by post. But somehow I didn't like to ask, as she was so busy. Actually, I'm afraid I'd forgotten we had them. But of course he couldn't use them. They're special scissors. Mrs. Carpenter was left-handed." Dalgliesh asked quietly, "What did Ash do when you told him?" "That's what's so extraordinary. He went very white and stood absolutely still for a moment. Then he gave a cry. It was almost as if he was in pain. He took hold of the handles and tried to pull the scissors apart. He couldn't do it. They were too strong. So he closed the blades and drove the point down into the table. When we go upstairs, I can show you the mark. It's quite deep. It was extraordinary, rather frightening."
But then he always frightened me. In what way, Mrs. Buckley? Was he aggressive, threatening? Oh, no. He was perfectly polite. Cold, but not threatening. But he was always watching me, calculating, hating. And Octavia was the same. He influenced her, of course. It isn't happy living in a house where you're resented and hated. She really needs help and kindness, but I can't give it. You can't give love where you're hated. I'm glad that they've gone. And you've no idea where. They never spoke of taking a holiday, or said where they might go. No, never. Ash said that they would be away for a few days. They didn't leave an address. I'm not sure they knew where they were going. And they never spoke before of taking a holiday. But then we didn't speak much. Mostly it was Octavia giving me orders. Did you see them go? I watched them through the drawing-room window. They were gone by 10. Afterwards, I came down to the flat to see if they'd left a note, but there was nothing. But I think they meant to camp out. They took nearly all the tins from my kitchen cupboard. I could see that Octavia, on the pillion, had her backpack, the one Miss Aldridge bought her when she went on a school hike some years ago, and she had a sleeping bag. They went upstairs and into the kitchen. There, Dalgliesh asked Mrs. Buckley to sit down, and gently broke the news to her about Janet Carpenter's murder. She sat very still, then said, "Oh, no, not again. What is happening to us, to our world? She was such a nice woman, kind, sensible, ordinary. I mean, why would anyone want to kill her? And in her own flat. So it wasn't a mugger." "Not a mugger, Mrs. Buckley. We think it could have been Ash." She bent her head and whispered, "And he's got Octavia with him." Then she looked up and gazed straight into Dalglish's face. Kate thought, "She isn't thinking first of herself," and felt an increased respect. Dalglish said, "Was he here early on Monday evening?" "I don't know. During the afternoon, they were both out on the bike. They very often were. And of course they were working on their collage by 9 o'clock, but I don't know whether they were in the basement earlier that evening. I think Octavia must have been, because I could smell cooking. Spaghetti bolognese, I think. But they were very quiet. Of course I can't hear when anyone goes down to the flat, but I usually hear the bike." Dalglish explained that the house would be kept under police surveillance, and that he was arranging for a WPC to sleep there at night. For the first time, Mrs. Buckley seemed to be aware of the possible danger. Dalglish said, "Don't worry. You're his alibi for the murder of Miss Aldridge. He needs you to be kept safe. But I shall be happier if you aren't alone." As they left, Kate asked, "Will you put out a general call, sir?" "I must, Kate. He's already killed once, probably twice, and it looks as if he's panicked, which makes him doubly dangerous. And he's got the girl. But I don't think she's in immediate danger. She's still his best chance of an alibi for Monday night, and he won't give up his chance of marriage and her money unless he has to. We won't give out her name. It'll be enough to say that he's wanted for questioning, and that he may have a young woman with him. But if he comes to believe that he stands a better chance alone, do you think he'd hesitate to kill her? We need to contact the Suffolk police and the care authority. Find out the addresses of every foster parent he had, every children's home he was in. If he's hiding out, he'll almost certainly go back to a place he knows. We need to find the care assistant who spent most time with him. His name is in Venetia Aldridge's blue notebook. We need to find a Michael Cole. Ash called him Coley. Book 4. The Reed Beds. Chapter 38. Ash had neither spoken nor stopped until they reached the house on Westway. She was surprised that they were to stop there, but he gave no explanation. They dismounted, and he wheeled the Kawasaki into the back garden, heaved it onto the center stand, then unlocked the kitchen door. He said as she dismounted, "Wait in the kitchen. I won't be long." Octavia had no wish to follow him. They hadn't been back to the house since that first visit, when he had shown her the photograph. The smell of the kitchen, stronger than she remembered, but dreadfully familiar, was like a contagion.
The darkness beyond presaged a horror which surprised her by its immediacy and its power. Only a thin wall divided her from that single divan, which he saw in her mind's eye, no longer decently covered, ordinary, innocent, but soaked with blood. She could hear it dripping. After a second of disorientating horror, she identified the slow plop of water from the kitchen tap, and turned it off with shaking fingers. The image of that pale, slashed body, the gaping mouth and dead eyes, which she had been able either to banish or to recall with little more than a shiver of half-induced terror, now took possession with greater reality than on first sight. The black-and-white print took shape again before her eyes, for this time in lurid images of crimson blood and pale, disintegrating flesh. She wanted to get out of the house, never to see it again. Once on the road, speeding through the clean night air, all the bad images would be swept away. Why didn't Ash come? She wondered what he was doing upstairs, straining her ears for any sound. The wait wasn't long. She heard his footsteps, and he was with her again. There was a large canvas backpack slung over his shoulder, and in his right hand, held aloft on his clenched fist, as if it were a trophy, a blonde wig. He shook it gently, and the curls trembled in the light of the single unshaded bulb, and seemed for a moment to become alive. "Put it on. I don't want us to be recognized." Her revulsion was immediate and instinctive, but he countered it before she could speak. "It's new. She never wore it. Look for yourself." "But she must have put it on." "She put it on when she bought it." "She didn't buy it. I bought it for her. I'm telling you she never wore it." Octavia took it from him with a mixture of curiosity and repugnance, and turned it over. The lining of what looked like fine net was pristine. She was about to say, "I don't want to wear anything that belonged to her," when she looked into his eyes, and knew that he was the stronger. She had taken off her crash helmet and placed it on the kitchen table. Now, with a sudden gesture, as if urgency could overcome distaste, she pulled the wig over her head and tucked in the strands of her dark hair. He said, "Take a look," and holding her firmly by the shoulders, turned her towards a mirror of glass tiles, stuck to the cupboard door. The girl who stared back at her was a stranger, but one to whom she would turn in the street with a start of recognition. It was difficult to believe that this contraption of blonde curls could so extinguish personality. Then came a second of fear, as if something already precarious, nebulous, had been further diminished. She saw him reflected over her shoulder. He was smiling with a critical, speculative gaze, as if the transformation had been his creation, born of his cleverness. He asked, "How do you like it?" She put up her hand and touched the hair. It felt unnatural, stronger and slimier than real hair. She said, "I've never worn a wig before. It's weird. It'll be hot under that helmet." "Not in this weather. I like it. It suits you. Come on, we've got a way to go before midnight." "Are we coming back here?" She tried to keep the revulsion out of her voice. "No. We're never coming here again. Not ever. We've finished with this place for good." "Where are we going?" "Somewhere I know. Somewhere secret. Somewhere we can be absolutely alone. You'll see when we get there. You'll like it." She asked no further questions, and there was no more talk. He drove westward out of London, then joined the M25. She had no idea where they were going, except that by now she thought they must be travelling northeast. Once London was behind them, Ash chose the secondary roads. For Octavia, the ride was without thought, without anxiety, a journey taken out of time in which she was aware of nothing but the exhilaration of power and speed, of a rushing air which tore from her shoulders all the weight of her nothingness. Poised on the pillion, her gloved hands loosely round his waist, she relinquished everything but the sensation of the moment, the surge of the evening air, the throb of the engine, the darkness of country roads where the hedges seemed to close in on them, the wind-blown trees, no sooner visible than dissolving into a black limbo, the white lines endlessly disappearing under their wheels. At last they were nearing a town. Hedges and fields gave way to terraced houses, pubs, small shops, closed but still with lighted windows, the occasional larger house set back behind railings. He turned down a side road and stopped the engine. Here there were no houses. They had stopped outside what looked like a small urban park, near a children's playground, with swings and a slide. Opposite was a commercial building, perhaps a small factory. A name which meant nothing to her was painted on the blank, windowless wall. Dismounting, he took off his helmet, and she did the same. She said, "Where are we?" "Outskirts of Ipswich. You're going to spend the night in a hotel, I know. It's only just round the corner. I'll be back for you in the morning." "Why can't we stay together?" "I told you I don't want anyone to recognize us. I want us to be private. They'll be looking for two of us together." "Why should they be looking?" "Maybe they won't, but I'm not taking the risk. You got money?" "Of course. You said to bring plenty of cash, and I've got my credit cards." "The hotel's round the corner, about 50 yards further on. I'll show you. Go in and tell them you want a single room for one night only. Say you want to pay at once, because you have to leave very early to catch the first train to London. And pay cash. Register in any name you like, as long as it isn't yours. Give a false address. Got that?" "It's terribly late. Suppose they haven't got a room?" "They'll have a room. But I'll wait here for 10 minutes. If you come back, there are other places I know. When you've registered, go straight up to your room. Don't eat in the dining room or bar. They'll be closed anyway. Ask them to send up sandwiches. Then meet me here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If I'm not here, walk up and down the road until I come. I don't want anyone to see me waiting." "Where will you go?" "I know places, or I can sleep rough. Don't worry about me." "I don't want to be parted. I don't see why we can't be together." She was aware that her voice had become querulous. He wouldn't like that. But he was trying to be patient. He said, "We shall be together. That's what this is all about. We shall be together. And there'll be no one to bother us. There'll be no one in the world who'll know where we are. I need to be alone with you just for a few days. There are things we need to talk about." He was silent, and then said with gruff intensity, as if the words were forced out of him, "I love you. We're going to be married. I want to make love to you, not in my aunt's house, not in your mother's house. We have to be alone." So that was what it was all about. She felt a spring of happiness and reassurance, and moving over to him, put her arms round him and lifted her face to his. He didn't bend his head to kiss her, but he clasped her tightly in a hug that was more like a violent restraint than an embrace. She could smell him, his body, his breath, stronger even than the leather of his jacket. He said, "All right, darling. Until tomorrow." It was the first time he had called her darling. The word sounded strange on his lips, and she had a second's disorientation as if he was speaking to someone else. Walking beside him to the end of the road, she put out her ungloved hand to hold his. He didn't look at her, but responded with a grip that crushed her fingers. It seemed to her that nothing mattered now. She was loved, they were going to be alone together. Everything would be all right. Chapter 39. Ash had reorganized their baggage to make her backpack less bulky, but had said that she must take it in with her. The hotel would be suspicious of a guest with no luggage, even if she paid in advance. She said, "Suppose they won't have me?" "They'll have you. They'll be reassured as soon as you open your mouth. Haven't you ever heard yourself?" And there it had been again, that small note of resentment, like a pinprick, so slight, so quickly felt, that it was easy to pretend that it had been imaginary. There was no one behind the desk when she entered the lobby, which was small with a mean fireplace, the grate filled with a large vase of dried flowers. Above the mantelpiece was a vast oil of an 18th-century sea battle, the paint so grimy that little of the scene was decipherable, except the lurching ships and small puffballs of smoke from their guns. The few remaining pictures were animal and child prints of a revolting sentimentality. A high rail running the length of each wall held a display of plates, which looked like the relics of smashed dinner services. Octavia was hesitating, wondering whether to clang the bell on the desk, when a girl little older than herself came in through the door, marked bar, and slammed open the hatch. Octavia spoke the word she had been given. "Have you a single room just for tonight? If so, I'd like to pay now. I want to be up early to catch the first train to London." Without replying, the girl turned to an open cupboard and took down a key from the keyboard. "Number 4, first floor at the back." "Has it got a bathroom?" "Not en suite. We've only got 3 rooms en suite, and they're taken. That'll be £45 if you want to pay now, but there'll be someone on duty from 6 o'clock. Octavia said, £45 including breakfast. "Continental. Cooked is extra." "Can I have some sandwiches now in my room? I don't think I'll bother with breakfast." "What do you fancy? There's ham, cheese, tuna, or roast beef." "Ham, please, and a glass of half-skimmed milk." "The milk comes skimmed or normal?" "Well, normal, then. I'll pay cash now for the food as well as the room." It was as easy as that. The girl showed as little interest in the transaction as she had in Octavia. The key was handed over, a receipt ripped from a machine, the hatch was lifted again and slammed, and she disappeared into the bar, leaving the door open. The noise billowed out in a cacophony of male voices. The bar must be closed by now, but it sounded as if they were playing pool. She could hear the clash of the balls. The room was small but clean. The bed felt comfortable to her probing hand. The bedside lamp worked, and the wardrobe stood steady and had a door that closed. The bathroom, which she found at the end of the passage, was unluxurious but adequate, and when she turned on the tap, the water, after a few unpromising spurts, ran hot. When, 10 minutes later, she returned to her room, there was a plate of sandwiches and a glass of milk on the bedside table, each covered with a paper serviette. The sandwiches, beside being remarkably cheap, were freshly cut, and the filling generous. She was surprised to find herself hungry, and for a moment was tempted to venture down and ask for a second plate, but then she remembered Ash's instructions. Be businesslike, ordinary. You want a room, they're in the business of supplying rooms. You're of age, and you can pay. They won't ask any questions. Hotels don't. Anyway, it's not that kind of place, and it's none of their business. Don't be furtive, but don't make yourself conspicuous. Keep out of the public rooms. She had stuffed a pair of pyjamas in the top of her pack, but no dressing gown. Ash had needed as much space as possible for the tins of food and the bottles of water. The cupboards in the house kitchen and in her flat had been emptied, and he had stopped for additional supplies at a late-night supermarket on the way. The room struck suddenly chill, and she would have liked to have lit the gas fire, but there was a slot machine at the side which took only pound coins, and she hadn't the right change. She slid carefully between the taut sheets, as she had on her first night at boarding school, when she had feared that even to disturb the bedclothes was to risk disapproval from that pervasive but mysterious authority, which from now on would govern her life. The room was at the back, but was not quiet. She lay stiffly between detergent-smelling sheets, and identified the distant sounds, the voices, now soft, now raucous, breaking into guffaws of laughter as the last customers left, cars revving up, doors slamming, the distant barking of a dog, the background swish of cars on the side road. Gradually her legs grew warm, and she relaxed, but her mind was too stimulated for sleep. She was possessed by a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and a strange disorientating sense that she had moved out of her familiar world into a limbo of time in which nothing was recognizable, nothing real except Ash. She thought, no one knows where I am. I don't know where I am. And now Ash was no longer with her. Suddenly she pictured herself next day moving out of the quiet hotel, into the dim light of the October morning, to find that he wasn't where he'd promised to wait, that the bike wasn't there, that she waited, and he still didn't come. The thought wrenched her stomach, and when the spasm passed, left her feeling cold again and a little sick. But there was still a vestige of common sense, and she held on to it. She told herself that it wouldn't be the end of the world. She had money. She wasn't in danger. She could take a train back home. But she knew that it would be the end of her world, that there was no safety now except with him, and that the home to which she returned had never been a home to her, and never would be without him. Of course he would be there. He would be waiting for her. He would be there because he loved her. They loved each other. He was taking her somewhere private, somewhere special, somewhere only he knew about, where they could be together, away from Mrs. Buckley's accusing, worried eyes, away from that basement flat which had never really been hers, had always been grudged, away from death and murder and inquests, insincere condolences, and her own overwhelming sense of guilt, the feeling that everything, including her mother's murder, was her fault, and always had been. They would have to go back to London eventually, of course. They couldn't stay away forever. But when they went back, everything would be different. She and Ash would have made love. They would belong to each other, would get married, would move away from the past, find their own life, their own home. She would never, ever be unloved again. She was glad that they hadn't made love in London, that he had wanted to wait. She couldn't remember when her interest in him, in his mysteriousness, his silences, his power, had grown into fascination. But she knew the precise moment when fascination had sharpened into desire. It had been when that half-developed print, floating gently in the developing fluid, as if it were coming alive, had suddenly become clear, and they had gazed together at the lineaments of horror. And she knew now why he had taken that photograph even before he had called the police. He had known that one day he would have to face that horror again, before he could exorcise it and put it out of his memory forever. He had chosen her to share that moment, so that the worst terror he had ever known would be her terror too. There would be nothing secret between them. After that realization, it had become difficult not to touch him, the need to put a hand to his face, to lift her mouth for the kiss, which, when it came, had been so formal, so transitory, had at times been overwhelming. She loved him. She needed to know that he loved her. He did love her. She clung to that certainty as if it alone would bring her out of the dead years of rejection into a shared life. Under the bedclothes, she pressed the ring hard against her finger, as if it were a talisman. And now her body warmth was returning. The noise was becoming muted, and she felt that first slow dropping into the borderlands of sleep. When at last sleep came, it was dreamless. Chapter 40. She awoke early, long before it was light, and lay almost rigid, looking at her wristwatch every 10 minutes, waiting for 6 o'clock, when she told herself that it would be reasonable to get up and make tea. There was a tray in her room set with 2 large, thick cups and saucers, a bowl containing tea bags, sachets of coffee and sugar, and a couple of biscuits. There was a small kettle, but no teapot. She supposed she was expected to make the tea in the cup. The biscuits were wrapped, but still tasted stale, but she made herself eat them, not knowing when she would have the chance of a meal. Ash had said, "Don't draw attention to yourself by going down to breakfast. It'll be too early anyway. We can stop and get something on the road." She understood the need to get away from London, from the concerned faces, the inquisitive eyes, Mrs. Buckley's undisguised antagonism. She understood all that. But it still seemed strange that Ash should be so concerned that they shouldn't be seen together on the journey, that he should worry about her being recognized in this small, insignificant hotel. She had slung the blonde wig on the back of an upright chair, the only one in the room. The wig looked ridiculous. The thought of putting it on again was repulsive. But she had arrived at the hotel as a blonde. She would have to leave as a blonde. When they arrived at Ash's secret place, she would take it off forever and be herself again. By 6:45 she was dressed and ready to go. She had become so infected with Ash's caution that she found herself creeping downstairs, as if she was sneaking out without paying her bill. But that had been settled the night before. There was nothing to worry about. No one to watch her go, except an elderly porter in a long striped apron, who was shuffling across the hall as she made for the door. She put her key on the desk and called out to him, "I'm just leaving. I have paid." But he took no notice, and passed through the swing doors into the bar. Carrying her helmet, and with her backpack slung across her shoulder, she turned left off the main road, to where he had said he would be waiting. but the side road was empty. For a second, her heart seemed to miss a beat. Disappointment rose bitter as bile on her tongue. And then she saw him. He was riding slowly towards her, coming out of the darkness and the morning mist, bringing with him the remembered surge of excitement, the reassurance that everything was under control, that her one night alone was the last time on the journey when they would be separated. He drew up and clasped her briefly to him, then kissed her cheek. Without speaking, she mounted behind him. He said, "Was it all right, the hotel? Were you comfortable?" Surprised at the concern in his voice, she said, "It was all right." "They didn't ask you any questions, where you were going?" "No, why should they? I couldn't have told them anyway. I don't know, do I?" He restarted the engine. Above the noise, he said, "You'll know soon. It isn't far now." And now they were riding along the A12 towards the sea. The dawn came in pale reds and pinks, solid as a range of gleaming mountains against the eastern sky, the yellow light streaming down its slopes and spilling into the crevasses. There was little traffic, but Ash rode well within the speed limit. Octavia longed for him to go faster, to ride as he so often had over the South Downs in great surges of sound, so that the air ripped at her body and stung her face. But this morning he was cautious. They rode through sleeping villages and small towns under the brightening sky, between low, wind-torn hedges and the flat landscape of East Anglia. And now they turned south, and were riding through a forest with straight paths leading between the tall firs into a green darkness. And then that too ended, and there was heathland, gorse, and small clumps of silver birch. The road here was narrow as a track. The light was strengthening, and she thought she could smell the salt tang of the sea. Suddenly she was aware of hunger. They had passed a number of brightly lit roadside cafes, but either Ash wasn't hungry, or he had decided not to risk a stop. But surely they would arrive soon. They had packed plenty of food. There would be time, then, to have a picnic breakfast. To their right, the road was fringed with woodland, and now he was riding almost at a walking pace, looking to each side of the road as if searching for a landmark. After about 10 minutes of this crawl, he found what he was looking for. There was a holly bush on the eastern side of the road, and opposite it, a few yards of broken wall. Dismounting, he said, "This is the place. We have to get through the wood." He wheeled the Kawasaki under the boughs of the holly and into the trees. There must, she thought, once have been a path, but it was long overgrown, obstructed by hanging boughs and encroaching shrubs. Sometimes they had to bend double to get beneath the branches. From time to time, Ash would make her go ahead to hold back the springing boughs, so that he could force the bike through the thickets. But he seemed to know where he was going. They didn't speak. She listened for his commands, obeyed them, and was glad of the protection of her gloves and leathers against the thorn and matted brambles. And then suddenly the wood became less dense, the soil sandier. There was a fringe of silver birch, and then, miraculously, the wood ended, and she saw stretching before them a green sea of reeds, hissing and sighing, and gently waving their frail tops, as far as the eye could see. They stood for a moment, panting with exertion, gazing out over the tremulous waste of green. It was a place of utter loneliness. Filled with excitement, she asked, "Is this it? Is this the place?" "Not quite. That's where we're going. Over there." He pointed over the reed beds. About 200 yards ahead, and a little to the right, she could just see the top of a clump of trees, barely visible above the reeds. Ash said, "There's a derelict house there. It's on a kind of island. No one ever goes near it. That's where we're going." He was looking towards it, and it seemed to her that his face was alight with happiness. She couldn't ever remember seeing him like this. He was like a child who knows at last that the longed-for present is within his grasp. She felt a pang that it was a place and not she who had brought that brightness to his face, that joy. She asked, "How can we get there? Is there a path? What about the bike?" She was anxious not to sound discouraging, not to spoil the moment by making objections. There's a path. It's very narrow. We'll have to wheel the bike for the last part. He left her for a moment and went to the edge of the reed beds, walking along the fringes, searching for a remembered place. Then he returned and said, "It's still here. Get on the pillion. We can ride for the first part. It looks firm enough." She said, "Can't I take the wig off now? I hate it." "Why not?" He almost tore it from her head, then tossed it behind him. It caught on the bough of a young fir tree, and hung there, brightly yellow against the dark green. He turned to her and smiled, his face transformed. "This is the last part. We're nearly there." He wheeled the bike to the beginning of the track, and she mounted behind him. The ridge was little more than a yard wide, a sandy, narrow path through the reeds. On either side they grew so high that the tops waved 6 inches above their heads. It was like riding slowly through an impenetrable forest of whispering green and pale gold. He rode warily, but without fear. Octavia wondered what would happen if he swerved from the path, how deep the water was on either side, whether they would thrash about among the reeds, struggling to pull themselves up onto the narrow ridge. From time to time, when the pathway became sodden and even narrower, or the edges had crumbled into the water, he would dismount and say, "I'd better push the bike here. You walk behind." Sometimes the track became so narrow that the reeds brushed both her shoulders. She had the sense that they were closing in on her, that soon there would be nothing ahead but a wall, insubstantial but impenetrable, of green and pale gold stalks. The path seemed endless. It was impossible to believe that they were making their way towards their goal, that they would ever reach that far island. But she could hear the sea now, a faint, rhythmic rumble that was curiously comforting. Perhaps that was how the journey would end. The reeds would suddenly part, and she would see in front of her the grey, trembling expanse of the North Sea. It was just when she was wondering whether she dare ask Ash how much further they had to go that the island came suddenly into view. The reed beds opened up, and she saw the clumps of trees, firm, sandy soil, and behind the trees the glimpse of a derelict cottage. There was an expanse of about 30 feet of water, reed-free, between the island and where they stood. It was spanned by a ramshackle bridge 2 planks wide, and supported in the middle by a single wooden post, blackened with age. Once there had been a handrail on the right, but this had rotted away, and only the uprights and a foot of the rail still remained. There must once have been a gate barring the entrance to the bridge. One of the posts was intact, and there were 3 rusted hinges embedded in the wood. Octavia shivered. There was something oppressive, even sinister, about the stretch of still, olive-dark water and the broken bridge. She said, "So this is the end," and the words struck chill, as if they were a portent. Ash had been wheeling the bike. Now he propped it on its side stand and moved over to the bridge, walking cautiously to the middle, then testing it by jumping up and down. The planks sagged and groaned, but held firm. Still gently jumping, he spread his arms, and she saw again that happy, transforming smile. He said, "We'll unpack and carry our stuff across. Then I'll come back for the bike. The bridge should hold." He was like a boy relishing a first longed-for adventure. He came back and unpacked the bike. Encumbered by 2 sleeping bags and the leather side panniers, he handed her one of the rucksacks. Laden with that and her own pack, she followed him over the bridge, then under the low branches of the tree, and saw the cottage clearly for the first time. It had long been derelict. The tiled roof was still partly in place, but the front door hung open on broken hinges, its base embedded in the soil. They moved into what was originally one of 2 ground-floor rooms. There was no glass in the one high window. The door between the rooms had gone, and only a deep sink, stained and scarred, under a tap wrenched from the wall, showed that the further room had once been a kitchen. The back door, too, was missing, and she stood looking out over the expanse of reeds towards the sea. But it was still out of sight. Disappointed, she asked,
Why can't we see the sea? I can hear it. It can't be far away.
About a mile. You can't see it from here. You can't see it from anywhere on the reed beds. At the end of the reeds there's a high bank of shingle, and then the North Sea. It isn't very interesting. Just a stony beach. She would have liked to be there, to get away from this claustrophobic greenness. But then she told herself that this was Ash's special place. She mustn't let him know that she was disappointed. And she wasn't disappointed, not really. It was just that everything was so strange. She had a sudden vision of the garden at the convent, the wide, well-tended lawns, the flower beds, the summer house at the end of the garden overlooking a meadow, where they could sit in warm weather. It was the kind of country she was used to. English, ordered, familiar. But she told herself that they wouldn't be here for long, probably just overnight. And he had brought her here to his own special place. Surely this was where he meant to make love. Now, like a child, he asked, "What do you think of it? Good, isn't it?" "It's secret. How did you find it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he said, "I used to come here when I was in that home outside Ipswich. No one knows it's here except me." She said, "Were you always alone? Didn't you have a friend?" But again he didn't reply. Instead he said, "I'll go and get the bag. Then we'll unpack and have some breakfast." The thought lightened her spirits immediately. She had forgotten how hungry, how thirsty she was. She watched from the water's edge as he went back over the bridge, kicked back the prop stand, and wheeled the Kawasaki backwards. She called, "You're not going to ride it, are you?" "It's the easiest way. Stand clear." He mounted the bike, revved up and drove furiously towards the bridge. The front wheels were nearly on dry land when, with a crack which sounded to her like an explosion, the centre post gave way, the two near planks splintered and fell, and the struts of the side rail were flung into the air. At the first crack, Ash had stood up and leapt for the island, reaching it with inches to spare, slithering on the sandy earth. She dashed forward to help him up. Together they turned and watched as the purple Kawasaki slowly disappeared under the brackish water. Half the bridge had collapsed. There was nothing now but the two further planks, their shattered ends sinking in the water. Octavia looked at Ash's face, terrified of an explosion of rage. She knew that the rage was there. He had never shown it with her, but she had always been aware of those smouldering depths of feeling, held so tightly under control. But instead he gave a great shout of laughter, harsh, almost triumphant. She couldn't keep the dismay out of her voice. "But we're cut off. How are we going to get home?" Home. She used the word unself-consciously. Only now did she realize that the house in which for so many years she had felt alien and unwanted was her place, her home. He said, "We can take off our clothes, then swim for it, holding them out of the water. Then we'll dress and make for the road. We've got money. We can hitch into Ipswich or Saxmundham and take a train. And we don't need the bike anymore. After all, we've got your mother's Porsche. That's yours now. Everything she had is yours. You know what that solicitor told you." She said sadly, "I know what he told me." She heard his voice, eager, the voice of a new, a different Ash. "There's even an old outside lavatory in the garden. Look, it's here." She had been wondering about that. She had never liked squatting behind bushes. He pointed to a wooden shed, black with age, the door almost too stiff on its hinges to open. Inside was an earth closet. It smelt perfectly fresh, the smell of soil and old wood, and sweet sea-scented air. Beyond the shed was a clump of elder, and dry, half-dead bushes, a gnarled tree, and grass almost knee-high. Octavia walked on, and saw again the shimmering veil of reeds, saw too another narrow ridge of firm tussock grass. She asked, "Where does that lead? To the sea?" "Nowhere. It's only about 100 yards long, and then it peters out." I go there when I want to be alone. Away from me, she thought, but didn't speak. She felt again a momentary churning of the heart. She was with Ash. She should be feeling happy, exultant, sharing his pleasure in the peace, the silence, the knowledge that this isolated island was their special place. Instead, she was aware of a moment of claustrophobic unease. How long did he mean to stay here? How were they to get back? It was easy to talk about swimming the 10 yards or so, but what then? In the cottage he was unpacking the bags, shaking out the bedding, setting out their provisions on the one shelf to the right of the fireplace. She moved over to help him, feeling at once happier. He had thought of everything. Tins of fruit juice, beans, soup, stew and vegetables, 6 bottles of water, sugar, tea bags, instant coffee, and chocolate. There was even a small paraffin stove and a bottle of fuel, and 2 cooking tins with detachable handles. He boiled water for their coffee, cut slices of bread, buttered them, and made 2 thick ham sandwiches. They took their coffee and picnic outside and sat together, their backs against the wall, gazing out over the reeds. The sun was strengthening now. She could feel it warm on her face. The food was the most wonderful she had ever tasted. No wonder she had experienced that moment of depression. It was due to hunger and thirst. Everything was going to be all right. They were together. That was all that mattered. And tonight they would make love. That was why he had brought her here. Daring at last to question him, she asked, "How long are we going to stay here?" "A day, maybe 2. Does it matter? Don't you like it here?" "I love it. I just wondered, I mean, without the bike, it's going to take us longer to get home." He said, "This is home." Chapter 41. Kate had been afraid that the local authority records would be incomplete, that they would have difficulty in tracing Ash's moves from foster home to foster home. But a Mr. Pender in the Social Services Department, surprisingly young and with a look of premature anxiety, was able to produce a shabby and voluminous file. He said, "It isn't the first time Ash's records have been asked for. Miss Aldridge wanted a sight of the file when she defended him. Obviously we asked his consent first, but he said she could see it. I'm not sure what help it was." Kate said, "She'd like to know as much as possible about the people she defended, and his background was relevant. She made the jury sorry for him." Mr. Pender gazed down at the closed file. He said, "I suppose you could be sorry for him. He didn't have much of a chance. If your mother throws you out before you're 8, there's not a lot social services can do to compensate for that rejection. There were numerous case references about him, but he was hard to place. No one wanted to keep him for long." Piers asked, "Why wasn't he put up for adoption? His mother had rejected him, hadn't she?" "It was suggested while we were in touch with her, but she wouldn't agree. I suppose she had some idea of taking him back. These women are odd. They can't cope and they put their lover before their child, but they don't like the idea that they'll actually lose the child. By the time his mother died, Ash had become unadoptable." "We'll need a list of all the people he was placed with. May I take the file?" Mr. Pender's face changed. "I don't think I can go as far as that. These are confidential social and psychiatric reports." Piers broke in. "Ash is on the run. Almost certainly he's killed one woman. We know he has a knife. He also has Octavia Cummins. If you want the responsibility for a second murder on your conscience, that's up to you. Hardly the kind of publicity the Social Services Committee will welcome. Our job is to find Ash, and we need information. We have to talk to people who might know his special places, where he could be hiding out." Mr. Pender's face was a mask of indecision and anxiety. Reluctantly he said, "I think I could get authority from the county solicitor to let you have the records. It may take time." Kate broke in. "We can't wait." She held out her hand. Mr. Pender still didn't push the file towards her. After a moment, Kate said, "All right, give me a list of all the names and addresses where he was placed, children's homes and foster parents. I want it at once." "I can't see any objection. I'll dictate the information now if you'll wait. Would you like coffee?" He spoke rather desperately, as if anxious to find something which he could offer without reference to higher authority. Kate answered, "No, thank you, just the names and addresses. And there was someone called Cole or Coley, who apparently spent a lot of time with Ash. We found a mention of him in the notebook Miss Aldridge used at the time of the trial. It's important to trace him. He was on the staff of one of your children's homes, Venetia Court. We'll start there. Who's in charge now?" Mr. Pender said, "I'm afraid that will be a waste of time. Venetia Court was closed 3 years ago, after it was burnt down. Arson, I'm afraid. We're fostering children now, whenever we can. Venetia Court was for particularly difficult young people, but who didn't require secure accommodation. I'm afraid it wasn't very successful. I don't think we have any record of where the staff are now, except the ones who were transferred. You may know where Coley is. He was accused by Ash of sexual abuse. Haven't you an obligation in those cases to inform future employers? I'll look at the file again. As I remember, he was exonerated after an inquiry, so we had no further responsibility. I may be able to give you his address if he agrees. It's a difficult matter." Pierce said, "It will be if anything happens to Octavia Cummins." Mr. Pender sat for a moment in worried silence. He said, "I went through the papers after you telephoned. They make depressing reading. We didn't do well by him, but I don't know that anyone could have done better. We placed him with a schoolmaster, and he stayed there the longest, 18 months. Long enough to do well at the local grammar school. They had hopes of GCSEs. After that, he made sure he was kicked out. He'd got what he wanted out of the placement, and it was time to go." "What did he do?" Kate asked. "Sexually assaulted the 14-year-old daughter." "Was he prosecuted?" "No. The father didn't want to put her through the trauma of a court appearance. It wasn't a full rape, but it was unpleasant enough. The girl was extremely distressed. Naturally, Ash had to go. It was then that we admitted him to Venetia Court." Pierce said, "Where he met Michael Cole?" "Presumably. I don't think they'd met before. I'll telephone the ex-headmaster of the court. He's retired now, but he may know where Cole is. If so, I'll ring the man and ask if I can give you his address." At the door he turned and said, "The foster mother who got closest to understanding Ash was a Mary McBain. She takes 5 children of all ages and seems to be able to cope. All done by love and cuddles. But even she had to let Ash go. He stole from her. Small amounts from the housekeeping purse at first, and then persistently. And he began to ill-treat the other children. But she said something perceptive when he left. That Ash couldn't bear people to get close to him. That it was when they began to show affection that he had to do the unforgivable. I suppose it was the need to reject before he was rejected. If anyone could have coped, it was Mary McBain." The door closed behind him. The minutes slowly passed. Kate got up and began pacing the room. She said, "I suppose he's ringing the county solicitor to make sure he's in the clear." "Well, you can't wonder. Bloody awful job. I wouldn't have it for $1 million a year. No thanks if things go right, and plenty of stick if they go wrong." Kate said, "Which they often do. It's no use trying to make me feel sorry for social workers. I've seen too many of them. I'm prejudiced. And where the hell is Pender? It can't take more than 10 minutes to type out a dozen names." But it was a quarter of an hour before he returned, and said, apologetically, "I'm sorry it took so long, but I've been trying to find out if we have an address for Michael Cole. No luck, I'm afraid. It's some years ago now,
And he didn't give an address when he left Banyard Court. No reason why he should, really. He resigned. He wasn't sacked. As I said, the home's closed now. But I've given you the address of the last headmaster. He may be able to help. Once in the car, Kate said, "We'd better phone half these names through to the Suffolk searchers. We'll take the headmaster. I've a feeling Cole is probably the only one who'll be able to help."
The rest of the day, and the morning and afternoon of the next, were frustrating. They drove from foster parent to foster parent, following with increasing despair Ash's self-destructive trail. Some were as helpful as they were able to be. Others only needed to hear the name Ash before making it only too plain that they wished the police away. Some foster parents had moved and couldn't be located. The schoolmaster was at work, but his wife was at home. She refused to speak about Ash except to say that he had sexually assaulted their daughter Angela, and that his name was never mentioned in the house. She would be grateful if the police did not return that evening. Angela would be home, and mention of Ash would bring it all back. She had no idea where Ash could be now. The family had gone on outings when he was with them, but it was to places of educational interest. None of them could possibly have provided a hiding place. That was all she was prepared to say. The address they had been given for the former headmaster of Banyard Court was on the outskirts of Ipswich. They had tried there first, but got no reply to their ringing. They kept returning throughout the day, but it wasn't until after 6 o'clock that they were successful in finding someone at home. This was his widow, returned from a day in London. A tired, harassed-looking woman in late middle age. She told them that her husband had died of a heart attack 2 years earlier, then welcomed them in, the first person who had done so, and offered them tea and cake. But there wasn't time to stop. It was information they desperately needed, not food. She explained, "I worked at Banyard Court myself as a kind of relief under matron. I'm not a social worker. I knew Michael Cole, of course. He was a good man and wonderful with the boys. He never told us that he and Ash went off together when he had a day's leave, but I don't think it was other than completely innocent. Coley would never have hurt a child or young person. Never. He was devoted to Ash." "And you've no idea where they went?" "None at all. I don't think it can have been too far from Banyard Court, because they bicycled, and Ash was always back before dark." "And you don't know where Michael Cole went when he left Banyard Court?" "I can't give you the address, I'm afraid, but I think he went to a sister. I have a feeling that her name was Page. Yes, I'm sure it was. And I think she was a nurse. If she's still working, you may be able to trace her through the hospital. That is, if she's still living in the area." It seemed a small chance, but they thanked her and went on their way. It was now 6:30. And this time they were lucky. They telephoned 3 hospitals in the district. The 4th, a small geriatric unit, said that they had a Mrs. Page on their staff, but she had taken a week's leave because one of her children was sick. They made no difficulty about giving out her address. Chapter 42. They found Mrs. Page in a semi-detached house on a modern estate of red brick and concrete houses outside Framsdown village, a development typical of the not uncommon intrusion of suburbia into what had been unspoilt, if not particularly beautiful, countryside. At the entrance to the cul-de-sac, the garish street lamp shone down on a small deserted playground, with swings, a slide, and a climbing frame. There were no garages, but every house and flat seemed to have a car or caravan parked in the roadway or on hard standing, where front gardens had been paved over. There were lights behind the drawn curtains, but no sign of life. The bell at number 11 set up a musical jingle, and almost at once the door was opened. Outlined against the hall light stood a black woman, with a child on her hip. Without waiting for Kate or Piers to show their warrant cards, she said, "I know who you are. The hospital phoned. Come in." She stood aside and they passed her into the hall. She was wearing tight black slacks with a grey short-sleeved top. Kate saw that she was beautiful. Her graceful neck rose to a proudly held head, capped by shorn hair. Her nose was straight and fairly narrow, the lips strongly curved, the eyes large and full-lidded, but clouded now with anxiety. The front room into which he led them was clean but untidy, the new furniture already showing signs of the depredations of small, sticky hands and vigorous play. There was a playpen in the corner, caging an older child, who was engaged in pulling herself up to reach the row of coloured bells fixed along the top rail. At their entrance, she flopped down, and grasping the bars, gazed at them with immense eyes, grinning a welcome. Kate went over to her and held out a finger. It was immediately grasped with remarkable strength. The two women, Mrs. Page still holding the younger child, sat down on the sofa, with Piers in the chair opposite. He said, "We're looking for your brother, Mr. Michael Cole. I expect you know that Gary Ash is wanted for questioning. We're hoping that Mr. Cole may have some idea where he could be hiding."
"Michael isn't here."
They could hear the anxiety in her voice.
"He left early this morning on his bicycle. At least the cycle isn't in the shed now. He didn't say where he was going, but he left a note. It's here."
She struggled up and took it from behind a small Toby jug on the top of the television. Kate read, "I'll be away for the whole day. Don't worry, I'll be back by 6 o'clock for supper. Please ring the supermarket and say I'll be in for the night shift." Kate asked, "When exactly did he leave? Do you know?"
"After the 8 o'clock news. I was awake then and could hear it from my room."
"And he hasn't rung?"
"No. I waited for the meal until 7, and then ate on my own."
Piers asked, "When did you begin to get worried?"
"Soon after 6. Michael's so reliable about time. I was going to ring round the hospitals, and then the police said he wasn't back by tomorrow morning. But it's not as if he's a child. He's a grown man. I didn't think the police would take it seriously if I rang too soon. I'm getting really worried now. I was glad when the hospital rang to say you were looking for him."
Kate asked, "And you've no idea where he could have gone?" Mrs. Page shook her head. Kate asked her about her brother's relationship with Ash. "We know that Ash lied about his relationship with your brother. We don't know why. Is there anything you can tell us about their relationship? Where they went together? The sort of things they like to do? We feel that Ash is likely to be hiding in a place he knows." Mrs. Page shifted the child in her lap, and for a moment bent her head low over the tight curls, in a gesture maternal and protective. Then she said,
"Michael was working at Pawlet Court as a care assistant when Ash was admitted. Michael was fond of him. He told me something about Ash's past, how he'd been rejected by his mother and the man she was living with. He'd been beaten and generally ill-treated by one or both of them before he was taken into care. The police wanted to prosecute, but each adult blamed the other, and they couldn't get enough evidence. Michael thought he could help Ash. He believed that everyone is redeemable. He couldn't help, of course. Perhaps God can redeem Ash. A human being can't. You can't help people who are born evil."
Piers said, "I'm not sure what that word means." The great eyes turned on him.
"Aren't you? And you a police officer?"
Kate's voice was persuasive.
"Think very hard, Mrs. Page. You know your brother. Where would he be likely to go? What did he and Ash enjoy doing?"
She thought for a moment before answering, then said,
"It was on Michael's rest days. He'd go off on his cycle and meet Ash somewhere on the road. I don't know where they went, but Michael was always back before dark. He took food in his camping stove. And water, of course. I think he'd have gone to open country. He doesn't like dense woodland. He likes wide spaces and a great expanse of sky."
"And he would tell you nothing?"
"Only that he'd had a good day. I think he'd promised Ash that the place would be their secret. He'd come back full of happiness, full of hope. He loved Ash, but not in the way they said. There was an inquiry. They exonerated Michael because there wasn't any real evidence, and they knew how Ash lied. But these things don't get forgotten. He won't get another job with children. I don't think he'd want one. He's lost confidence. Something died in him after what Ash did. The accusations, the inquiry. He works at the supermarket in Ipswich now, doing night work, stocking the shelves. We manage with his wage and mine. We're not unhappy. I hope he's all right. We all want him back. My husband was killed last year in a road accident. The children need Michael. He's wonderful with them.
Suddenly she was crying. The beautiful face didn't alter, but 2 large tears sprang from her eyes and rolled down over her cheeks. Kate had an impulse to move along the sofa and enfold mother and child in her arms, but resisted it. The action might be resented, even repulsed. How difficult it was, she thought, to make a simple response to distress. She said, "Try not to worry. We'll find him."
But you think he could be with Ash, don't you? You think that's where he's gone?
We don't know. It's possible.
But we will find him.
She went with them to the door. She said,
I don't want Ash here. I don't want him near my children.
Kate said,
He won't be. Why should he come here?
But keep the door on the chain, and if he does get in touch, ring us at once. Here's the number. She stood looking after them, child on hip, as the car moved away. In the car, Pierce said, "So you think Cole has really gone to look for Ash without telling anyone, without ringing the police?"
"Oh, yes, that's where he's gone. He heard about Ash on the 8 o'clock news and then left. He's gone to try a little private redemption again. God help him."
They stopped outside the village, and Kate rang to report to Dalgliesh. He said, "Hold on a moment." She heard the rustle of a map being opened. Venetia Court was just north of Otley village, wasn't it? So he and Ash started out from there or nearabouts. Assume that they cycled between 20 and 30 miles to get to their special place. Up to 4 hours cycling, coming and going. Tough, but it's possible. Better take a 30-mile radius. There isn't much wooded country except for Rendlesham and Tunstall forests. If his sister's right and he didn't like enclosed spaces, he'd probably head for the coast. Stretches of it are desolate enough. Start the helicopter search at first light and concentrate on the coast. I'll see you at the hotel by 10 tonight. Kate told Piers.
He's coming down.
Why, for God's sake? Suffolk's being cooperative. We've got it all organized.
I suppose he wants to be there at the end.
If there is an end.
Oh, there'll be an end. The question is what and where.
Chapter 43. That morning they slept late, each cocooned in a sleeping bag, side by side, but not touching. Ash woke first. He was at once instantly alert. He could hear beside him her soft, regular breathing, broken by low mutters and little snorts. He imagined that he could smell her body, her breath. There came into his mind a thought that he could release his arm and stretch over to clamp a hand over that half-open mouth, and silence it forever. He indulged the fantasy for a few minutes, then lay rigid, waiting for the first light. It came at last, and she stirred and turned her face towards him.
"Is it morning?"
"Yes, it's morning. I'll get the breakfast." She wriggled out of her sleeping bag and stretched.
"I'm hungry. Doesn't the morning smell wonderful here? The air never smells like this in London. Look, I'll get breakfast. You've done all the work so far."
She was trying to sound happy, but there was something false in her overbright voice. "No," he said. "I'll do it." There must have been an insistence in his voice, for she didn't persevere. He lit 2 candles and then the stove, then opened a tin of tomatoes and one of sausages. He was aware of her eyes, anxious and questioning, following his every move.
They would eat, and then he must get away from her. He would go to his own place among the reeds. Even Coley had never followed him there. He had to be alone. He had to think. They spoke little during the meal. Afterwards she helped him wash the plates and mugs in the water. Then he said, "Don't follow me, I won't be long," and went out through the kitchen door. He pushed his way through the bushes to the familiar path leading towards the distant sea. The track was narrower even than the first. He had almost to grope his way, pushing the reeds apart, feeling them stiff and cold against his palms. The ridge wound as he remembered it, now firm and lumpy, now grassy and starred with a few daisies, now squelchy under his feet, so that he was afraid it wouldn't hold his weight. But at last it ended. Here was the grassy knoll he remembered. There was just room for him to sit, knees bent against his chest, arms tight around them, an inviolable ball. He closed his eyes and listened to the familiar sounds, his own breathing, the eternal whispering of the reeds, the far-off rhythmic moaning of the sea. For a few minutes he sat absolutely still, his eyes closed, letting the tumult which possessed his mind and body subside into what he thought of as peace. But now he had to think. He had made a mistake, the first since he had killed his aunt. He should never have left London. It was a bad mistake, but it needn't be fatal. The decision to go, the hurried preparations, persuading Octavia, the journey itself, what had it all amounted to but panic? And he had never panicked before. But it could be put right. The police would have found the body by now, and they would know that it was murder. Someone would tell them that she had been left-handed. That bitch Buckley, for one. But he couldn't be the only person who hadn't known it. The police would surely reason that she had been killed to make them think that she had murdered Aldridge, and done away with herself out of remorse or guilt, or because she could no longer live with the horror of what she'd done. And that alone should be enough to put him in the clear. He had an alibi for the Aldridge killing. He wasn't a suspect. Why should he kill Carpenter? He had no need to set up a second victim to divert suspicion. There was no suspicion. Whoever had killed Aldridge, he was in the clear. So they had to go back. They would do so openly. Once they were on the road, he would ring Pelham Place and explain what had happened, that they were now on their way back, but had lost the bike and had been marooned. The story was true. It could all be verified. And he hadn't left London without an explanation. They told Buckley that they were planning a short break from London, from the trauma of Aldrich's murder. There at least he hadn't made a mistake. This had been no unexplained flight. The story held together. But there was something more. He needed an alibi for the Carpenter murder. If he could persuade Octavia to give him that, to say that they had been together in her flat, then nothing and no one could touch him. And Octavia would do what he wanted, say what he told her to. What had happened between them last night, that coupling which he had dreaded, but had known would have to happen, had bound her to him forever. He'd get his alibi. She wouldn't renege on him now. And he needed her for more than that. Without her he couldn't get at the money. More than ever the marriage was necessary, and as soon as possible. $750,000, and the house which must be worth another $500,000 at least. And hadn't that solicitor said something about life assurance? How could he ever have thought of killing her? It had never been a serious option. Not now. Perhaps it wouldn't be for months, even years. But as they had lain, side by side but distanced, he had pictured her death, her body weighted with old cans filled with stones, so that it sank beneath the reeds and was lost forever. No one would find it, not in this desolate place. But his mind had quickly seized on the objection. If they did find her, the heavy tins slung round her body would prove it was murder. Better simply to drown her, to hold her head under the water and then push her face downwards out among the reeds. Even if she were found, what would the police have but a drowned body? It could have been an accident, or suicide. He could return alone to London today and say that they had parted on the first day, quarrelled, that she had taken the bike and left him. But he knew that it was all a fantasy. He needed her alive. He needed that marriage. He needed the money that could make money, wealth which would wipe out all the humiliations of the past and make him free. They would go back today. And then he saw the hands. They moved like a shoal of pale fishes, stretching out towards him through the reeds, but the reeds entangled them and held them back. There were forgotten hands, the hands he remembered too well, hands that thumped and punched and wound belts lovingly through their fingers, over-busy hands that tried to be tender and made his nerves creep, exploring hands, soft, moist, or hard as rods, that came under the bedclothes at night, hands over his mouth, hands moving about his rigid body, doctor's hands, social worker's hands, the schoolmaster's hands with their square white nails and the hair like silk threads on the back of the fingers. That is how he thought of him, the schoolmaster. Nameless. The one he had stayed with the longest. "Sign here, boy, this is your savings book. Half of your local authority pocket money should be put by, not squandered." Printing his name carefully, aware of those critical eyes. "Gary, that isn't a name. It's spelt with one R. It's short for Gareth." "That's how it is on my birth certificate." His birth certificate. A short certificate. No father named. One of that official file of papers which, growing by the year, was the record that he existed. He had said, "I like to be called Ash." He was called Ash. That was his name. He needed no other. And with the names came the voices. Uncle Mackie, who wasn't an uncle, roaring at his mother while he watched and heard and crouched in the corner, waiting for the blows. "Either that fucking kid goes or I go. You take your choice, him or me." He had fought Uncle Mackie like a wildcat, scratching, kicking, spitting, tearing at his hair. He had left his marks on that bastard. And now the voices filled the air, drowning even the rustling of the reeds. The worried voices of social workers. The determinedly cheerful voice of yet another foster parent, hoping to cope. The schoolmaster had thought that he could cope. There were things Ash had wanted from the schoolmaster, to copy how the family spoke, to watch how they ate, how they lived. He remembered the smell of freshly washed linen as he got into bed, or pulled a clean shirt over his head. One day he would be rich and powerful. There were things it was important to know. Perhaps he should have stayed longer with the schoolmaster, taking those examinations which were supposed to be so vital. They wouldn't have been difficult. None of the work at school was difficult. He heard again the schoolmaster's voice. "The boy is obviously intelligent, an IQ well above the normal. He needs discipline, of course, but I think I'll be able to make something of him." But the schoolmaster's house had been almost the worst of all his prisons. In the end, he had needed to get away, and the going had been easy. He didn't smile, but inwardly he relished the memory of Angela's screams, her mother's appalled face. Did they really think he wanted to fuck their stupid po-faced daughter? He had had to take gulps of sherry in the dining room before he could make himself do it. He had needed drink then, but he didn't need it now. That one episode had taught him that drink was dangerous. To need alcohol was as fatal as to need people. He remembered the frantic telephone calls, the social workers asking why he'd done it, the sessions with the psychiatrist, Angela's mother weeping. And then there had been Banyard Court and Coley. It was Coley who had shown him the reed beds, Coley, who spoke little, and who at first had made no demands, who could cycle for 25 miles without getting tired, who knew about making fires and cooking a meal out of tins.
But in the end, he had been the same as all the others. He remembered their conversation, sitting outside the cottage, looking out over the reeds towards the sea. "You'll be 16 in 3 months and out of care. I thought I might look for a flat to rent, perhaps somewhere near Ipswich, or maybe I could find a country cottage. You could look for a job and we could live together, just as friends, just as we are now. And you could make a life for yourself." But he had a life. He had had to get rid of Coley. And Coley too had gone. Suddenly there came over him a wash of self-pity. If only they would leave him alone. Nothing he'd ever done would have been necessary, if only they'd left him alone. It was time to go back to the cottage, back to Octavia, back to London. She would give him an alibi for the Carpenter murder. They would marry, he would be rich. With a clear 2 million, and it must surely be that. Everything was possible. And then he heard it. The last voice, his aunt's voice, shouting at him across the wilderness of reeds. "Go away! What do you mean you want to go away? Go where, for Christ's sake? Who'll have you except me? You're mad, fucking crazy. Don't you know that by now? That's why they all chucked you out after a couple of weeks. And what's so bloody wrong with this place? You get your food, clothes, a roof. You get your presents, the camera, that bloody Kawasaki, that cost a bomb. And all I ask is what any man who is half a man would be glad to give. Plenty are, and they pay good money for it." The voice went on, cajoling, insinuating, shrieking. He put his hands over his ears and squeezed himself into a tighter ball. After a few minutes, the voice stopped. Cut off, as with that one final slash, he had thought to cut it off forever. But the anger remained. Thinking of her, making himself remember, he fueled it, so that when he rose to go, he carried it back with him to the cottage, like a burning coal in his breast. Chapter 44. Octavia watched him until he was out of sight, swallowed up by the reeds, then passed through the cottage and stood looking across the 30 feet of water towards the path leading to the wood. She could see the cluster of trees in the distance, and when the sun suddenly broke through, thought she could glimpse the gold of the wig, dangling from the bough like an exotic bird. The trees seemed very far away, and she felt for the first time a longing to feel the strength of their boughs above and around her, to be free of this wilderness of hissing green. The wind was rising now in erratic gusts, and she could see the sluggish surface of the water beginning to crease. The motorcycle must have leaked some oil or petrol, which moved on the surface, in patterns of iridescent colour. The wind strengthened. The sibilant rustling of the reeds rose to a crescendo, and as she watched, they bent and swayed, and swept in great circles of changing light. She stood there, and thought of the night that had passed, the chilly morning. Was that all there was to it? Had that really been love? She wasn't sure how she had pictured their first love-making, except that they would be lying entwined together, every inch of skin yearning for the touch of the other's body. Instead, it had been as impersonal as a medical examination. He had said, "It's too cold to undress," and they had taken off the minimum of clothes, without helping or looking at each other, without loving ceremony. And not once during that brief, almost brutal taking had he kissed her. It was as if he couldn't bear the touch of her lips. Any intimacy, any lewdness was possible, but not that. But it would be better next time. He was worried. They had been uncomfortable and cold. She couldn't give up loving because their first night had been less wonderful than she had imagined. And the day had been happy, exploring the cottage together, arranging their provisions on the shelves, playing at keeping house. She loved him. Of course she loved him. If she deserted him, and for the first time she thought of it as a desertion, what would become of her? And then she heard it, even above the rustling of the reeds. Someone was coming up the path towards her. No sooner had her ears detected that first soft footfall than he appeared out of the reeds like an apparition. Black, tall and slim, not young but not yet middle-aged. He was wearing a belted jacket open at the neck to show a thick, high-necked jersey. She stared across at him, but she wasn't afraid. She knew at once that he came meaning no harm. He called softly across to her. "Where is he? Where's Ash?" "In his special place among the reeds." She jerked her head towards the sea. "When did he go? How long?" "About 10 minutes. Who are you?" "My name's Cole. Look, you've got to come away. Now, before he returns. You mustn't stay with him. You know the police are looking for him, but he's wanted for murder." "If it's about my mother, we've seen the police. He hasn't done anything. We're going back anyway when he's ready." Suddenly he flung off the jacket, pulled the jersey over his head, and plunged into the water. She gazed at him in amazement as he swam vigorously towards her, his eyes still fixed on her face. Gasping, he staggered up the bank, and instinctively she ran to his aid and held out a hand. He said, "Swim across, now with me. You can do it. It's nothing, only about 30 feet. I'll help you. Don't be afraid. I've got a bicycle hidden by the road. You can ride on the crossbar, and we'll be in the nearest village before he's after us. You'll be cold and wet for a time, but anything's better than staying here." She cried, "You're mad! Why should I come? Why?" He had moved closer to her now, as if to compel her by the force of his presence. The water ran from his hair and over his face. He was shivering violently. His white vest clung to his body, and she could see the pulsing of his heart. They were almost hissing at each other. He said, "Janet Carpenter is dead. Murdered. Ash did it. Please, you must. Come away. Now. Please, he's dangerous." "You're lying. It isn't true. The police sent you to trick us." "They don't know I'm here. No one knows." "How did you know where to find us?" "I brought him here. It was a long time ago. This was our special place." She said, "You're Coley." "Yes, but it doesn't matter who I am. We can talk later. Now, you must come. You can't stay with him. He needs help, but you can't give it. Neither of us can." She almost cried out, "No, no," but she was trying to convince herself, not him. The power of him, the urgency of that dripping body, the pleading in his eyes, were compelling her towards him. And then they heard Ash's voice. "You heard what she said. She's staying here." He had come up silently. Now he moved towards them out of the dimness of the cottage into the sunlight, and she saw in his hand the glitter of a knife. After that it was a confusion of horror. Coley made a move to shield her, then rushed at Ash, but the reaction was a second too late. Ash's hand jerked forward, and the knife sank into Coley's stomach. Wild-eyed, rooted with horror, Octavia heard his cry, a low, shuddering cry between a grunt and a moan. Then, as she watched, the red stain spread over his vest, and he sank almost gracefully to his knees, and keeled over. Ash bent over him, and drew the knife across his throat. She saw the great rush of blood, and it seemed to her that the dark eyes, still with that look of pleading, gazed into hers, and slowly dulled, as his life drained away into the sandy earth. She couldn't scream. Something had happened to her throat. Instead she heard a high-pitched wailing, and knew that it was her voice. She stumbled into the cottage, and threw herself down on her sleeping bag, twisting and turning, grasping and tearing at the cotton. She couldn't breathe. She gave great wrenching sobs that tore at her chest, but still there was no air. Then, exhausted by the paroxysm, she lay panting and sobbing. She heard his voice, and knew that he stood above her. "It's his fault. He shouldn't have come. He should have left me alone. Come and help me shift him. He's heavier than I thought." "No, no, I can't. I won't," she gasped. She heard him moving about the room. Turning her head, she could see that he was collecting some of the tins. He said, "I'll need these to weigh him down. I'm taking the heaviest. I'll get him away from here. Down the path into the reeds. I'll fetch his clothes later. Don't worry, we'll have enough food to see us through." Now he was lugging the body through the cottage. She shut her eyes, but she could hear every gasp of his harshly drawn breath, the drag of the corpse. And then she found enough strength for action. She scrambled to her feet, ran to the water, and waded in, but he was too quick for her. Before she could recover from that first stinging cold on her legs, his arm was out to jerk her back. She had no strength to resist as he pulled her out onto the bank, dragging her back into the cottage through Coley's blood. He carried her, half fainting, and propped her against the wall, then took off his belt, and, twisting her arms behind her, bound them tightly. He bent over Coley's body and removed his jacket belt, then came over and fastened her ankles. In a voice which was curiously gentle, almost sad, he said, "You shouldn't have done that." Octavia was crying now, crying like a child. She could hear his laboured breathing as he dragged the body through the cottage and out towards the path between the reeds. Then there was silence. She thought, "He'll come back and kill me. I tried to run away. He won't forgive that. I can't appeal to his pity, or his love. There isn't any love. There never has been." He had bound her left wrist tightly over the right, but she still had movement in her fingers. Now, still sobbing, she began to work the little and third fingers of the right hand round the ring, and at last got sufficient purchase to slide it off. It was strange that the falling of so small an object should release such a flood of relief. She had freed herself from more than a ring. Fear was like a pain. It swept over her, receded into a few minutes of blessed peace, then returned, stronger and more terrible than before. She tried to think, to plan, to scheme. Could she persuade him that running away had been instinctive, that she had never meant to leave him, that she loved him and would never betray him? But she knew that it was hopeless. What she had seen had killed their love forever. She had been living in a world of fantasy and illusion. This was reality. It would be impossible to pretend, and he knew it. She thought, "I won't even be able to die bravely. I'll scream and plead, but it will make no difference. He'll kill me like he did Coley. He'll push my body out among the reeds like his, and no one will ever find us. I'll lie there until I'm bloated and stinking, and no one will come, no one will care. I won't exist any more. I never have existed, not really. That's why he could deceive me." From time to time she sank into a brief unconsciousness. Then she heard him returning. He was standing over her, looking down, not speaking. She said, "Please let me lie under the sleeping bag. I'm so cold." Still he didn't reply, but he lifted her in his arms, set her down by the empty grate, and pulled the sleeping bag over her. Then he left her again. She thought, "He can't bear to be here with me. Or is he deciding what to do? Whether to kill me or let me live?" She tried to pray, but the words learnt at the convent came out in a meaningless jumble. But she did pray for Coley. "Eternal rest grant him, O Lord, and let light perpetual shine upon him." That sounded right. But Coley hadn't wanted eternal rest. Coley had wanted life. She wanted life. She didn't know how long she had lain there. The hours passed. Darkness fell, and Ash returned. He came quietly, and her eyes were closed, but she knew he was there with her. He lit 3 candles, and then the stove, made coffee, and heated some beans. He came over to her, propped her upright,
and fed them into her mouth, bean by bean. She tried to say that she wasn't hungry, but she swallowed them. Perhaps if she let him feed her, he would feel some pity. But still he didn't speak. When the candles burned out, he got into his own sleeping bag, and soon afterwards she heard his regular breathing. For the first hour he turned restlessly, muttering, and once he cried out aloud. From time to time, in the hours of that seemingly endless night, she would drop into a fitful sleep. But then the cold and the pain in her arms would waken her, and she would lie, quietly sobbing. She was 8 years old again, lying in that bed in her first boarding school, crying for her mother. The sobbing was curiously comforting. She was woken by the first light. She was conscious first of the terrible cold, the icy compress of her wet trousers, of the pain in her strained arms. She saw that he was already up. He lit one candle, but it was only when he bent over that momentarily she saw his face. It was the same face, stern and resolute, the face she thought she had loved. Perhaps it was the softness of the candlelight that for a second gave it a look of terrible sadness. Still he didn't speak. Her own voice came out in a plea between a sob and a gibber. "Please, light the fire. Ash, please. I'm so cold." He didn't reply. Instead he lit another candle, then a third, then sat with his back against the wall looking into the flames. The minutes passed. She said again, "Please, Ash, I'm so cold," and heard the tears in her voice. Then he moved. She watched as he went to the shelf and began tearing the labels from the tins, crunching them in his hands. He laid them in the grate. Next he went outside. She could hear him moving about among the bushes, and within minutes he was back with an armful of twigs, dried leaves, and larger pieces of bough. He went over to what had been the window and tore at the rotting wood of the lintel. A spar of wood cracked and came apart in his hands, and then he moved across to the fireplace and began building his fire methodically, with loving care, as he must have done when he first came here with Coley. He placed the smallest twigs round the paper, then built up a pyramid with the bark and stouter pieces of dead bough. Finally he lit a match, and the paper flamed and caught at the twigs. Smoke billowed into the room, filling it with its sweet autumnal smell, then rose up the chimney as if it was a living thing and had found the way out. The whole room was full of the crackle and hiss of burning wood. He lodged a piece of window lintel across the grate, and that too caught fire. The glorious warmth came out to her like the promise of life, and painfully she edged her way towards it, and felt its benison on her cheeks. Ash went across to the window and again tore at the lintel. Then he returned to the fire and crouched there, carefully tending it, as if, she thought, it were a ceremonial or sacred flame. Some of the wood was damp. Her eyes smarted with the smoke. But the fire strengthened, the little room became warm. She lay silently, weeping with relief. She was safe now. He had lit the fire for her. Surely that meant he didn't mean to kill her. She lost account of time, lying there with the fire on her face, as outside the wind gusted and the fitful autumnal sun laid swathes of light over the stone floor. And then she heard it, faint at first, and then approaching in a rattle until it circled overhead, seeming to shake the cottage. Hovering above them was a helicopter. Chapter 45. He heard them coming before she did. He came over and lifted her to her feet. Standing behind her, he commanded, "Hop to the door." She tried, but couldn't move. The warmth of the fire had yet to reach her feet, and the strap had made them numb. She sagged against him, every muscle drained of strength. With the knife in his right hand, he grasped her body with his left, and lifted her before him, out of the cottage into the bright morning air. And then she both heard and saw. She was too confused to count, but there were so many of them. Large men in waders,
men in thick jackets and woolen caps, a tall man, hatless, his dark hair stirred by the breeze, and a woman. Those two looked different from how she remembered, but she recognized them. Commander Dalgliesh and Inspector Miskin. There they waited, a little distanced from each other, as if each had decided exactly where he should stand, and looked across at Ash. He jerked her closer to his body, holding her by the belt round her wrists. She could feel against her back the pounding of his heart. She was beyond either terror or relief. What was happening was between Ash and those watching eyes, those silent, waiting figures. She had no part in it. She felt the cold blade of the knife pressing against her chin. She shut her eyes. And then she heard a male voice, surely Dalglish's, clear, uncommanding. "Throw down the knife, Ash. Enough is enough. This isn't going to help you." Ash's voice was soft in her ear. It was the gentle voice, which he used so rarely, but which she had loved. "Don't be frightened. I'll be quick and it won't hurt." As if he had caught the words, Dalgliesh called out, "All right, Ash. What is it you want?" His reply was a great cry of defiance. "Nothing that you can give." She opened her eyes as if she needed to see, for the last time, the brightness of the day. She felt an instant of terror beyond belief, the coldness of the steel, a searing pain. And then the world exploded around her in a great crack of sound. The cottage, the reed beds, the blood-stained earth disintegrating in a shrieking of wildly beating wings. With the report echoing in her ears, she fell forward, with Ash's body crushing her own, and felt across the back of her neck, the warm, pulsating stream of his blood. And now the air was filled with masculine voices. Hands lifted the weight of his body from her. She could breathe again. A woman's face was close to hers. A woman's voice was in her ear. "It's all right, Octavia. It's all right. It's over now." Someone was pressing a pad against her throat. Someone was saying, "You're going to be fine." And now they were lifting her onto a stretcher, and she was being covered with a blanket and strapped down. She was dimly aware that there was a small boat. She could hear sharply spoken words of command and warning, and felt the boat rocking beneath her as they loaded the stretcher. And now she was being carried, gently swaying between the reeds. Above her, their trembling heads made a restlessly changing pattern of green. But she could glimpse through them the scudding clouds and the clear blue of the sky. Chapter 46. It was 3 days later. Dalgliesh was reading at his desk as Kate came in. He half rose as she entered, which always disconcerted her. She stood in front of the desk, as if she had been summoned. She said, "I've had a message from the hospital, sir. It's Octavia. She wants to see me. She says not as a police officer." "Kate, your only relationship with her is as a police officer." She thought, "Yes, I know all that. I know the policy. We were taught it in preliminary training school. You aren't a priest, a psychiatrist, or a social worker, particularly the last. Don't get emotionally involved." She thought, too, if Piers can speak his mind, so can I. She said, "Sir, I've heard you speak to people, innocent people who've been caught up in murder. I've heard you say things that helped, that they needed to hear. You weren't speaking as a police officer then." She nearly said, but stopped herself in time, "You did it once with me." And there came into her mind a vivid image of that moment after her grandmother's death, in which, sobbing wildly, she had buried her head against his jacket, smearing it with her bloody hands, and he had stood there, holding her in his strong clasp among the shouting voices, the commands, the sounds of scuffling. But that was in the past. "Now," he said, and she thought she detected a coldness in his voice, "saying the comforting word that they want to hear is easy. It's the continuing commitment that's difficult. and that's what we can't give." Kate wanted to say, "But would you be able to give it, even if we could?" and knew that that was a question even peers wouldn't have had the courage to ask. Instead, she said, "I'll remember, sir." She was at the door when, on impulse, she turned back. She had to know. Aware that her voice was harsh, she asked, "Why did you tell Piers to shoot?" "Instead of you." He looked at her, with dark, unsmiling eyes. "Come, Kate. Are you really telling me that you wanted to kill a man?"
"Not that. But I thought I could have stopped him without killing him, sir."
"Not from where you were placed. Not with that line of fire. It was difficult enough for Piers. It was a remarkable shot."
"But you're not forbidding me to see Octavia?"
"No, Kate. I'm not forbidding you."
The hospital to which Octavia had been transferred from the emergency department at Ipswich was one of London's newest, and looked as if it had originally been intended as a hotel. In the immense entrance hall, a silver-barked tree, looking artificial in its bright, gleaming greenness, spread wide branches towards the roof of the atrium. There was a flower and fruit stall, a newsagent shop, and a large cafe in which the customers, who looked to Kate's eyes neither particularly anxious nor ill, were chatting over their coffee and sandwiches. The two young women presiding over the reception desk would have looked at home behind the reception desk of the Ritz. Kate walked past them. She knew the name of the ward she needed, and had confidence in following the direction signs. She was borne upwards with other visitors and staff on escalators each side of the wide lifts. Suddenly she was aware for the first time of the distinctive antiseptic hospital smell. She had never been admitted to hospital, but she had kept watch at too many bedsides, suspects and victims waiting to be questioned, prisoners receiving treatment, to feel intimidated or ill at ease. Even the ward complex was familiar, the combined air of quietly purposeful activity and meek acquiescence, the gentle rattling of bed curtains, the mysterious rituals carried on behind them. Octavia was in a small private room at the end of the ward complex, and the staff was meticulous in checking Kate's identity before she was admitted. The story had, of course, broken. Even the efforts of the Met's public relations branch hadn't been able to prevent the press from sensationalizing the drama. "Police shoot suspect dead" was the kind of publicity the police could always do without. And the story had broken at a bad time. There had been no public scandal, no fresh gossip about the royal family to divert the press's attention from the hunt and its sequel. And there had been no arrest for Venetia Aldridge's murder. Until that case was solved or forgotten, Octavia would always be partly in the public eye. Kate knew that the Reverend Mother of the convent Octavia had once attended had written to offer her hospitality as soon as the inquest into Ash's death was over. It seemed a sensible solution, if Octavia would accept. In the convent, she would at least be safe from the more rapacious journalists. Her small room was a bower of flowers, the side locker, the window-sill, and an overbed table crowded with them. There was even a spectacular bouquet in a large vase in a corner on the floor. A line of greetings cards slung on a long cord adorned the wall opposite the bed. Octavia was watching television, but switched it off with the remote control as Kate came in. She was sitting up in bed, and looked as fragile and vulnerable as a sick child. The bandage round her throat had been replaced by a dressing fixed with plaster. Kate pulled forward a chair and sat beside the bed. There was a moment's silence. Then Octavia said, "Thanks for coming. I thought they might have stopped you." "No, they didn't do that. How are you feeling?" "Better. They're sending me out tomorrow. It should be today, but they want me to see a counsellor. Do I have to?"
"Not if you don't want to. Sometimes it's helpful. I suppose it depends on who you get."
"Well, I won't get anyone who knows about murder. I won't get someone who's watched their lover being killed. If they haven't, I don't see what use they'd be."
"That's what I've always felt, but we could be wrong. It's your choice."
There was a silence, Octavia said, "Will their detective, Inspector Tarrant, get into trouble for shooting Ash?" "I don't think so. There has to be an inquiry, but he was obeying orders. I think it will be all right." For him. It wasn't all right for Ash. Kate said gently, "Perhaps it was. He wouldn't have known anything about it. And the future was terrible for him. Long, long years in prison. Could he have stood that? Would he have wanted that in exchange for life? He didn't get the choice, did he? And he wouldn't have killed me. We couldn't take that risk. I thought he loved me. It was as silly as thinking that Mummy loved me. Or Daddy. He's been to see me, but it wasn't any good. Nothing has changed. Well, it doesn't, does it? He came to visit me, and on his own, too. But he doesn't really want me. He loves that woman and Marie." Kate thought, love. Always love. Perhaps that's what we're all looking for, and if we don't get it early enough, we panic in case we never shall. Easy to say to Octavia, "Stop bleating for love. Love yourself. Take hold of your own life. If you get love, it's always a bonus. You've got youth, health, money, a home. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop looking to others for love and affection. Heal yourself." But the child had some right to self-pity. Perhaps there were things she could say which would help. If so, she ought to say them. Octavia deserved honesty. She said, "My mother died, having me, and I never knew who my father was. I was brought up by my grandmother. I thought she didn't love me. But afterwards, when it was too late, I realized that she did, that we'd loved each other. It was just that we weren't very good at saying so. But I knew after she died that I was on my own, that we're all on our own. Don't let what's happened spoil your life. It doesn't have to. If help is offered, take it if you want it. But in the end, find the strength to take hold of your own life and make what you want of it. Even the bad dreams fade in time." She thought, "I've said the wrong thing. Perhaps she hasn't that kind of strength, and never will have. Am I laying on her a burden which she'll never be able to carry?" They were silent for a moment, and then Octavia spoke. "Mrs. Buckley has been really kind since I've been ill. She's visited several times. I thought perhaps she could move back into the basement flat. She'd like that. I suppose that's why she comes to see me. Because she wants the flat." Kate said, "Perhaps that's part of the reason, but it isn't the whole. She's a nice woman. She seems capable, too. You need someone you can trust in the flat to keep an eye on things when you aren't there. She needs a home. You need someone reliable. Seems a good arrangement. I might not be there all the time. I have to think about getting a job. I know I'll have Mummy's money, but I can't live all my life on that. I'm not qualified for anything, so I thought I ought to get some A-levels. That would be a start." Kate said carefully, "I think that's a good idea, but you don't have to make any decisions in a hurry. There are plenty of good places in London where you could study for A-levels. You need to decide what you're interested in. I expect they'll be able to advise you about their A-levels while you're staying at the convent. You'll be going there when you leave here, won't you?" "Just for a time. Reverend Mother wrote to invite me. She said, 'Come home and be with your friends for a little time.' Perhaps it will feel like that when I get there." "Yes," said Kate. "Perhaps it will." She thought, "You'll be offered love of a kind there, the love that Father Prestane deals in. And if love is what you want more than anything, it's as well to look for it where you can be sure it won't let you down." As she rose to go, Octavia said, "If I want to talk to you again, would you be able to come? I don't want to be a nuisance. I was rude to you when we first met, and I'm sorry." Kate said carefully, "I'll come if I can. Police officers never really know when they'll be free,
so you might want to see me when I'm on duty and can't come. But if I can, I will." She was at the door when Octavia suddenly spoke again. "What about Mummy?" It was the first time Kate had heard Octavia call Venetia Aldridge Mummy, and it made her sound very young. Kate went back to the bedside. Octavia said, "It will be easier to catch the murderer, now that you know it was Mrs. Carpenter who put on that wig and poured the blood. You'll find him, won't you?" Kate thought, she has a right to the truth, or at least part of it. After all, it was her mother. She said, "We can separate the killing from what happened to your mother's body afterwards. That's an advance, but actually it widens the field of suspicion. Anyone could have killed her who had a key to chambers. Anyone whom your mother might have thought it safe to let in. But you're not going to give up." "No, we won't give up. We never give up on murder. And you do suspect someone, don't you?" Kate said cautiously, "Suspicion isn't enough. We have to have the evidence. Evidence that will stand up in court. The police don't prosecute. That decision is for the Director of Public Prosecutions. And she needs to be satisfied that there is at least a 50% chance of getting a conviction. Taking hopeless cases to court wastes time and money. So sometimes the police can be sure that they've got the right man and still aren't able to take him to court. That happens quite often. It's frustrating when it does, but it's not for the police. It's for the court to decide guilt or innocence. And if you arrest him, he'll have someone like Mummy to defend him. Of course, that would be his right. And if his lawyer is as clever as your mother was, he may be acquitted." There was a pause. Then Octavia said, "It's a funny system, isn't it? Mummy tried to explain it to me, but I wasn't interested. I never even went to hear her in court, except for one time with Ash. She never said anything, but I think she minded. I was horrid to her most of the time. She thought I only went with Ash to annoy her, but I didn't. I thought I loved him." Ash and Octavia, Ash and Venetia Aldridge, Octavia and her mother. This was an emotional minefield, and Kate had no intention of being drawn onto that dangerously explosive terrain. She went back to what Octavia had first said, and spoke of what she knew. "It is a funny system, but it's the best we have. We can never expect perfect justice. We have a system which sometimes lets the guilty go free so that the innocent can live in safety under the law. I thought you were so keen to catch Ash that you've forgotten about Mummy." "We hadn't forgotten. Officers were working on the case while we were trying to find you." Octavia put out her thin hands and began to pull at the heads of flowers on her overbed table. The petals fell like blobs of blood. She said quietly, "I know now that he didn't love me. But he did care a little. He lit that fire. I was terribly cold, and I begged him to light it. He knew that it was dangerous, that the smoke might be seen. But he did light it. That was for me." If that was what she wanted to believe, why not let her? Why make her face the truth? Ash had lit the fire because he knew that for him the end had come. He had died exactly as he had planned to die. He knew the police wouldn't come unarmed. The only question was whether he had intended to take Octavia with him. But was there really any doubt? That first cut had been deep enough. As if she had guessed Kate's thoughts, Octavia said, "He wouldn't have killed me. He wouldn't have cut my throat." "He did cut your throat. If Inspector Tarrant hadn't fired, you'd be dead." "You don't know that, really. You don't know him. He never had a chance." Kate wanted to cry out, "For God's sake, Octavia. He had health, strength, intelligence, and food in his belly. He had more than 3/4 of the world can ever hope to have. He had a chance." But it wasn't as easy as that, and she knew it. How did you apply logic to a psychopath? That convenient word, devised to explain, categorize, and define in statute law the unintelligible mystery of human evil. Suddenly she remembered a visit paid a year ago to the Black Museum at Scotland Yard, the high shelf with the rows of death masks, only there had been death heads of executed criminals, the blackness of the heads, the encircling mark of the rope, with the deeper impression of the thick leather washer behind the ear. The masks had been taken to test Cesare Lombroso's theory that there was a criminal type, which could be identified by studying physiognomy. That 19th century theory had been discredited, but were we any closer to knowing the answer? Perhaps for some people it lay in the incense-laden air of St. James's Church. If so, it had never been opened to her. But the altar table was, after all, only an ordinary table, covered with gorgeous cloth. The candles were wax candles. The statue of the Virgin had been made by human hands, painted, bought, fixed in place. Under his cassock and his robes, Father Prestane was only a man. Was what he offered part of some complicated system of belief, richly adorned, embellished with ritual and music, pictures and stained glass, designed, like the law itself, to bring men and women to the comforting illusion that there was an ultimate justice, and that they had a choice? She was aware that Octavia was still speaking. "You don't know where he was born. He told me about it. I'm the only one he did tell. In one of those high-rise estates in northwest London. It's a terrible place. No trees, no green, just concrete towers, shouting, ugliness, stinking flats, broken windows. It's called Ellison Fairweather Buildings." It seemed to Kate that her heart gave a great leap, and then began a drumming, which surely even Octavia would be able to hear. For a moment she couldn't speak. Only her mind seemed to have power. Was this deliberate? Did Octavia know? But of course she didn't. The words had been spoken with no malicious intent. Octavia wasn't even looking at her. She was plucking at the sheet. But Dalgliesh knew. Of course he did. There wasn't much about Gary Ash that he hadn't learned from Venetia Aldridge's notebooks. But he hadn't shown them to her, hadn't told her that she and Ash had shared a past, separated in years, but rooted in the same childhood memories. What was A.D. trying to do? Spare her embarrassment? Was it as simple as that? Or had he feared to reactivate a memory which he knew was painful, and by reactivating it, load it with additional trauma? And then she remembered. Surely that resolution made as she stared out over the Thames wasn't about to be so quickly forgotten. The past had happened. It was part of her, now and forever. And had it been so much worse than the childhoods of millions of others? She had health, she had intelligence, she had food in her belly. She had had her chance. They shook hands. It was a curiously formal goodbye. Kate wondered for a moment whether what Octavia really needed were her arms about her, but that was something she couldn't give. Travelling down the escalator, she felt a spasm of anger, but whether it was against herself or irrationally against Dalgliesh, she was unable to decide. Chapter 47. The next day Dalgliesh went for the last time to 8 Pawlet Court. He walked into the temple from the embankment entrance. It was late afternoon, but already the day was fading. A thin wind crept up from the river, bringing with it the first frigid breath of winter. As he reached the door of chambers, Simon Costello and Drysdale Lord were coming out together. Costello gave him a hard, long look of undisguised hostility and said, "That was a bloody business, Commander. I should have thought a posse of police could have arrested one man without blowing his head off. But I suppose we should be grateful. You've saved the country the expense of keeping him in prison for the next 20 years. Dalgliesh said, "And you or one of your colleagues the task of having to defend him. He would have proved an unrewarding and not particularly lucrative client." Lord smiled, as if secretly enjoying an antagonism which he didn't share. He asked, "Any news?" You haven't come to make an arrest, I take it. Of course not, there would be at least 2 of you. There should be a Latin tag about it. Vigiles non timendis sunt, nisi complores adveniunt. I leave the translation to you. Dalgliesh said, "No, I haven't come to make an arrest," and stood aside to let them out. Inside chambers, Valerie Caldwell was at her desk, with Harry Norton bending over her, holding an open file. Both looked happier than when Dalgliesh had last seen them. The girl smiled at him. He greeted them, then asked after Valerie's brother. "He's settling in much better, thank you." That's a funny way of talking about prison, but you know what I mean. He's concentrating on earning his remission and getting out. Not long now. And my Gran knows about him, and that makes visiting easier. I don't have to pretend. Harry Norton said, "Miss Caldwell has been promoted. She's our chamber's secretary now." Dalgliesh congratulated her, and asked whether Mr. Langton and Mr. Ulrich were in chambers. "Yes, they're both here, although Mr. Langton said he'd be leaving early." "Will you tell Mr. Ulrich that I'm here, please?" He waited until she had telephoned, then made his way down the stairs. The basement room was as claustrophobic and as overheated as on his first visit. The afternoon was cooler, and the heat of the fire less oppressive. Ulrich, seated at his desk, didn't get up, but motioned him to the same armchair, and Dalgliesh felt again the warm stickiness of the leather. Among the old furniture, the books and papers piled on every surface, the archaic gas fire, the stark white refrigerator set against the wall was a discordant intrusion of modernity. Ulrich swung his chair round and gravely regarded him. Dalgliesh said, "When we last spoke in this room, we talked of your brother's death. You said that someone bore a heavy responsibility, but that it wasn't Venetia Aldridge. I thought afterwards that you might mean yourself. That was precipient, Commander. You were 11 years older. You were at Oxford, only a few miles away. An elder brother, particularly one so much older, is often hero-worshipped, or at least looked up to. Your parents were overseas. Did Marcus write to you about what was happening at school?" There was a silence before Ulrich replied. But when he did, his voice was calm, unworried. "Yes, he wrote. I should have gone to the school at once, but the letter came at the wrong time. I played cricket for my college. There was a match that day, and a party in London afterwards. Then 3 more days passed quickly, as they do when you're young, happy, busy. I intended to go to the school. On the 4th day I received a telephone call from my uncle with the news that Marcus had killed himself. And you destroyed the letter. Is that what you would have done? Perhaps we are not so unalike. I argued that it was unlikely that anyone at the school knew of the letter's existence. I burned it. More, I think, in panic than after careful thought. There was, after all, enough evidence against the headmaster without it. Once the dam breaks, nothing can hold back the waters. Again there was a silence. Not awkward, but curiously companionable. Then Ulrich asked, "Why are you here, Commander?" "Because I think I know how and why Venetia Aldridge died." "You know, but you can't prove it, and you never will be able to prove it. What I'm telling you now, Commander, is a little for your satisfaction, perhaps more for my own. Think of it as fiction. Imagine as our protagonist a man successful in his career, reasonably content if not happy, but who loved only 2 people in his life, his brother and his niece. Have you ever experienced obsessive love, Commander?" After a moment, Dalgliesh replied, "No. I was close to it once, close enough perhaps to have some understanding of it, and close enough to feel its power and draw back. You are armoured, of course, by the creative artist's splinter of ice in the heart. I had no such defence. Obsessive love is the most appalling, the most destructive of all love's tyrannies. It is also the most humiliating. Our protagonist—" Let us use my name and call him Desmond. Well knew that his niece, despite her beauty, was selfish, greedy, even a little silly. Nothing made any difference. But perhaps you would like to go on with the story, now that we have the characters and the beginning of the plot. Dalgliesh said, I think, although I have no evidence, that the niece telephoned her uncle and told him that her husband's career was in jeopardy, that Venetia Aldridge had acquired information which might prevent him ever becoming a QC, might even destroy him as a lawyer. She pleaded with her uncle to put a stop to it, to use his influence to see that it didn't happen. She was, after all, used to coming to her uncle for advice, for money, for help, for support, for anything she wanted. Always he had provided it. So I see him going upstairs to reason with Venetia Aldridge. That couldn't have been easy for him. I see him as a proud and private man. Venetia Aldridge and he are the only two people in chambers. She was taking a telephone call when he entered, and he could tell by her voice that it was a bad time to choose. She had recently learned of her daughter's affair with a man she had defended but knew was a particularly brutal murderer. She had looked for advice and support from men who might have been expected to help, and had found none. I don't, of course, know what was said, but I imagine that it was a bitter rejection of our protagonist's plea for mercy or restraint. And there was something which she could use, some knowledge which she could throw in his face. I think she did use that knowledge. I think it was Venetia Aldridge who posted Marcus Ulrich's letter. Letters at prep schools are invariably censored. How else could he get it out unless he gave it to Venetia, to post on her way to school? Ulrich said, We are, of course, devising fiction, inventing a plot. This isn't a confession. There will be no confession, and no admission of anything that is said between us. That is an ingenious sophistication of our plot. Let us assume that it is true. What then? Dalgliesh said, I think it's your turn now. My turn to continue this interesting fabrication. So let us suppose that all the suppressed emotions of an essentially private man come together. Long years of guilt, disgust with himself, anger that this woman, whose family have already harmed his so irrevocably, should be planning more destruction. The paper knife was on the desk. She had moved to the door, a file in her hand to replace in the cabinet. It was a way of saying that she had work to do, that the interview was over. He seized the dagger, rushed at her, and struck. It must, I think, have been an amazement to him that he was capable of the deed, that the dagger went in so cleanly, so easily, that he had actually killed a human being. Astonishment, rather than horror or fear, would have been the first emotion. After that, I think he would have moved quite quickly, dragging the body across and arranging it in her swivel chair. I remember reading somewhere that this attempt to make the body look normal, even comfortable, is typical of killers who didn't intend their deed. He decided to leave the room unlocked, with the key still in place. That way it would be assumed that the killing was the work of an intruder. Who would be able to prove otherwise? The wound, to his relief, did not bleed, and the dagger, when he withdrew it, was remarkably clean. But even he knew that it would be tested for prints. He extracted with care the middle portion of the evening paper to wrap the dagger, took the weapon downstairs to the basement cloakroom, washed it thoroughly, then wound a length of toilet tissue round the handle. He tore up the newspaper and flushed the pieces down the lavatory bowl. He then returned to his own room and turned off the gas fire. Does this recital, so far, seem to you a convincing hypothesis, Commander? It's what I believe happened, yes. Our putative Desmond is happily ignorant of the minutiae of the criminal law, but he does know that malefactors find it convenient to supply the police with an alibi. For a man without an accomplice and one who lives alone, this presented a difficulty. He decides to go at once to Rule's in Maiden Lane, a short walk only, leaving his briefcase in his room. Mrs. Carpenter,
who usually cleans his room, must not be allowed a sight of it. So he pushes it into the bottom drawer of his desk. His plan is to say that he left Chambers at 7:15, not just after 8, and went home first, to wash and leave his case. He realized that there would be a difficulty next morning, but the carrying of a raincoat over his arm and a more hurried entry than usual should deal with that little problem. I think he was rather pleased with his alibi. It was, of course, important to make sure that Pawlet Court was empty before he left the shelter of the doorway of number 8. There was no problem about his non-arrival home until after dinner. A neighbour, if questioned, might be able to attest that he came home at the usual time, but not that he didn't. He dropped the dagger in Valerie Caldwell's filing cabinet, scrunching the toilet tissue in his pocket for disposal in the first rubbish bin he found, and he remembered not to set the alarm system. But he made one mistake. Criminals usually do, I believe. Under stress, it is difficult to think of everything. On leaving, perhaps from long habit, he double-locked the front door. It would, of course, have been wiser to have left it open, thus casting suspicion on an outsider rather than on members of Chambers. The subsequent furore has, however, had its interest to a student of human nature. His own indignation and disgust on viewing the body next morning was unfeigned, and presumably convincing. He did not place the full-bottomed wig on her head, nor did he waste his own blood. Dalgliesh said, "That was Janet Carpenter." "I thought it might be." "So, Commander, we have devised a plausible solution to your problem. What a pity for you that it is unprovable. There isn't a single piece of forensic evidence to link our protagonist with the crime. It's much more likely that Janet Carpenter stabbed Miss Aldridge before decorating her with the wig, symbol of her profession, and the blood, which metaphorically she had shed. I am told she has confessed only to the desecrations. But could a woman like Janet Carpenter ever have brought herself to confess to murder? And if not Carpenter, why Desmond? How much more likely that someone from outside Chambers had gained entry and killed out of revenge or hatred? More likely, even, that it was Ash. Ash had an alibi. But alibis are meant to be broken. And Ash, like Carpenter, is dead. You have nothing to reproach yourself with, Commander. Console yourself with the thought that all human justice is necessarily imperfect, and that it is better for a useful man to continue to be useful than to spend years in jail. But it wouldn't happen, would it? The DPP would never allow so flimsy a case to be brought. And if it were brought, it wouldn't need a Venetia Aldridge to defend it successfully. You were used to success, of course. Failure, even partial failure, must be galling, but perhaps salutary. It is good for us to be reminded from time to time that our system of law is human, and therefore fallible, and that the most we can hope to achieve is a certain justice. And now, if you'll forgive me, I have this opinion to write. They parted without another word. Making his way upstairs, Dalgliesh left his keys to Chambers with Harry Norton, who came to show him out. As he walked across the court, Dalgliesh saw that Hubert Langton was just ahead of him. The head of Chambers was walking without a stick, but with the shuffling gait of an old man. He heard Dalglish's footstep, paused, and seemed about to look back. Then, quickening his step, he walked resolutely on. Dalgliesh thought, "He doesn't want to speak. He doesn't even want to see me. Does he know?" He slackened his pace to let Langton get ahead, then slowly followed. Carefully distanced, they made their way through the gaslit court, then down Middle Temple Lane, towards the river.
That was A Certain Justice by P.D. James, read by Michael Jayston.